Name: Alphonse 235 lira. Classes: T3 Spirit Champion 85 lira. T2 Spirit Sword Knight 50 lira. T2 Sword Knight 50 lira. T1 Squire 25 lira. T1 Warrior 25 lira. Roland glanced at the status screen of the person that had arrived. His level was above Emerson, and just like the other Knight Commander, he had a spirit variant of a class. It seemed that Theodore Valerian didn't just allow anyone to become a Knight Commander. Having at least a somewhat prestigious class was a requirement. Usually, classes like High Knight were more prevalent among Tier 3 class Knights, but both of the people he was hiring had prestigious variants of already more prestigious class versions. This made him believe that whoever was the head knight might actually match his own overlord class, or at least be somewhat close. I'm not sure if spirit variants have any multiplier advantages, but it could be possible. His knowledge of Tier 3s ended at the names. All the books that he read before didn't really explain the skills or advantages they brought. It was a brand new world on which he could only speculate after going through the names. This Alphonse person, for instance, was clearly focused on swordsmanship while wearing heavy armor. Just like any other knight, he was wearing full plate armor, but it didn't look as heavy as the one Emerson arrived in. It was clearly made out of mithril, and probably had a higher concentration of it, due to the magnified silvery sheen. His helmet came equipped with a blue comb on the top, and hid away eyes of the same color behind two slits. The design was quite intricate with a lot of blue outlines that fit together well with the silvery metal. The weapon of choice was a regular one-handed longsword that didn't possess the bulk as the one he grabbed from the other knight. It radiated magical energy and was clearly enchanted. His mana sense didn't allow him to figure out the exact magic, but it had several layers to it. This time around, it was an actual runic enchantment, and even without being able to glance at the runic structures, Roland could feel it through his enhanced mana sense. On the left side, he was holding onto a kite shield with the Valerian crest on the front side. It was a lot smaller compared to the heavy oval shield his other opponent arrived with. This item had obvious runic traces and even some runes on the front. Even without using his eye skill, he could quickly decipher the defensive spells it was equipped with. It's a Tier 3 version of the mana shield, and has several layers to it. To a magical craftsman like Roland who didn't have the leisure of having a proper teacher, this was more interesting than the scene that was playing out now. The runes were of the charged variety, and they seemed to have 3 versions of a similar shielding spell on it. With the help of the debugging skill, it was possible to figure out most of the uses, and that the defensive item was based on renewable charges. I'll probably have to focus on charges when making weapons for the other knights. Their limited mana pool won't be able to sustain the higher tier spells. While deliberating on some future tasks, he continued with his assessment of the situation. This man was probably more nimble on his feet than Emerson. His focus was swordsmanship with some added defenses, thanks to the shield and armor. This was a bit concerning as his latest skill that allowed him to see the world's mana flow had its limits. When against a somewhat slow class like a guardian it worked fine, but when the movements became too fast, even Roland's heightened reaction speeds might fall short. He wasn't really sure, but this was the conclusion that he came to after the last duel. This didn't mean that it was totally useless. With time he expected to get a better grasp on it. Bring forth the prisoner for the exchange, Roland called out while stepping to the side. Behind him were the other 2 official Valerian knights, Sir Gareth and Sir Morian. They were sticking to Emerson like 2 ticks. The man had a greater size than both of them, and even without the armor, there was a stark difference in power. Only thanks to the collar around his neck were the 2 able to drag him forward. HMPH. The shackles that he was also wearing around his wrists rattled slightly as he walked forward. His gaze almost instantly fell on the hovering sword that previously belonged to him. Roland could see his facade of the stoic warrior drop as his eyes widened, but somehow the man was able to stop himself from speaking out in anger. This trade was taking place outside. To a knight that lost a duel, presenting himself to the public was a big hit to their pride. Yet there was a need for this little show everyone was allowed to see. There needed to be made an example before all the other knight commanders and nobles. They needed to know that if they went against this city and their lord, this could happen to them. I thought they would start shouting about now. Are they actually afraid of me? This was something new to him, even though he could feel some of the anger coming his way. no one uttered a word. His presence seemed to weigh heavily on the people here. Even the Platinum Adventurer party that was here to back him up wasn't getting as much attention. The enemy had also come forth with their own group of adventurers, and his side was outnumbered when it came to Tier 3 class holders. 11 against 6 on the surface. It looks like we are at a disadvantage. They also brought a higher level mage, and a few Tier 2 mages. To counter a magic user, another magic user is usually needed, but it should be fine. Subterfuge was part of this game. Many runic turrets were placed in this compound, and they were pointing at the enemy combatants. Roland was in control of them, and made sure to make their cannons point right at the enemy knight commander's head. With an unknown amount of firepower on his side, he didn't believe that this exchange would fall through. I see that thou have done thy due diligence, Sir Wayland, was it? I'm pleased to make thy acquaintance. Just as the two lords have agreed on, 1,000 gold coins for the knight commander, and another 500 for the others. The man clapped his hands to signal some of his soldiers to move forward. Two men brought forth a heavy-looking chest in front of the man wearing the silver mithril armor. This was quite the sum of gold. A normal person could retire and live a good life with that amount. Yet someone like Theodore could just wave his hand to produce this amount instantly. When the chest appeared, all the adventurers in the vicinity instantly started stealing glances. Even to Tier 3 class holders, this was a large sum of money that would allow them to get some powerful magical weapons. They continued to watch it as it was brought to the middle of the courtyard where the exchange was taking place. I'm sure you won't mind if I check the contents of that chest. Sir Alphonse, are thou implying that we brought an incorrect amount? Sir Wayland, the chest will be accepted by my lord. It must be examined beforehand. I'm sure you understand the procedures. Even Roland would be able to apply a rune to a gold coin that could explode when the time came. Thus, for this reason, he decided to put on a little show, which would put him in a little bit of danger. What are you? Alphonse was the first one to notice that something was off. Instead of the usual servant appearing to check, the large armored man's aura changed. After him was the Tier 3 mage that grabbed his staff quickly. His mana, it's shifting. Alphonse was quick to hold his men back. While what Roland did was perhaps not very appropriate, he had a proper excuse. A message needed to be sent. The trust between these two factions was non-existent. Believing that some type of monster or magical bomb resided in the chest was not that outlandish. It seems that you have brought the correct amount of coin. Very well. Release the prisoner. The people on the side started sweating as no one expected to see a light show to appear before them this fast. Roland could see that he even spooked the Platinum adventurers that were on his side. Aubryn already had an arrow notched in his bow, while aiming at the opposing Platinum archers. With no more roadblocks, the trade was taking place. He guided the chest over to their side, while Emerson was left to walk toward his people. To the people here, it felt like an eternity to watch this man covered in chains, slowly walking over to the enemy side. The possibility of a fight breaking out the moment he was on the other side was a possibility. Luckily, no one was stupid enough to start a bloodbath between members of the Valyrian household. On this day, a precedent was set, and Arthur Valyrian could not be ignored anymore. The fact that the stronger knight commander didn't allow his troops to go forward said more than words. It became clear that he was not confident of an overwhelming victory like Emerson was before him. The extent of Roland's power was unknown, and the devastating amount of magical energy that he was radiating was giving the mages goosebumps. The key. Yes, sir. The last thing to be given away was the key to the shackles. One of the side soldiers moved out after being ordered by Wayland. Yet before he could relinquish this item to one of the other soldiers, Sir Alphonse moved his hand up. "That won't be necessary." As if to return the favor, the man moved his hand to his sword. After gripping it tightly, the blade made its way out of the sheath rapidly. The aim of the sword slice was Emerson, and before anyone knew what was happening, the shackles around his body had become undone. The blade moved in a strange way as it created afterimages. Within just a matter of seconds, the other knight commander was free. This little show of skill didn't move Roland from his position. He just stood there with his hands crossed over one another. It was important to not show any amount of weakness, even though his eyes could not follow the attack at all. It was important not to show it. Although it might have seemed that the enemy had gained another powerful Tier 3 combatant, this wasn't true. While the slave collar was down from his neck, this wasn't the only measure that was taken to keep the man at bay. A special alchemical concoction was used to produce several debuffs. Even though Emerson was free, he would not be able to bring out his Tier 3 skills, and would not be much stronger than a level 100 knight. "I see, then I think we are done here." "That we are. I bid thou farewell, Sir Wayland. I hope that our paths cross again. Till then, yes, please just leave already." Roland nodded at the man without replying. The whole exchange took around 5 minutes, but it felt like an eternity. Having to focus all his senses on the people here was very strenuous. Luckily, the gold was now in their pockets, and the other side didn't try to pull a fast one on them. If something actually was wrong with the chest, he would be required to act. While he was playing the role of the head knight, losing his life for Arthur was not part of his agenda. Slowly people left the courtyard where he remained. The other soldiers that were stationed here followed after to keep watch, but they were ordered not to engage without him around. Just for this event he had placed various runic devices on the main roads. Even without them following, he was able to know of what transpired afterward. "Thou art a disgrace to the Valyrian household. How didst a bastard like thou achieve knighthood? Thou allowed our adversary to steal thy weapon, a gift granted thee by our lord. Aye, after we return, thou shalt be punished." To no surprise, Alphonse was furious and probably holding it in during their encounter. During the walk back through the streets, he continued to berate Emerson about his failures. Roland wasn't sure what this man's punishment would be. He was still a strong Tier 3 class holder that wouldn't be easily replaced. The defeat in the duel was a big blemish on his record. The fastest way of clearing his name would be winning a rematch, but that was not a realistic solution, and could tarnish his name even further. He'll probably be worked down to the bone to gain all that gold back. Gaining some merits is what he needs. That Theodore decided to pay up meant that he intended to use Emerson to some extent. Maybe his position would be taken away, but he could still be used in other fields. Lending out strong knights was a possibility, so it was possible for him to disappear from the island for the time being. He would perform various missions in the Empire to earn back the respect that he lost. "I guess that about wraps it up. Now what do I do?" The knights didn't stay. They instantly left the city without even using the inn or other facilities. They were probably ordered to retreat and wait for more information to arise. A period of Cold War was upon them, and before another battle commenced, he needed to get ready. Around a month had passed since he achieved his new Tier 3 class. In this short span of time, he had become a knight, taken part in a duel, and created a heavy suit of armor that caused the other Tier 3 class holders to tremble. All eyes were now on this region as a new force was being created. Arthur's previous position was quite unfavorable, as he found himself between two large territories. To the west side was Theodore and to the east Ivan. Even though the latter had suffered a big loss, a large chunk of his forces still remained. If not for the cult, Ivan might have decided to show himself in this city too. Luckily, Tybalt and Julius are on the other side of the island. This should give us some time. While Ivan was an injured tiger, he still posed a threat to his brothers. They couldn't just move through his lands to arrive at this city. Instead, Roland expected a slower push through various other means involving capital. While Ivan is busy defending himself against Tybalt, Theodore might feel pressured by Julius. They will probably still not see Arthur as much of a problem. This will be our only chance to make any substantial progress. We must use this opportunity. Roland nodded while looking towards the Valyrian villa. There in the window, he saw the man that was the supposed mastermind behind it all, Arthur. He was incomparable to his brothers, more similar to a paper tiger than anything else. Yet he had room to grow, and for that to happen, some changes needed to take place. His gaze landed on the person next to him, a maid with cat ears. "I guess now is the time. We need to strike the iron while it's hot. Now that it's over and I have some time, I need to give this a go before it's too late." "What's that, boss? Looks complicated," Burnett commented while stoking his own beard as if he was a researcher himself. "It's just a part of an illusory rune that I've been working on. I'm missing a few elements, but now I can at least piece some parts together." "Oh, your guests have arrived already. I guess it's true that time flies by when you are working." "They do. I always thought it slowed down instead." Burner gave out a chuckle after leaving Roland's office. This was a smaller room where he usually spent copious amounts of time doing research. It was filled with large scrolls and books covered in runic designs, and what he had been researching was quite the peculiar rune. It was quite difficult to understand even for someone like him, that managed to reach a level of a master runesmith. Even after the Ascension trial had given him all the basic knowledge to work with greater runes, he was failing on recreating this one, which consisted of multiple ones, and was probably a grand one. It was an incomplete schematic that lacked the most integral part, the runic operating system. It was like the chassis of a supercar that lacked the proper engine to make it run. This was the same diagram that he lifted from the monolith belonging to the cult, and when looking at it, he could somewhat connect the dots. It had many obvious elements that a craftsman like him could find in runes primed for illusions. To the uninformed, it might have seemed that magical spells that could produce their own worlds required a lot of mana, but in actuality, it wasn't so. These spells affected the brain of the target and altered the perception of the world around them. The spell didn't create holographic images in the real world, it just injected them into a person's brain. Even when there was nothing there, the person's mind made it a reality. There was no way for him to recreate the spell. Even if he recreated everything through the schematic, it would probably not function to the same capacity. Tier 3 runes worked differently than the other counterparts. There were a lot more ethereal pathways spread out throughout them. Then there was another main problem. This particular spell was similar to the divine runes that he investigated. The abyssal cult worshipped some outer dimensional being or god. It, just like any other god, came equipped with its own strange magical wavelength. While Roland had been successful in figuring out one of these waves, it was not easy to calibrate to another one. The fastest way would be through catching a glimpse of an abyssal priest performing some spells. They were the main worshippers that were attuned to their evil god. This didn't mean that the schematic was pointless. Thanks to it, he could see all the components involved, and also understand the three-dimensional structure of the multiple greater runes it had. He speculated that Tier 4 runes were just multiple Tier 3 runes put together. There was a similar distinction when it came to lesser and common runes that he was able to comprehend, even when he was a runic blacksmith. The only problem would be the complexity, but he would be at least able to do some research. When he started out as a runic scribe, he began the process of disassembling runes into smaller components. With time, this translated from lesser to common runes, and now even played a role when working with greater ones. Thanks to this methodical approach, he was capable of finding the important parts in this huge and strange schematic. He just needed to spend some time, and a way of blocking out the signal would be found. "Wish I had the time to spend on this. I bet the cult would send out their assassins here instantly, if they knew what I could do." For the time being, he covered up the schematics and all of his research that made their way into a nearby safe. He had no idea how far the cult had reached. It was better to keep everything hidden away, as a possibility of his compound getting infiltrated was there. There existed many spells and creatures of the night that would allow people to sneak into these parts. If they found schematics with the abyssal cult's fingerprints all over them, he might not live more than a few days. It wouldn't even go over with the people that should be on his side, the Solarian Church. They might accuse him of being part of the cult, and with the runic schematic just here, they would have a case for it. For such a thing to not happen, he decided to have the safe to blow up if anyone unexpectedly arrived. Luckily, the lick that was here didn't trigger this failsafe, so he still had the old plans to work with. "Let me get a move on before my guests get bored." As he was finishing the sentence, he heard a loud bang coming from upstairs. The whole workshop was rigged with speakers to inform him about any loud noises while he was working. However, this was not a burglar or an uninvited guest. It was one of his closer acquaintances. Did that idiot start something? I need to get up there before they destroy my house. Roland quickly rushed through his workshop to get to his home upstairs. When he arrived there, the trouble revealed himself in the form of his favorite muscle head. Armand was down on the ground smiling. His body went through the dining table. The person that was facing him was an unsuspecting woman dressed in light armor. From the way everything looked, he could tell that she had thrown the large man onto the wooden furniture piece. What are you two doing? What did you do to my table? Hey, it's not my fault. I just wanted to greet her and she did this. I'm the victim here. I'll make you into a victim if you keep talking like that. How dare you try to touch me, you damn brute. Hey big sis, calm down for a moment. His dining area was occupied by exactly 3 people. Armand was down on the ground with a big shit-eating grin covering his face. It was clear from a glance that he was in some way messing with the other person. This person was Mary, the cat-girl maid who at this time was pointing one of her daggers at the muscle-brained idiot. Then to the side was the third participant, Lobelia the half-elf. Knock it off. An aura of oppression filled the whole house as Roland shouted. Some of the windows started shaking as the skill was activated. Thanks to him now being a lot stronger than this bunch, there was no need for him to plead. Just by activating the runic suppression, he was able to make their skin crawl. They were quickly forced to look his way as their knees buckled under the pressure. Whoa, hey stop that. I didn't even do anything. I'm sure Armand is to blame. You could have at least stopped him. But that doesn't matter, clean this mess up first. You can't just. I can't. Will these 3 be able to work together? Maybe I shouldn't have invited Armand over. What Roland needed was some help. There were no Tier 3 class holders in the city that he could really trust. The platinum adventurers that Arthur hired could easily be bought up by Theodore that had deep pockets. It wouldn't be strange if he was already attempting this after they were identified during Emerson's exchange. During the Ascension trial, he experienced backstabbing from one of his wooden people. This was always a possibility, and the vaguer the relationship between the 2 parties, the more shaky it became. To remedy this fact, there was a need to gather more resources in the form of helpers. Armand along with Lobelia were the only 2 adventurers with enough competency to be of any help. From the other side was Mary, whom he didn't really trust, but she would certainly not go against Arthur and any of his interests. He could at least trust her to never betray the city lord that he had formed an alliance with. That's enough. Follow me and try not to break anything. Damn, you sure have gotten bossy since becoming a head knight Wayland. Have I? You must be imagining things. Roland turned his face away from Armand after the reply. All of them soon made their way down into his workshop, where none of them had previously been. What stood between them and the entrance was the automatic door. It could be opened by Roland's mana or by a metallic card that could be fashioned by him. A card. Mary frowned a bit after receiving the card covered in runic traces and small symbols. After examining it, she was not able to discover the meaning behind the item. The other 2 received their own card and were quickly informed about their use. Try not to lose that, or I'll be forced to replace all of those cards for everyone. To enter my workshop, just insert half of the card into this reader here. If you do it correctly, then the armored door inside should open. Oh, it's opening. Armand's eyes increased in size as he watched Roland demonstrate how the runic card worked. After the lick trashed the whole place, this vault-like door was placed in as a replacement. It was really thick, and would give even a Tier 3 monster some time to break through it. Each card had its own unique runic password. While this meant that he wouldn't actually need to make new cards, it was better to make up the lie to enforce the rule. Haha, I'm in Wayland's workshop, if only the guys knew. If you tell anyone from there, calm down. I'm not going to tell anyone. My lips are sealed shut. Lobelia smiled widely, while Roland gave her a bit of a side glance. He was aware that the Thieves' Guild believed that there was a treasure trove inside this place. The possibility of her actually breaking in here was low, but he couldn't discount the possibility. To combat this issue, he was now installing dividing thick doors for each chamber. Everything would be divided by a grate, and Lobelia would require a lot more clearance to get into the more interesting parts of his underground lair. What's that? Her is that an enchanted great axe? Hey, what is that thing for? Whoa, it started glowing. Can I pick it up? Can you please not touch anything? Do I have to call Elodia over to keep an eye on you? Hey, are you implying that I need a babysitter? I'm older than you, you know. I don't think anyone would believe that. Roland rolled his eyes while Mary remained silent. She was quickly using her eyes to look over the room they entered. Not much besides regular wares that made their way into his runic shop were gathered here. Then as they continued, a few golems could be spotted crawling around, and finally, they arrived at the main testing chamber. Here was their first destination, where he intended to inform these three about the plan. Yay, we made it without Armand blowing something up. Shut up. This must be a new world record. Lobelia cheered while jumping around the room. Mary, on the other hand, seemed a bit too reserved. This he attributed to her line of work and all-around mistrust for anyone other than Arthur Valerian. In her head, the possibility of getting lured into a trap and getting killed was always on the table. The other day when he explained the issue to Mary and Arthur, the young lord was actually eager to join them in this event. Mary didn't want to hear anything of that. It was surprising how much say this woman had, and understandable that she reacted this way. Their next destination was the dungeon, and with the help of some of the items he prepared, they would start leveling up. Roland knew that disposing of a body in the dungeon was an easy task. It would be absorbed by the strange place, and everything could be blamed on the monsters. If he was in Mary's shoes, he would probably act the same. While for some reason Arthur trusted Roland to not attack him there, the woman's job was to keep him alive. Even if there was an inkling of a possibility, she needed to watch for it. This was actually fine with him, as getting Armand and Lobelia up to the limit was more important for his own safety. They would protect Elodia as she was their sister, and after some adventures together, he learned to trust in these two. Mary would just be given the tools to progress, and then she could hand them over to her lord when the time came. He also considered his other friends from his gold rank test period. Yet some of them were a bit too money hungry for their own good. Calm down, we don't have all day. Come over here and take a look at these items. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Did you make new weapons? New weapons? Will I be getting an enchanted bow? An enchanted bow? Do I get some magical gauntlets made out of red mithril like that new armor of yours? Sweet. Not exactly. What is this stuff? Are those supposed to be weapons? Roland nodded while the three people here looked at something that looked like large pages filled out with runes. Right next to them, they could spot a whole notebook with similar pages that was greater in size than a regular book. Then to the side, there was a strange metallic backpack with wires connecting to a rod-shaped object with handles. These throwing knives look fine at least. Are they made from mithril? You have a keen eye for these things. Roland nodded while taking one of the large pages from the table. It was time for the presentation of this one-off weaponry. While he was able to shrink down the magical scrolls when it came to common runes, it wasn't that easy with greater ones. What he ended up with were these bulky pages of costly magical parchment. They also required special ink that had a steep price. Luckily, thanks to Emerson's contribution, he was able to get enough to last him a while. Step back for a moment and watch. Is this far enough? He glanced back while holding out the page towards one of the dummies. Both Lobelia along with Mary took the hint, and quickly hid behind a plate of metal. There was a small slit with special glass that they could see everything through. Armand, on the other hand, didn't move from his spot at all. He was just half a step behind Roland, who was holding out the scroll towards the target. Are you going to use it or not? Armand broke the silence, and it didn't seem that he was reacting to the glare he was getting. Roland could only give out a sigh while looking forward and activating the runic item. The moment he did, the symbols along with the traces lit up in the color of the morning sun. Right from the middle of this one page, a bolt of strange radiant flames shot forward and collided with the wooden logs in the shape of a human. Ack, my eyes. His helper covered his eyes as he was surprised by the bright flash. The girls that were hiding in the back quickly came out from their cover to look at the flaming dummy. Those flames, they are different. I see that you noticed. Ugh, noticed what? It didn't even do that much damage. Are you sure that's the right scroll? Mary, along with Lobelia, looked at Armand with disdain, as they realized that the spell was more than met the eye. The radiance and strange flame color was something only a divine spell should be capable of. Is that a holy flame bolt spell? How did you get your hands on that ink? The church usually reserves it for their own paladins when fighting against undead monsters. Well, don't worry about it, Roland replied while trying to act naturally. In reality, for a divine spell on a scroll to work, specialized ink needed to be made. The way to make it involved priests but was hidden away from the public. The ink that he was using wasn't that special. The important part was the customized rune that hit the correct wavelength. Luckily, it's not that easy to ascertain that ink from this. As long as I shut my mouth, no one will know. While the power wasn't that much above a Tier 2 Flame Bolt spell, it would be enough to devastate the Tier 3 undead monsters in the dungeon. With the help of these scrolls, this team of 3 would be allowed to quickly rise through the levels. Their road there would be a lot less bumpy than his, but also required him to continue to replenish these items. After showing off some of the others, the time for a dive back into the dungeon would be upon him. Though this time around, he wasn't planning to just remain at the entrance. Woof! A rather excited-looking ruby wolf charged at an unsuspecting salamander. Before the creature could even turn around, its head was between a set of sharp teeth. A crunching sound was heard by the nearby people that didn't even really pay that much attention to the low-level creature being slaughtered. We are already in the lower section of the dungeon. How long have you known about these tunnels? That's a trade secret. Anai, be sure to take out these monsters when you see them. Oh woo! Mana stones. That's probably because of your armor. Roland frowned under his helmet while grumbling. The larger armor, composed of shiny mithril, was truly a sight to behold. The design was a bit more intricate than what he usually went with. If it was the old him, then he would have probably looked like a trash can with arms. Instead, he looked fashionable and knightly to fit in better for his new role in the city. He considered putting on a robe over it, but it would just melt instantly if he produced any type of attacking spell. This place is too well lit for its own good. We should move along. The sword that he made to float was just strapped to his back. Even without it, the armor was eye-catching enough, but at least it blended in well with the red glow of the lava pits. The runic traces and runes weren't as visible as on his older creation. With the added thickness and increase in the quality of metal, they didn't show through unless he actually activated their effects. Only then would his enemies know that he was wearing enchanted gear, but then it would already be too late. A large sword. I wish that emulating swordsmanship skills would be possible for me. Roland had trained a little bit with swords when he was younger. Throughout the years he had to give up on increasing them, as there were just not enough hours in the day for everything. Focusing on rune smithing had allowed him to come this far, and was the right choice. It was possible for him to learn some advanced combat skills now, but leveling them up was the true problem. After interacting with Emerson and the other knight commander that left the other day, he wasn't sure if he needed to go outside of his current comfort zone. While the man he faced in the duel had some nice defensive skills, they weren't really different from what he was able to produce with mana. The only drawback was when going against anti-magic, but other energy sources like aura had similar deficiencies. Without his runic eyes working on skills, he could not copy them as he did with the divine spells. It seemed that there was a difference somewhere that perhaps couldn't be covered by wavelengths. Yet, after seeing some of those skills, he could see how he could integrate them into his own system. Skills seem similar to something like automatic combat. The person performing them is limited to the motion decided before their activation. Hey, one got through. While walking towards the lava lake, they encountered a few other monsters. One of the fire salamanders popped out of a nearby pool while he was passing by. This was nothing out of the ordinary, as the monster's speed was far below something a Tier 3 class holder was capable of. His hand moved to the side, and he spread his digits as if waiting for something. This was the cue for the large sword on his back to fly out. With the help of the mage's hand skill, it was quickly propelled into his grasp. After getting a good grip, he thrust this weapon forward, while activating one of the basic skills that he had learned. Instantly his sword was guided forward, and his body performed the motion perfectly. Just like Knight Commander Alphonse, he did the same. The blade connected with the monster's head and produced a massive hole in it. This skill was just one of the basic ones every swordsman or even warrior was capable of, called the sword thirst. Through its use, Roland was aware of the skill effects and of their one major downside. The parts of the body that are required to perform the skill are locked into the motion for a moment. This usually won't be a problem, but can still leave a person open to a quick counter. Roland's mind was indeed made up about the usage of skills. On one hand, they allowed people to perform actions automatically while going above the limits of their bodies. Higher-level skill users could later engage in high-speed combat, with skills helping them evade and counter. While they were quite the boost to one's strength, they could also become a double-edged sword. He could see someone becoming too reliant on this auto-combat-like feature. It would probably be best to have a good balance between passive and active skills instead. He was not really someone that used a lot of active skills, but he could see a battle between higher-level skill users to be something similar to a chess match. They would need to decide when the best point was to activate their attacking or defensive skills. Seeking opportunities for an opening or luring in others with a fake one was part of the course. Yet for someone like him that went with the magical route, he would need to traverse his own path. Combat with fast casting runes was not something prevalent in this world. Roland might have been the only person alive with a unique skill set up for magical equipment casting. While rune mages existed, they were not capable of creating something like a suit of armor, nor did they have the strength and endurance to use it in battle. There was no blueprint for him, nor would he ever find a master to guide him to his answer. What he could do was just continue practicing, make mistakes, and learn through experience. We are lucky, the lava pool is clearing out. Yeah, but we are not alone. Isn't that a platinum adventurer? You're right, but the rest look like golden adventurers. Did they hire the person to guide them into the new area? Lobelia responded to Armand after the group arrived at the large pool of lava that was about to clear up. Now that Roland's secret was out in the open, everyone else was eager to visit the new dangerous area. Even on the way here, they saw some strong-looking parties venturing through. We need to run you too, ignore their group. He voiced his opinion while storming off for the entrance. Anai was right behind, his tongue flopping around as he was quite enjoying the freedom to run through the dungeon. Soon everyone waiting for the lava to clear was sprinting into the middle. I'll have to bring this up with Arthur. This can't continue to be the only way of getting to the dungeon. Getting to the new dungeon could set people back by days. It would probably now be faster as the monsters would have been cleared out, yet this couldn't go on. The longer they or any other adventurer needed to get there, the more money they would lose. Thus there were two options: either build some type of elevator at the chasm area or a bridge through this lava pool. The molten rocks at the center spot were somewhat shallow. Creating a small barricade around it might have been possible. Now that there was a reason to invest in this venture, they needed to hasten this process. It was well worth it to spend copious amounts of money on getting those Tier 3 materials out into the city. They would stimulate the economy and allow everyone to profit like they never profited before. After arriving at the middle, Roland activated the secret area. The other adventures that were coming with them were probably equipped with one of the keys that he made. It was just a small plate of metal that looked like a credit card. With its help, people could open up this area to gain access. It's quite the scam though. The charges are limited, and you have to pay at the Adventurers Guild to get more. Getting to resources wasn't free, and anyone that wanted to get further in had to pay up. The card also allowed the city to profit from an adventurer that didn't make it back, or decided to sell their materials elsewhere. Thanks to this method, it allowed Arthur to gain a little bit of extra money, without having to do anything. Even though Roland's cards could probably be copied by others, some money would flow back into their pockets. While remaining silent, the fifth member of their group was first to make her way down into the chamber. Mary seemed slightly on edge while traversing through the dungeon. The young woman didn't seem to be too trusting, and perhaps was constantly looking for an escape route. Going in first would allow her to check for traps and other elements while getting away. Hey, cute maid, why are you so silent? I just don't want to talk to you. We should remain cautious of our surroundings. We don't really have to be with those two around. Just relax and have a nice chat. Hey, leave her alone. Lobelia interrupted Armand's exchange with Mary, who didn't seem too interested in her new adventuring companion. The man continued to send her lustful gazes throughout the entire trip, and continued to throw one-liners in her direction. Luckily, their trip had continued without much of a problem, and Armand was able to keep it inside of his pants. I hope these two won't get in a fight while I'm gone. The path forward was clear. The corridors that were usually filled with monsters were barren. Many other adventurers had already gone through, which allowed them to reach the boss chamber rather fast. The entrance was open, and to Anai's dissatisfaction, his favorite meal was not there. Instead, they found a few dwarves moving outside with large backpacks. Should I stop them? For a moment Roland contemplated using his newly gained position. He was a knight commander, which put him above any guard or soldier in the city. When applying an analog from the real world, he was something similar to a police chief. If he wanted to stop this group that looked like miners, he could. Maybe another time. I need to teach those three how to grind out experience, and not like a knight commander should perform searches on random people in the dungeon. His position was supposed to be something above a common guard. Perhaps if there were some lesser knights or guards here with him, then ordering them to do a search was proper. This group had several guards around them and didn't look too happy about something. When he examined their clothes, it seemed that they had gone through some type of encounter. There shouldn't be any other monsters beyond this point. Did they walk into the traps or get into a fight with other adventurers? For the time being, he decided to make a mental note on the looks of these people, along with using his runic camera to save their portrait. There was no reason to stop them, but if he found out that they murdered people in the dungeon, then it was now his job to report them. They belonged to the Dwarven Union, and some of their faces were familiar, so finding them later wouldn't have been a problem. Soon Roland and the group continued onwards and finally arrived at their destination. This place was a lot more sparkly before, commented Lobelia while being the first one after Anai to run into this large mine. Even though there were some ore deposits here and there, it was a lot more barren than when he was the only one aware of this place. Clearly, the group that left before had something to do with it, but they weren't the only ones responsible. Others are also picking at the rocks. We'll have to hire some proper guards, along with the new route. Just as he expected, a lot of treasure hunters had arrived at this place. He could see at least 3 separate groups taking away the minerals from here, as if there wasn't a problem anywhere. This mine belongs to Lord Arthur. How dare these hoodlums steal from him? Mary moved her hand towards her thigh, where she had a few throwing knives hidden away. While she was usually wearing a maid uniform, this time around she came in dark leather. Her face was mostly covered by a combination of a hood and something akin to a ninja mask, which went along with her current class. Hold on, just leave them be. We don't have time for this. But don't worry, I've recorded all of their faces. After we return, we can have the guard captain take care of it. Mary knew about the technology where he could produce images. It wouldn't be hard to find these people and fine them for their actions later on. In a sense, they were performing flea labor, as they would probably give up all the mined materials to not get thrown into prison. Now came the important part, the entrance to the dungeon, which was occupied by some people. Now first, let me show you something that you will need. We need even more. Is it a better weapon? No. But you gave her some throwing knives, and even Lobelia got arrows. Why am I the only one being left out? Because you don't have any ranged skills. What do I need ranged skills for? All I need are my fists. That's why I didn't give you a weapon. You'd just end up killing yourself. Yes. Damn, you didn't even hesitate. That hurts, brother. I'm not your brother. Can I at least use that strange backpack with the rods attached to it? Yes, but only use it when you get into trouble. Nice. Besides the scrolls with divine spells, he had given Lobelia a quiver filled with arrows and Mary some throwing knives with a similar effect. He did not want any of them getting too close to the Tier 3 undead monster, as he feared that they wouldn't even be able to take one attack without dying. Giving Armand a pair of knuckle busters so he could get himself killed was an enticing idea, but Elodia would probably kill him if she found out. For the backup plan, they had a refurbished runic device that could generate a certain spell. If all things failed, they were told to use it for their safety. Just look at this. Mary, you probably remember this. Lord Arthur has a similar device in his office. Yes, it's the runic hologram. The chessboard-size box that was at Arthur's office was similar to this one, which was much smaller. With the help of his current class, he was able to compress it further, and this would allow his friends here to progress through their training safely. Then this will be easy. As you can see, these red dots represent the undead monsters in the dungeon area. You'll be able to prepare before they even show themselves. The tactic for the grind was rather rudimentary. With the help of this device, they would wait for a monster to appear, and then pelt him with some divine scrolls, arrows, or throwing knives. He instructed Lobelia and Mary to try and get their weapons back if it was possible, but run if any danger appeared. Let's go in then. I'll clear the path. While he had done all of this before, grinding directly at the dungeon entrance was impossible for them. For the time being, he needed to prepare a location where they could perform the task without other people looking in. Having divine spells flying around was quite eye-catching, and would probably draw unwanted attention. Anai, stay in the back for now, and all of you remember to follow my instructions, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety. Woo! Lead the way, Knight Commander Wayland. Show them hell, Knight Commander. Lobelia shouted out while cheering from behind, and was quickly copied by Armand. Both of them didn't really see him as a proper noble, and somewhat believed that there was something fishy here. Thus they did the only rational thing they could think of, and decided to make fun of the situation. Oh, shut up, you two. Commander. Wait here. Are you going to be okay? Even if you are a tier 3, 2 monsters at once might be troublesome. I'm going to be fine. It's just 2 berserkers. They are the easiest to handle. They will blindly charge at anyone that gets in range. If you follow after me, they might target you instead of me. It will complicate things. If you say so, we'll be cheering for you. Anai, you too. Just wait here and protect them. Woof. Lobelia gave Roland a big thumbs up while smiling brightly. Behind her was Armand, who repeated the gesture. Mary, on the other hand, continued to stare at the surroundings without saying much. She seemed to be constantly on the lookout for potential monsters, traps, and occurrences. It was clear that she was a true professional that didn't let her emotions wander during a mission. Anai, on the other hand, seemed a bit disappointed, but when he was ordered to protect the whole group, his eyes perked up. From the look of things, he judged the 3 people correctly. His 2 friends here were concerned with his life, while the ninja maid was not. If something happened to him, he could probably count on her prioritizing her own life. This was fine, as their relationship was only blossoming. Perhaps after more time had passed, a better partnership bond could be created. 2 berserkers. I said that it wouldn't be a problem, but I'm not entirely sure myself. Even though Roland spoke confidently, he still had some butterflies in his belly. In theory, the skeletal fiends that weren't over level 160 should pose no threats to him. They were weaker than Emerson that he faced and also lacked tactical thinking. Their main skill was going berserk, which enhanced physical stats. They were usually endurance, strength, vitality, and agility. Yet there were debuffs that came with the power increase, as their intelligence dropped by a significant amount. The stronger their power became, the dumber they got, and turned into rage monsters that could only react. Will he end up like them when he advances? While moving forward away from his current party, he glanced in Armand's direction. His newest class was of the Berserker family, and could become a problem in the future. It was possible to master this skill at the higher levels, but it usually had a downside. Roland knew of it, as he had engaged with Armand in single combat. If he wasn't capable of defeating the enemy after his buffs ran out, then he would be at a massive disadvantage. Name: Armand, 121 lira. Classes: T2 Fist Berserker 21 lira, T2 Pugilist 50 lira, T1 Warrior 25 lira. But would it be smart to switch now? He is probably used to fighting with timed buffs, and should know how to manage his resources. Would he even listen to me if I told him to take something less volatile? Roland had to accept the fact that even if he told Armand to go with a specific class, his muscle-brained friend would probably go for another one on purpose. Perhaps if he went with a reverse psychology approach or asked Elodia to do it for him, it could be possible. Yet there were merits to choosing such an iffy class. The increase in physical stats was tremendous. It put them on the level or even above prestige classes. This meant that if Armand managed to progress enough in his stat-boosting skills and learn to control everything, his strength wouldn't be something to scoff at. There should be ways to alleviate the mind debuffs, I should be able to make something. There were mind-cleansing spells out in the world. Now that he could tap into the field of the magic of the priest and cleric classes, he could do something about it. This was even one of the tactics used by high-leveled adventurers when a berserker was inside their group. A priest could calm their rage down if it got out of hand or install some buffs to let them focus better. With Roland's skill set, he could probably create an automatic piece of armor that would cast the spell whenever Armin's mind was affected. If he implemented this, he wouldn't have to worry about getting a rough fisting from behind. That would cover the idiot. Then what about Lobelia? Name: Lobelia 112 lira. Classes: T2 Silent Arrow Pathfinder 12 lira, T2 Bow Rouge Bow Expert 50 lira, T1 Thief Scout 25 lira, T1 Archer 25 lira. When analyzing Lobelia's status screen, he could see through the item she was using. It displayed her Thief class as the Scout class instead, and also hid all of her other classes from view. There were special conditions to meet when getting the Thief class. Usually, people looked down on others that went with this route, so this was expected. The Adventurer Guild wouldn't look down on them, but this didn't mean that other adventurers wouldn't. Lobelia was focused on ranged combat but not fully. The Bow Rogue class would help her with getting dagger-related skills. It was quite the expansive class that gave a person a lot of options, and also opened up paths to various assassination professions. One of them was the Silent Arrow class, which, as the name stated, allowed people to remove sound when using ranged weapons involving arrows. She is a bit less problematic, but I might have to enhance her status-altering enchantment. If I can decipher it, so will others. She would just require regular archer-related equipment such as arrows. Her class was similar to Roland's and relied on outside sources. With the correct ammunition like elemental arrows for the right occasion, she could potentially deal with almost any hurdle. Instead of making hundreds of various types of arrows, why don't I focus on designing multi-purpose ones just like with my armor? That'll probably save a lot of time and resources. Roland had been able to change the elemental attribute of his spells since forever now. While Lobelia didn't have any rune-related skills to alter the runic operating system, it was the same for him when he started out. Thus he already knew how to design the arrow shaft and tip for her. The only problem would be the materials, as he couldn't just use regular wood. When it came to Mary, on the other hand, he could see equipping her with some powerful stealth weapons. She was probably going with the assassination route. Giving her something to cancel out sounds in a wider area would probably enhance her potential. Some spells that produced shadows or generated sounds in other areas would probably allow her to infiltrate areas better. Yet before she received her Tier 3 class, he wasn't sure what to go with. Throwing knives seemed to be something that she used normally, and creating one similar to the elemental arrows was a possibility too. Now let's focus on these two. At least those guys did their job with rigging this place up. On the small display screen inside of his helmet, he could see the entire dungeon area. All the corridors and rooms that had monsters crawling in them were all showing up. They were represented by red dots, while any person of the races by green dots. Thanks to this, he could calmly approach his next target. Infernal Skeleton Berserker, 157 lira. Both at the same level, they seemed to be moving on a pattern. There was an additional feature in his map, as his armor was capable of storing data. The same was for the sensors, but their storage capacity was limited and would reset after a while. They were somewhat similar to cameras at a store that needed their tapes replaced. All these monsters were on rigid paths that never changed. There was one constant pattern that in this case would repeat every 1.5 hours. The closer one should start moving towards this corridor in a minute, while the other will remain there. That's good. I can take care of him without immediately getting attacked by the other one. It was time to test out a few things from his arsenal. With a little help from his multiple minds, he activated the storage space that was integrated into his back. A ripple in space could be faintly seen as a cube-shaped object emerged from within. It was followed by 3 identical ones, and before dropping down to the ground they started glowing. All 4 activated almost instantly after being deployed, and showed off the various glowing runes they were inscribed with. Normally Roland needed to use his mage hand spell to hold items up, but these 4 cubes didn't need it. Instead, they equaled themselves with the help of the levitation spell they were equipped with. 2 of them floated over to where his shoulders were, and remained slightly above them. The other pair made their way to the sides, and remained at around waist level. Connection seems fine. Mana transfer is at over 90%. He nodded while looking at his display. These floating cubes with rods attached to them had their own batteries, but they had other ways of keeping themselves afloat. As long as they came back and hovered around Roland's body, he could share his mana with them. The further away they got, the harder this process became, and more mana was lost. However, they had enough energy to last through a few battles, and this would be the time to test them. Time to go. Bit 3 and 4. Attack the designated target, and keep your distance. While he didn't have to use a voiced command, he wanted to test the feature. It was possible to later integrate the floating devices into his workshop or into the city. For this, he would need them to be able to receive commands from other people that couldn't access the runic components as he could. Other golems that were in the world already had those features, and he needed to keep up with all the other craftsmen. Just as he commanded, the two cubes started floating forward. They were integrated into his map system in a way that allowed him to pinpoint the target. After going around the corner, they quickly floated out of the range of the first skeletal berserker, and continued on their way to the true target. Hey, your opponent is me, so try to focus. This didn't mean that the monster wouldn't go after them. The moment the two floating units were before it, the monster started charging. Luckily, this dungeon had quite a large ceiling, and this skeleton was in possession of no ranged weaponry. This didn't mean that it wouldn't be able to jump high enough to swipe at it, with the help of its massive claw-like hands. Before it did though, its opponent appeared in the form of a large armored man. Roland took aim with his hands stretched out, and immediately activated one of the Tier 2 divine attacking spells. A bolt of sparkling flames escaped from his palm, and connected with the monster that was distracted by the flying cubes. The moment the divine energy touched the undead monster's bones, a quick reaction took place. The berserker gave out a strange low-pitched howling sound as if it was in pain. Its whole body started going up in flames as the effect of this spell took over. It wasn't just a simple bolt of magical energy. The divine pattern came from Celeria, the goddess of the sun. Roland discovered that this type of wavelength worked together with fire spells which burned quite well. This combination allowed for a long-lasting damage over time effect to take place which would persist for a while. Its health points are going down rapidly, and the bits are managing to hold their own against the other one. As expected, one won't be enough, but while the monster was still alive and moving forward, its steps had become sluggish. It didn't seem like something a Tier 3 creature should be limited to. The weakness to divine spells that undead creatures possessed was truly massive. They didn't just suffer a lot of damage, but also received a debuff. Divine Retribution, debuff. All undead beings under this effect have all their stats lowered by 40%. As long as the burning effect lasted, the monster would continue to suffer this massive weakness. This was a drastic decrease in stats that brought the monster down to the level of Tier 2 class holders. It was thanks to this effect that this place made the perfect grinding ground. If he had been capable of producing this effect in the past, he might have actually been able to explore this dungeon before reaching Tier 3. 2 should do it. With another hit, the monster's legs began to crumble. Even though it continued crawling his way, the persistent burning effect managed to finish it off. The scrolls that he created packed a punch and were so large for a reason. Even though they only contained Tier 2 spells, they were all empowered divine spells that contained his own mana. If they connected with the target once, then it was over for the monsters. Now it was time for the second monster that had just launched itself in his direction. Even though the flying bits were capable of producing beams of mana, the monster was more interested in the divine energies. It was a strange occurrence. Even though undead were susceptible to divine energies, they were drawn to them. They would target any person that cast these types of spells. Of course, he knew this and was prepared to blast this charging maniac as well. This one is wearing some better armor, but it shouldn't be a problem. This large skeletal monster had a rude awakening as something collided with his rear end. It instantly stopped in its tracks as it could feel the bones that it was made of start to crack. The attract came from behind, and it belonged to one of the flying cubes. While they were not capable of producing the same divine spell as the one he previously used, they still could provide some fire support. The other 2 cubes that were hovering around his shoulders were activated as well. They flew forward while zooming around the air at strange angles. These devices came equipped with a few possible flight paths that were meant to confuse their targets. It did the trick as the monster found itself unable to keep up or to decide on the one he should target. Roland decided to hang out in the background while moving in closer. What was happening in front was quite the show. The monster was constantly getting hit by yellow beams of light. They were like tiny long thin laser beams, and with each hit, the creature grew slower. The same debuffing effect was activated to slow down the monster's agility. With it not having any way of reaching the floating cubes nor any intelligence to grab a rock to throw at them, the monster was soon defeated. This would probably not work against a lick or a champion with a shield, but that's why I chose this room. Roland looked at the crumbling monster that was barely moving. It was still alive, and that was what he was aiming for. After getting closer, he felt strange. The enemy was defeated, but it felt too easy. These things were capable of murdering him without any trouble just a few months ago, but now, they wouldn't even be able to scratch his heavy armor. Hanging around this level won't do me any good. I need to explore the lower levels if I want to actually level up. He reached out toward the monster's chest to grab something. The moment he grasped it and pulled, the monster gave out its last howl. After a quick scan with his analyzing skill, he nodded and put the round object into his spatial space. Infernal skeleton core. At first, he wasn't happy that he needed his mana to activate his storage, but now he thought differently. Even if his armor was stolen by someone, it would have been impossible for them to access his items. No one would even suspect that there was such an option integrated into a heavy suit of armor like his. They would just look for any pouches on the sides that contained some items he didn't care much about. I should call those 3 over. I'll guard them for now, but I can't babysit them forever. There were many things that he wanted to discover in this dungeon. The Platinum Adventurers had given a report, but he couldn't fully trust them. Without exploring everything himself and affixing more sensors, it was really there. How did you know? There was a pattern in the dungeon. A pattern. I've never heard of such a thing before. Most people don't do things like me, so they wouldn't be able to find it. Roland replied to Mary, who was astonished by the opening secret door before them. Inside was a small room of around 20 square meters. Right at the end was a lone chest with unknown contents. It was a secret room just like the ones sprinkled in the other dungeon, and the entrance was quite similar. These dungeons aren't connected to each other, but they are very similar. I've heard a theory about it, and this might confirm it. Back in his youth, Roland made an effort to go through all the books on this world that he could get his hands on. Someone once said that knowledge was power, and he took the advice seriously. His arrival here was abrupt, and he needed all the information that he could get his hands on. Thus, even before becoming an adventurer, he made sure to study dungeons and what made them tick. After starting his new profession, he continued to gather more information. Now it allowed him to put a few things together to find this hidden chamber that opened through another runic lock. It was similar to the ones in the original Albrook dungeon, but getting in would have been impossible without his new Tier 3 class. The runes had increased in difficulty, and now required more involvement from his skills. Usually finding a room like this would have been impossible through normal means. It was behind some bones in what looked to be a burial chamber. Roland had an ace up his sleeve, which was his mapping system. Through it, he was able to previously discover a pattern in the secret chamber location when he was going through the upper levels of the old dungeon. The undead flaming skeletons on the upper levels could have also been affected by this undead crypt. I need to visit the lower and upper levels before anyone else can discover these areas. The hidden rooms and chambers usually had some bonus rewards for anyone that found them first. Other times it would require a long waiting period for things like special bosses and chests to reappear again. Now was the best time to go through all the levels and grab all the loot before the other adventurers made their way here. While the runic symbols could be only activated by people that could affect greater runes, this didn't mean that there weren't other ways of getting in. He was able to drill passages through walls. It wouldn't be strange if someone could blast their way through, if they knew that something existed on the other side. High-level adventurers usually have some items that detect hidden treasure chambers. Eventually, they will find them, and after the cat is out of the bag, others will begin scavenging for more. He could already imagine word getting out and platinum adventurers pushing through to get the hidden loot. Perhaps he could spoil their fun. If he managed to discover the hidden rooms and take everything for himself, they would arrive at empty chambers. If the consensus arises that no items were to be found in these hidden rooms, then perhaps he could push others away from wasting time on entering them. Hey, is it safe? It doesn't seem to be a mimic, but I'm not sure my skills are high enough for a higher tier mimic. While he was having a look at the minimap, Armand asked Lobelia a question. For a moment he expected the meathead to just go for the chest. At least when it came to adventuring he had enough experience to know better. Chests could be monsters or booby-trapped, even the areas around them like walls or ceilings could hold hidden traps. I don't see any traps or mechanisms, no weighted panels either. It should be safe, what do you think? Lobelia made her assessment and soon looked over to Mary. Both had classes that were good at discovering things, and a lot of their skills overlapped. The maid, dressed in dark leather, nodded and performed a search herself before finally speaking out. It seems that it should be safe, but I think it would be better if Sir Wayland opened it. You heard that, Sir Wayland. Go ahead. Roland just grumbled while the three of them cleared out. He intended to do it himself from the start, but Armand made it sound like it would have been better if the chest blew up in his face than in theirs. His armor was equipped with a few discovery spells that could detect magical traps and the sorts. This was uncharted ground though, and he needed to prepare for every possibility. When it came to B-ranked dungeons and above, he didn't have that much hands-on experience. Reading through books and old adventurer stories gave him an idea of what to expect, but safety was first. Thus the best way of tackling this matter was through ranged spells. Even if it was a higher level mimic or a magical bomb, it wouldn't get to him if he was out of range. While his three party members stepped to the side, he took a step forward. He didn't enter the room but remained at the edge of the entrance. Sometimes entire rooms like this could be affected by things like teleportation traps or pitfalls. The safest way to go around this was using his mage hand to reach for the chest. Before producing this newly favorite spell, he activated his floating cubes to move forward. They were floating around in the chamber in the event of a monster being unleashed inside. Soon the chest was floating into his hands, and it seemed that the safety measures weren't needed. Is something wrong? It's locked. Locked. Can you bring it over here? It's not a mimic, at least. I think it should be fine. After exchanging a few words with Lobelia, he decided to use his mage hand spell to pull the chest out of the hidden chamber. Everything seemed to be clear, and when it was outside they just needed to open it. Smashing a chest was always an option for getting items out, yet it could damage the items inside. Not everything was resistant to shocks from the outside, and this chest here was quite robust. Can you open it? This is a B-rank dungeon. Who do you think I am? No problem. Lobelia seemed confident, and there weren't any obvious traps on this chest. Smashing it open was an option, but he would have rather not damage potential rare materials. The rewards that could be found in B-rank dungeons and above were exceptional. It was possible for one of these to contain something special. Click. Haha, I knew I could do it. The lock popped open, and he could see the lid opening up. Lobelia didn't just remain in that spot, but instead jumped right behind Roland's large frame. Yet no explosion came of it, and finally, the item that was hiding away was revealed inside. What is this slab of metal? Ugh, this thing is heavy. Don't just stand there and help me out. Leave this to a real man. What the is this, made of star metal or something? Why is it so heavy? Armand's muscles bulged as he needed to use both of his hands to yank the object out of the large box. When it came out into the open, Roland realized what it was. The shape was similar to a coffin, but it was clearly a tower shield. After looking at the identification screen, he understood why even someone as strong as Armand was having trouble with the weight. Name: Enchanted Black Mithril Tower Shield. Classification: Rare. Durability: 90/90ths. Armor rating: B+. Lobelia whistled after hearing Roland's response. There were various elemental variations of mithril, and the armor he was wearing was made from such a variation. This one was a little bit different. Usually the element they were aligned with just increased the resistance values against it. Black mithril was created by absorbing dark energy, which could be produced in a crypt like this. It was usually secondary to the unholy undead energies, but didn't trail far behind. After the metal absorbed the dark energy, it didn't become more resistant to it. Instead, it became a lot heavier and had its defensive capabilities enhanced. When it came to raw armor, black mithril was up there even with higher tier metals. A whole shield made from something like it would be able to defend even against the highest tier opponents, and was quite the lucky find. Wahaha, hey, look at that. Wayland can hold it with one hand. Maybe if you didn't spend so much time fooling around, then you'd be able to do it too. Shut up, he is a tier 3. Once I ascend I'll be able to do it too. Lobelia pointed out with her finger at Roland, who took the shield from Armand. With his current stats, he would be able to use this thing without suffering any penalties. Besides being shaped like a coffin, it had a large skull on the other side. It didn't take him long to figure out the enchantment that made Mary flinch a bit when activated. The skull eyes are glowing. Whoa, it's turning green. Lobelia voiced her concerns, but Roland was quick to calm the group down. Don't worry, it has a protective spell on it. I guess someone thought it would be funny to make the eyes glow. It does look a bit cool when I get back home. I should remake this into a runic structure. The spell in itself isn't bad, but it can be enhanced. I don't think those two fit together. They don't fit. Yeah, maybe if you put some skulls on your armor and get a darker sword it could work. You should probably ditch it, but don't worry. I have a friend that could use something like that. How about I take it off you? Armin commented on the look of the items Roland was carrying. The shield belonged more in the hands of a dark knight, while the sword he took from Emerson was too gallant. Then combined with his crimson armor that looked more streamlined, it just didn't mesh well together. I'm still taking it. You just sell it. Damn, he saw through it. Can I at least? No, now get into the chamber. We already wasted enough time on this. Roland shook his head in disgust at the muscle-bound idiot. Even though he was letting him tag along to help them power level, he still wanted some extra cash. Lobelia wasn't much different, as she had a somewhat longing gaze when looking at the black shield. The only person that looked normal was Mary, who probably just wanted to train. Okay, I'll stay here with you for today, but in the future, you'll have to do it by yourself. Everyone nodded without voicing any complaints. While it was safer for Roland to remain with them, he would get sidetracked and gain nothing in return. During this small window he had before the dungeon became infested with other adventurers, he had to dive deeper into it. Mary, you're acquainted with the map the most, so I'll leave most of it to you. Can you place the device down here? The ninja maid nodded while all of them started placing down their belongings. Soon all of them were looking at the dots on the screen, while Roland tried to explain everything. While perhaps he was worried about Armand, with Mary around they should be able to succeed. So you want us to focus on the Berserker variants? Yes, they are the easiest to read and defeat. As long as you fight one at a time everything should be fine. The plan was simple. Using this chamber as a safe zone, they would target the nearby infernal skeleton Berserker that he just cleared out. After going through the dungeon map back to his place, this was the best tactic he could think of. While it was safer to remain in the mining area, there were too many eyes on them, and the grinding trick would surely become known to everyone. If they stayed here, they could casually hide away if any platinum adventurer arrived. Without the proper tools, they would be unable to open this hidden room, where their group could hide until he returned. This sounds simple enough and could actually work if the scrolls do the job. That's why I'm going to stay here for now. The next Berserker should appear in around 20 minutes to go over your equipment. The biggest help was actually the mapping device and not the divine runes. Weapons were easily made, and even something like his big mana cannon could be used instead. Yet knowing when the monsters would respawn and which paths they took was the biggest advantage a person could gain over them. He wasn't sure if people were actually aware of these paths, as they were hard to confirm. The monsters would move away from them whenever they encountered a living person, and sometimes some random factors were introduced. Without something measuring the repeating paths on a daily basis, it would have been hard to confirm for regular adventurers that just wanted to make a living. What are you doing? Just giving the device the correct code. You'll be able to open the chamber with this when I'm not here. The item in his hand looked like an ID card. It was similar to the one people used to enter the hidden chamber under the lava lake. The hardest part was finding these rooms and then cracking the code. Creating a key to get in was rather easy, and didn't require that many materials. But what if it doesn't work and we can't get out? In that case, you'll just have to wait for me to come pick you up. But what if something happens to you? Then you'll have to dig yourselves out. Roland pointed to the backpack that he had Armand wear throughout the trip. It wasn't just a runic flamethrower, but also had other items inside. If for some reason he wasn't able to make it back to their location and the key was damaged, they would have to get out of here the old-fashioned way. After explaining everything, he pulled all of them back into the room where he defeated the two berserkers. There he was able to catch the moment of recreation. It was a phenomenon where a monster spawned back in the dungeon. It was a strange magical phenomenon that not many people understood, and it was taking place before them. First, a strange substance that looked like water rose up from the ground. It soon split and turned into a floating orb that turned from being translucent into a black color. This orb then started expanding into the shape of the skeletal monster that inhabited the dungeon. This is the best time to attack. They won't be able to move for a second or two after respawning. Use your scrolls on it. Roland called out to Mary and the others that pointed the large pages with runes at the monster. If aimed correctly, they would be able to deliver a devastating critical blow, without even having to endanger their own lives. 3 bolts of divine energy flew at the skeletal being, and connected right as it was about to move. The glowing eyes activated just at the right time to see the spells coming their way. We got it. Me too. What is this experience? It actually worked. They got the hang of it rather fast. I might be able to move along to schedule for once. Roland was leaning against the corner while watching Armand use the divine spell scroll he created. The spell was constructed in a way to guide itself toward undead creatures. Even if they aimed it at the ceiling, the bolt would bend and fly at the giant spawning skeleton in the middle of the room. The area he found for the 3 to go through had 2 respawning monsters with 1 more traveling through it. After killing the initial 2 monsters, it was quite easy to exterminate them on a timer, as they always returned within the same amount of time to the second. Even the moving creature was easily dispatched if all of them activated their weapons as he walked through the corner. The perfect room for grinding. Those berserkers always stop for a moment to activate their rage skill, which makes it easy to kill them. The tactic seemed rather easy and made something difficult look rather trivial. This wasn't the case, as without the divine spell all 3 of them would be devastated by this monster. While they could quickly dispatch it, the same could be done by this creature that was above their tier. Woof. Are you getting impatient? Don't worry, Anai, your time will come. Anai whimpered a bit while watching the trio dispatching the respawning monsters. His wolf companion hadn't really had anything to do since getting here. He was unable to use divine spells, and sticking magical scrolls into his muzzle to do the same would be suboptimal. Luckily, there were other ways that he could help his canine companion level up faster. Their connection as master owners was somehow created by this world. The experience between the 2 was shared to a degree, as long as they remained in close proximity. This was also why Anai was behind, as Roland didn't bring him to the dungeon during his grinding sessions. Then there was also the issue that the shared experience had begun declining, as if the system didn't want Anai to progress too hastily. Yet this issue could be alleviated with a set of woven armor. Anai was still in possession of his old armor, that wasn't that hard to modify with some leftover mithril. Just like the trio here, he would be able to produce the same divine spell. The spell manifestation rune was close to his horn, which would allow him to aim it in a more natural fashion. That about wraps out the test run. They should be fine for half a day. While they are here, I can start exploring the dungeon. Think you three can handle yourselves? Are you getting bored? Asked Armand while smiling slightly, and Lobelia chimed in from the side. What will we do without our knight in shining armor? I'll take that as a yes. I'll be gone for a few hours, so just stick to the safe room when you see other adventurers coming. Nodded Lobelia while shrugging. It didn't seem that the two were too concerned about the situation. It seemed that they were too enamored with their fast pace of leveling to care about their safety. Luckily, they had one more mature member in their midst. Roland looked headed over to Mary that was in the process of dislodging one of the throwing knives he gave her. Can you watch over those two? Even though the monster paths are set in stone, it's possible for some to come when lured by other adventurers. I can't promise that I won't prioritize my own safety over theirs, but if they won't get in my way, then yes. Without him around, any semi-competent Tier 3 assassin would probably be able to sneak into the villa. Even if there were some magical defenses planted there, it might not be enough. Well, at least you are being truthful about it, but I hope that you at least realize that you owe me. Of course, I will never forget what you have done for Lord Arthur's sake, but I must prioritize him and his mission over others. Is that so? I hope you understand that I'll cut my ties with your lord if anything happens to those two then. Mary was taken aback by the response. It was one thing to save herself to remain at Arthur's side, but it was another to lose an asset like Roland. Without him, the city would quickly go under, and she understood what he was implying. If those two died, then their relationship would sour, and at least for the time being, she could not let that happen. I understand. I'll prioritize their safety. Good that we could come to an agreement. Now that he had said his piece to both parties, he hoped that they would at least watch each other's backs. While he didn't trust Mary too much, he believed that she would at least prioritize keeping him happy. She knew about the plan to implement runic equipment into the city, along with creating a better way of getting to this place. Only with the help of his mapping system would they know how to create the correct path. Let's go, Anai, but remember to stay behind me. Oh woo! Finally, he disappeared behind one of the passages. The dots representing Armand, Lobelia, and Mary began to vanish on his zoomed map that only showed the immediate surroundings. Now that he was alone and with no distractions, he had some time to take in the scenery. The area that he arrived in looked quite spacious and was covered by columns and arches. Right at the end, he also spotted one new enemy, Infernal Skeleton Champion. 154 lira. This infernal skeleton variant was smaller than the berserker. His frame was more similar to a regular human's with a few differences. Some of the skeletal features were out on display, as the armor it was wearing had some holes in it. Those glowing eyes that lacked any emotions were also peeking from under the helmet, and they quickly focused in on the target. What are you looking at? The monster didn't reply as he slammed his new tower shield with the large greatsword. This produced a loud banging noise which focused all the attention on him. For Roland, taking care of this monster wouldn't be hard, but today he did not come here for leveling. His role was as a support for others. After releasing a strange shriek, the creature charged forward. For a fraction of a second, he felt like something was trying to enter his mind, but was unable to pierce through it. More than likely the scream was an attack aimed at stunning. It wasn't very effective on someone like him that possessed high willpower, yet Anai, on the other hand, was frozen in place. Screams and shouts can be skills too. I'll need to upgrade Anai's armor to take care of the debuff. He can't handle it at his current level. Roland's armor was actually capable of guarding him against such attacks. Many magical shields existed, and they weren't only limited to blocking elemental effects. There were ones that increase willpower or could even block out adverse effects. Yet having them up on a constant basis would be quite troublesome. Triggering the effect instantly after the attack came made things more manageable. The monster charged forth. In its right hand it had a large mace, and in the other a moderately sized oval shield. Roland instructed the bits to float to the side and remain on standby, while he casually walked forward with his new shield in hand. The monster started swinging, and by the glow of the mace, it was clear that it was some sort of skill. This attack connected with the darkened coffin-shaped shield. Instantly he could feel the weight behind this hit. Even though the monster was below his level, and stats his feet were pushed down into the floor. Cracks formed where he was standing, and they continued to spread in all directions. Yet he didn't back down, and instead decided to give this skeletal fiend a push with the shield he was holding. With the added weight of his armor and his superior stats, the monster was forced back. The momentum it gained only caused damage to the arm that was holding the mace. It stumbled for a moment, but soon was at it again. Another hit from it was coming, and Roland wasn't really doing much to stop the monster. This time around it was different. Instead of just taking the attack to the shield, he activated the enchantment on it. The skull on the front side started glowing, while the coffin was covered by a green glow. The attack flew in just to be reflected by the enchantment. Part of the force was sent back to the enemy due to the recoil causing some damage. I'd say, around 40% reflection value. I could probably make it better. The monster's right hand didn't look good. The bones that were sticking out started crumbling, and probably with the next attack, it would lose its weapon. If this was a berserker variant, it would have just continued with the attack. The champion, on the other hand, was somewhat more intelligent. Instead of continuing with the attacks, it started to back away, trying to turtle up now. It won't work, Anai. Roland wasn't alone here. While he was testing his new shield, Anai's stun effect wore off. During the second hit, the wolf circled around and got behind the enemy to now be able to activate his own armor's effect. Using the fact that Roland was playing tank allowed for a nice shot from the back. A bolt of divine energy shot forward and connected with the creature's back. Normally the skeletal champion would be able to evade such a sluggish attack, but it was being held back by a quick binding spell. It wouldn't last for more than a second or two, but this would be enough for his companion. Anai's attack connected nicely with the backplate of the monster, and the divine flames seeped into the bony insides. It's a bit less effective on armored enemies. Anai, do it again. Woof. While the monster was hit, the holy flames were having trouble seeping in through the armor. Luckily the plate this champion was wearing had many holes and looked rather old. This allowed for the magical energies to seep in and apply the debuff against undead creatures without much of an issue. After the monster was weakened, it was easy for Anai to take over, and soon the battle was over. Good job, Anai. Woof. After a pat on the wolf's head, he noticed that his level had gone up by 1, from 138 to 39. Anai didn't suffer from taking one more tier 1 class. Like he did so after only 11 more levels, he would arrive at his tier 3 evolution. What Anai would turn into was something that he was looking forward to. He would also become quite the asset, as there weren't that many tamed beasts of the tier 3 variety. Registering him will be a lot easier now that I'm the head knight. Maybe I should also go and get my adventurer rank increased to platinum. Now that he was slightly famous and had more to say, it would be easy to pass the platinum exam just like the others. He expected the guild master to welcome him with open arms, after what he did to Emerson. A nice change compared to his old life of having to keep his head down. He can't ask me for my status screen either. I can veto that decision as a knight. While thinking about his newly gained perks of being a knight, he plucked out the monster's core. Anai instantly perked up at the round object, but after giving it a few sniffs he wasn't too interested. Mana stones were part of his diet, but these undead cores weren't apparently as interesting. So the armor remains, and I can even take it now. It doesn't look too good though. Should I just melt it down? Name: Resistium chest piece. Uncommon. Durability: 3470 seconds. Armor rating: C. Name: Resistium mace. Classification: Uncommon NO plus or minus O grav O tilde dot in. Durability. Attack rating: C. These skeletons were using damaged weapons, but they weren't that shabby. They were a notch above what he was able to make when he was a tier 2 craftsman, and they were made from better materials as well. The storage space that was inside his backplate wasn't super spacious, but he could at least fit a few weapons and armor pieces inside. Later he could decide on what to do with these things. Perhaps Burner could restore them, with a few enchantments, and the platinum adventurers around it should fetch a good price. The influx of potential customers was upon him, but he didn't really have the time to manage everything in his shop. These weapons the skeletal fiends dropped could be refurbished and restored for a hefty profit. Their worth was below a mithril weapon, but above a durasteel one. For people that were just looking for something cheap that worked, these would offer the perfect balance. After packing up, he started delving deeper into the dungeon. The first thing that he noticed was that this space was a lot more spacious than he anticipated. It was one thing to look at a representation of reality on a map, and another to actually be there. Luckily, this level didn't pose that many obstacles, as it had been already fully explored by the Platinum Adventurer party. Whoa! One of them actually appeared. While most of the creatures here were humanoid skeletons, there were other variants. One of them gave him a little scare, as it instantly zoomed in his direction from the other side of the chamber as he approached. It was a flaming skull that continued to release a scream while flying forward. This time around, Anai was surrounded by a specialized shield, and didn't suffer the stunning effect. It's fast, but before the monster could approach him, all of his floating cubes started firing bolts of mana to intercept this strange being. The moment one of the attacks collided with it, an explosion rocketed the whole large crypt he entered. Infernal flaming skull has been slain. This creature was more like a homing missile than an actual monster. The moment it was touched by anything, it exploded. It was important to quickly kill this thing with ranged attacks before it reached anyone, or it could potentially wipe out an entire party of adventurers in one go. His map only showed him some dots, so he wasn't expecting the skull missile to fly his way, but luckily his flying automatons were programmed to intercept such things instantly. This is troublesome, Anai. Step back and only use your ranged spells and equipment to attack. Woof. While informing his wolf of the danger, he activated his armor's magical systems. A lone flaming skull wasn't that dangerous, but it posed a big problem. When it screamed or exploded, other monsters that were close became alert. When looking at his map, he could see multiple dots moving his way. Some were quite fast and were probably other flaming skulls. There is only one place they can come through. Thanks to his map, he was given a tactical advantage. An easy decision was made to focus on the lone corridor that connected to 3 others further in. All the monsters would charge through it to get to where he was. Without even thinking about it that much, he started casting one of the premier cleric spells. The runic traces started traveling from his chest down to his feet as he took a step forward to perform a stomp. Almost instantly, a radiant glow escaped from his soul and traveled in a straight path forward. The ground that was filled with undead energies was becoming cleansed as the hallowed ground spell effect took shape. Soon enough, the first skull appeared and was swallowed up by the divine zone. While this spell didn't produce direct damage, it produced the same long-lasting debuff. Each and every one of the undead that appeared through the corridor would become sluggish. I guess it's time for some target practice. Roland started blasting. Each and every undead monster that appeared was quickly dispatched by his beams. Even an eye that was standing to the side was able to put in some work and deliver doom to a few monsters that would normally kill him with one swing of their claws. This might be a good tactic for leveling. He looked at the pile of destroyed bones before him and smiled. While his level did not increase, Anais jumped by another 2. At this pace, the Ruby Wolf would quickly achieve his next evolution. Oh, are they doing something with the old clock tower? Are they going to finally fix it? Are they removing the old clock? Maybe some rich merchant finally decided to buy it. Why would they? There isn't really anything here, and it's not close to the marketplace or any of the districts. Those look like city guards. This must have been ordered by the city lord, and isn't that the new knight commander? What is he doing here? A group of confused people were looking at a large group of craftsmen. They were working on an old clock tower that was inside the city. It was in a somewhat bad location away from any trade or entertainment districts. Not far from it was the city hall, which most people hoped to avoid due to the large concentration of soldiers and bureaucracy. Officials for cities were known to have a stick up their rear, so everyone wished to limit the interaction if it was possible. There wasn't really much here, but for some reason before their eyes, the large structure was being turned into something new. After a while, everyone went on their way, but from time to time, some of them returned to take a peek at the progress. It didn't take long, as the changes weren't that extensive. Instead, they were kind of strange to the onlookers. The clock tower remained mostly the same, but something was placed on top of it instead. It consisted of a large shaft with 3 blades attached to it. Only after they started moving did people realize that it was somewhat similar to a windmill. Yet it didn't seem like the insides of the tower were changed to accommodate the true use of this construction. It was spinning, but no grain was being transported inside to be turned into flour. What is this supposed to be for? Decoration. Was our city lord this strange? He seemed like a regular noble. Aren't all nobles strange? But didn't this all start ever since that knight commander showed up? Wasn't he supposed to be a runesmith? Didn't that turn out to be a lie? Residents of the city didn't know what to make of this thing. It wasn't the only strange change that was implemented. Right as this blade tower was being assembled, many ditches appeared in the city. They were placed on each side of the road, and even caused some trouble with carts and merchants. Some strange black rods that were able to bend were placed inside and then covered up. They could even see them being connected to this clock tower for some reason. This process was quite interesting as some magic was involved. At first, it was the Knight Commander who displayed earth magic to help create and cover those ditches. After a week, some mages appeared to take over and continued filling up the holes with those strange things that were apparently called wires. The purpose of this eluded the populace until they brought in another strange device. What are they doing now? Why are they placing those poles into the ground? They aren't made from wood. Are they hollow on the inside? The workers brought out a strange hollowed rod through which they started shoving those black wires. One side of this thin iron pole was then connected to a thicker base. Some of the onlookers noticed that this thing was getting assembled near the previously dug out ditches. Others also saw the workers connecting the two wires with each other by some type of strange clasp. On top of this thing, there was a glass rectangle that started to get wider when arriving at the top. The four sides were covered by regular cheap glass that wasn't anything hard to produce even in this world. Then when trying to peek into the inside, they saw some strange plate with an even stranger symbol on it. Is that some kind of rune? The day was almost over, so the area they were placing this thing in was becoming darker. Usually, the only thing that lit up the night streets were the torches the guardsmen carried with them. Sometimes when an important guest arrived at night, some temporary lanterns could be set up, but they could not burn forever. It looks like a lantern, but not like any that I've seen before. It's more similar to magical lanterns. A magical lantern. But why would they just put them here out in the open? I have no idea. Lanterns existed in this world, but they were usually costly to produce, and even costlier to care for. They required constant refills of mana fluids or mages. They usually found their way into the homes of rich merchants or nobles that had ample amounts of money to spend. Even the ones in richer cities were only placed in rich districts or points of interest. This one, on the other hand, was near a common road that led to the marketplace. Okay, that should be enough. We are going to activate the construct. Oh, they are doing something. While the onlookers were contemplating this strange lamp, the people that were assembling it started to back away. To the side, there was another strange box with some switches. It was constructed before this lamp was placed here, and the main technician was now about to activate it. After a resounding click, the rune on the plate started responding, and quickly a bright yellowish light appeared. It is a magic lamp. Are they going to place them along the street? A commotion broke out again. The light was bright and illuminated the usually darkened street quite well. To everyone's surprise, they could see more of these hollow rods and glass lamps at the side of the city workers. It quickly became clear that they were going to place more of them throughout the city. Within the span of a few days, the main road had a row of these lanterns. The first time they were all activated, the people were baffled by the improvement. Everything was so bright, and they could easily traverse back home even late at night. With this amount of illumination, another boon was noticed. The street had become a lot safer than before. Thieves and pickpockets could not use the shadows to their advantage anymore. The improvement to safety during the night had been expanded. Luckily, this wasn't all. Soon an announcement coming from the town hall informed them about the future plans of the new lord. These runic lanterns were set to be placed throughout the whole city. They would also reveal a series of new quality of life improvements later on, and they would be even allowed to test them out for a period of time. No one was sure what to make of it, but as long as their life was improved through these magical devices, they were willing to give it a shot. The people seemed to like the new lanterns, but is there a problem? Yes. I'm not sure how they will take the increase in taxes later. What did you call it again? Magical power bill. Don't worry. After they get used to the magical devices, they won't be able to go back again. The tax won't be that high, which shouldn't be a problem. I hope you're right, my friend. Roland along with Arthur were looking over some paperwork in the villa office. There were mostly records of the material costs for the current project. With the help of Arthur, it became possible to create the first wind generator inside of the city. As it was generating magical power, he created some street lights that used cheap metal plates. These could be made even from iron, which was easy to come by. With his current level and tier, he was able to copy lesser runes without losing much mana. The runic light spell was very power efficient, and would allow these plates to shine for many months, without burning through the metals. They were similar to modern light bulbs, and were also easily replaced even by a person with no manufacturing profession. There was a simple clasp within the lantern that could be spread, and then clamped back down on the reusable piece of metal. While the work just started, he expected the city to be lit up within a few weeks. However, this was only the start of his plan, as what happened next was more important. Lighting up the city would first make it a lot safer and easier for the guards to spot criminals roaming at night. Then, after all wires were spread through the city as a net, he would go to phase 2. The people in this world lacked a lot of modern-day necessities. After gaining a cheap light source, it was time for heating and water. Plumbing existed, but as with everything else, it required a lot of busy work and also magic. He was no plumber, but creating a sewage system and runic spells that created water was possible. His own home had a bath that could be heated up by simple runes, and soon everyone in the city would be able to do the same. Even though they were in a region close to a volcano, during the nights the temperature would decrease. With power being supplied, they could create heaters for the night, and simple fans for the day, if things got too hot. With his runic generators in place and some help from the mana crystals from the mine, they had enough juice to jumpstart this revolution. We will offset some of the cost by selling the precious metals for now. While we are on the topic of metals, there were some people that could be useful, but you'll have to judge them by yourself. Oh, are they from outside of the city or from within? From outside, I think some of them can be useful. But how about we ask the Union for some help? I'm sure everything would go smoothly if we get their craftsmen involved. The Union? Huh. Roland frowned a bit, but he also needed to look at the bigger picture. He was the only runesmith in the city that would go through another population increase soon. Now that Tier 3 monsters appeared in the region, craftsmen on his level would appear here. Even the Union of Dwarves would have someone like that appear. This new person would probably become the new chief there and replace the dwarves that tried to kick him out of the city. He might be worse than them, but I can't keep making lamps and home appliances. The biggest problem when allowing others to look at his creations was getting them copied. There were no patent laws in this world. Anyone could just take an existing design and copy it if they were able. At most, he could keep others from investigating his wind turbines, which were the heart of it all. The only thing he could do was make everyone sign a contract of no disclosure to slow down the process, or introduce some sort of self-destruction process into the runic structure. Sooner or later someone will figure it out, but by that point, I should be self-sufficient again. I'll take a look at their new chief craftsman. I think he should be arriving in a couple of days. I see that you are well informed. Both of them continued to discuss the city before finally parting ways. Roland had gained a lot of duties. He was the head knight and also the chief of Arthur's craftsmen. A group of them had been assembled and given residence in one of the watchtowers. It seemed that working under a Tier 3 runesmith as a lure had worked out. Some enchant smiths had taken the bait that didn't belong to the Dwarven Union. While that faction was large, there were other smaller ones scattered over the whole kingdom. With some help from them, he would be able to progress somewhat faster and focus more on his own work. Now he just needed to nab himself a proper runesmith apprentice, and all would fall into place. Those 3 should be somewhere in the dungeon. Their levels are close to being maxed. I wonder what they will choose as their classes, but I also need to make a choice. After a day of hard work, Roland was returning back home. He found himself in a bit of a predicament after his canine companion had reached his next evolutionary point. The choices he received were quite good, but one of them looked somewhat problematic. To confirm his worries, he decided to head to one of his acquaintances. Sir Wayland, I'm glad that you have come. Let us pray before the goddess together while she goes into slumber. Ah yes, the sun is going down right. When he arrived at the church, a sermon was taking place. Sister Kasha was there along with the old priest that he encountered during the abyssal cult larvae debacle. Apparently, just like with the Union when Tier 3 monsters appeared next to the city, a new leader would appear. With strong undead-type monsters in the dungeon, it was important to have someone around that could dispel greater curses. I see that you are busy. I'll just wait here for a moment. I wanted to ask you something. Roland needed to wait to the side, while Kasha along with the priest performed their task. Even though this religion was different, it had similarities to modern-day Christianity. The only difference here was that miracles could actually be produced by the priests. Godhood was a lot more palpable, which increased the number of people of faith. He wasn't even sure if any atheists existed here, as magic was a daily occurrence. Praise the sun, Sir Wayland. You wished to ask me something. Ah yes, praise the sun. I was wondering, are there any divine beasts related to the sun goddess? Like, perhaps a phoenix or something like that. Divine beasts. The goddess loves all creatures that live under the sky. The phoenix is a creature born of secret flames, and has a close relation to our goddess. That is true. Would you like to hear its tale? No, that's fine. Are there any woven creatures that you know of? Is that so? There are many divine beings blessed by the goddess. Have you come across one of them? Oh my, could it have appeared in the dungeon? Oh no, nothing of the sort. I was just wondering what the church would do if a monster that was blessed appeared in the wild. The church tries to not involve itself with such beasts. We believe that the goddess has a plan for everything. Of course, it is forbidden to hunt such blessed beings. It is forbidden. I need to report it. I see. I think that will be enough. I have to leave. Ah, you'll have to excuse me. I'm very busy and need to resume my work. He was quick to distance himself from the sun fanatic and the cult-like stares that he was getting. While these people looked harmless on the surface, they could be quite scary. The inquisitors that could judge people on the spot were one problem, and when one was judged to be a heretic, then their life would be practically over. While going back home, Roland glanced at the status screen that belonged to his tamed beast. There he could see the possible choices for his next evolution. He had been conflicted on what to get, but after having a talk with Kasha, his mind was shifting towards the surprise last one. Lesser Mystical Ruby Fenrir, Fire Earth Beast, a rare lesser ruby variant of the apex Fenrir wolf. It combines a large frame of a Fenrir with the magical aptitude of a mystical ruby wolf. Mystical Orthrus, Hellfire Beast, a rare ruby variant of the two-headed hellhound. The heads of this species can function independently of themselves, and destroying one of them will not kill this creature. Their flames gain a special property and can't be doused by normal means. Fire Earth Beast, a fully adult variant of a volcanic direwolf. Its whole body is now transformed into a shell of volcanic matter. Its flesh is extremely resistant to physical attacks. Alpha Mystical Dire Ruby Wolf, Fire Earth Beast, a rare fully adult specimen of the mystical dire ruby wolf. The horn on their foreheads becomes even more pronounced, and their size is greater than their unevolved counterparts. Sunlight Wolf Ruby Form, Fire Divine Beast, a legendary creature rumored to have been birthed by the sun. This ruby variant uses the large horn on its forehead to channel divine fire spells. Its mane can take on the form of radiant flames, and it is rumored to have been a companion animal of the sun goddess. Woof. Hey, calm down, just give me a moment. Woo-woo. Roland was looking at an overexcited ruby wolf that was jumping around his backyard. The moon was peeking out from behind some clouds and barely illuminating the night sky. Even with no natural light, the two could casually see everything. There was no need for runic lights, thanks to easily produced spells that allowed for night vision. Anai knew that today was the day that he would be allowed to turn into a new form. His owner just needed to choose the option, and the transformation would take place automatically. Monsters did not have to go through tiresome trials to finalize their Tier 3 ascension, but their change was sometimes brutal. They could turn into entirely different creatures with different skeletal structures and sizes. He won't set the whole place ablaze after the change, right? After some deliberation and input from the Solarian church nun, he had decided to use the most unique evolutionary path from the 4 choices available. All of them had their pros and cons, with the exception of the volcanic variant that seemed the weakest of them all. The lesser mystical ruby Fenrir, for instance, would probably be quite powerful, but also the largest one of the bunch. A fully adult Fenrir was a tier 4 creature, and it was larger than a woolly mammoth. Even the lesser version here was supposed to be comparable to an elephant. Then there was also the possibility of the mystical ruby variant becoming even larger, as it was a rare variant. It would become quite hard to bring an eye in a Fenrir form into the city or even into the dungeon, as he might become too large to fit through some of the tunnels. Then there was the Orthrus, which was a lesser form of the more known Cerberus. It only had 2 heads instead of the 3 the other legendary creature was known for. It was an evolution that belonged to the Hellhounds, and many of them ended up as a variant. While this was an interesting option, Roland almost instantly tossed it out after putting in some more research. The biggest problem with this one was that Anai's personality would be split between the 2 heads. It would create a whole new being born out of one, with none of the 2 heads being the original Anai. When advancing further into a Cerberus, the process would somewhat repeat itself to a somewhat lesser extent, but the main problem was still there. The third option was the most basic one. It would just transform Anai into a finalized version of the dire ruby wolf. Probably if it wasn't for the 4th option, Roland would have decided to pick this one. The size wasn't as huge as that of a Fenrir, nor were there any problems with him losing his identity. However, the sunlight wolf was something that could not be ignored. A divine beast form was something special. Sister Kasha confirmed it, so it should be fine. His main gripe before consulting with the nun was the Solarian Church. He wasn't sure how those fanatics saw monsters related to their god. It wouldn't be strange for them to either want to capture all divine beasts, or even to try to exterminate them. Perhaps a monster born of the sun would be seen as a blasphemy against Solaria. Luckily this wasn't the case, and they were seen more as something worth protecting instead. It was like a lucky charm for the church. Some religious convocations would even flock to be near such a beast. They saw it as a blessed creature by their deity that could bring them good fortune, but not like I'll make it easy to identify his status. Roland nodded while bringing up the options screen. Thanks to his recent research into status screens and runes that could alter it, there was no problem in giving Anai a special evolution. Even if someone tried to identify him, they would be given faulty information. If they got a sniff of divine energy, he could easily deflect it. Constructing divine runes was not a problem, and he could always claim that to be the source of the magical wavelength his wolf was using. Name: Mystical Ruby Dire Wolf. 150 lira, x 100%. Type: Fire Earth Beast. HP: 6150-6150. MP: 7123-7123. SP: 10,287. Strength: 193. Agility: 267. Dexterity. Vitality: 220. Endurance: 243. Intelligence: 216. Willpower: 202. Charisma: 18. Luck: 15. When Roland compared Anai's base stats to his own when he was at level 150, it wasn't that much off. He had received a big boost from getting his Runesmith Lord class, but had lost a lot due to his Scribe class. Now the big question was if it was possible for Anai to receive a larger multiplier as well. Considering that his Overlord class was somewhat rare, there was a possibility to apply to a divine beast. His wolf was quite intelligent, and his stats showed it. This didn't mean that he was on the level of a regular human. The intelligence stat in this world worked differently on monster races, and mostly reflected magical power. There seemed to be a hidden debuff depending on the being's race when this was taken into consideration. Yet, at least he was somewhat able to understand Roland's words and the meaning behind them. Worf. Is that a no then? Okay, if it gets too painful just tell me. After shaking his head, Anai gave a resounding no to the pain relief potion that Roland had prepared. The time to change was finally there, and so he clicked the option on the screen. It didn't take long for the transformation to take place as Anai's body started changing. A glow resembling the rising sun engulfed his body, and soon turned into wild flames. "This is quite the light show." Roland stood to the side with a slight look of concern plastered over his face. While he knew that flames should not be able to damage a wolf born in a volcanic dungeon, it was heart-wrenching to see him burning up before him. It also didn't help that he could hear various whimpers that were preceded by crunching sounds of bones being shifted around. "Why is it so bright? Maybe I should have done it inside the workshop instead." His hand moved towards his magically enhanced eyes. He assumed that an evolution of this caliber could have been dangerous in an enclosed space. Records of monsters getting birth in an explosion of magical energies were out there. If Anai was turning into some sort of flame hound, it was possible for his flames to damage all the runic equipment down there. "Here come the flames. I need to contain them." A pillar of flames was starting to form and was shooting straight up. It engulfed Anai's entire body and illuminated his whole compound. To halt the advance of these magical flames, he activated a shielding spell that he previously created. It created a dome of around 15 meters in diameter around Anai. It also lowered the intensity of the light to not make it less suspicious. This allowed for the flames to be contained and prevented all his wind turbines from catching fire. A blaze of flames was raging inside, but he could tell that Anai wasn't suffering any damage. It was the reverse. His health points were going up just like everything else. He could see some of the stats ticking quickly up before settling on certain numbers. Finally, after a few minutes, the blaze started to subside, and the next form of his canine companion was revealed. "Anai, how do you feel?" "Woof." The first bark was a bit weak, but soon he could see him regain his composure. The pain of getting their body twisted and changed was probably not something for the faint of heart. He could only imagine what Anai had to go through. Some monsters were recorded to even pass out during their evolutions if they were too extreme. "Oh!" A resounding howl filled the compound, and it was accompanied by flames dancing. A large wolf with a flaming mane stood before him. Anai's size had increased. It was now comparable to an adult horse, with his head reaching higher than that of his master. It would seem that riding on top of this flaming wolf was now a possibility, that is unless he received damage from the flaming parts. The flames are subsiding. He is starting to look more like a ruby wolf now. At first, he thought that Anai went through a full transformation. Instead of a wolf covered in rubies, he was more similar to a flame wolf, which was another variation of a volcanic canine. His entire body was covered by flames which, when examined by his mana sense, exuded a strong divine wavelength. On the outside, they looked like regular old magical flames, but were actually holy in nature. The ruby horn was still there, and it was just more pronounced and a bit pointier than before. On the outside, he didn't look that much different than the old dire wolf form, with just an increase in size. This was how he expected him to look if he ever went with the alpha mystical dire ruby wolf variant. "Are you feeling alright, Anai?" "Woof." "Good. Now, can you turn into that flaming form you had before?" "Woof." He tilted his head to the side before giving it a go. The evolution had been just reached now, so his canine companion still had some problems grasping his skill. After a few moments, a change started taking place again. The red rubies started to shift into flames that covered his entire body. The inferno raged, and Roland could feel the increase in temperature. Those flames are strong enough to turn the ground into glass. His stamina isn't going down, and neither is his MP. This is like the books described. Good, he'll actually be able to switch between forms. His main worry when considering this class was hiding the divine energies. While the church considered creatures with them to be blessed, cultists didn't. Perhaps it wouldn't raise the ire of the abyssal cultists, but there were some necromancer groups that despised such energies. Sometimes they made it their problem to get rid of beings like Anai, before they became a problem, as they casually carried around their greatest weakness. "Okay, that's enough, Anai. Can you turn off that skill you are using?" "Woof." In a few seconds, the flames subsided and his body was back to normal. Roland took a glance at Anai's status screen to see something interesting. There was a note by the class's name indicating the current form. Previously it showed divine form, but now it changed into ruby form. It was a clear indication of the shifting ability and the good fortune coming his way. Name: Sunlight Wolf, ruby form, 151 lira x 0%. Type: Fire Earth Divine Beast. HP. 25,248 25,248. MP. 24,152 24,150 seconds. SP. 37,857 37,857. Strength. 203, plus 10. Agility. 282, plus 15. Dexterity. 140, plus 10. Vitality. 230, plus 10. Endurance. 253, plus 10. Intelligence. 231, plus 15. Willpower. Charisma. Luck. 18 plus 3. Mystical Tier 3. Trait. Tier 3. Divine Beast. Trait. Adds a multiplier of 3.777 to all of the basic stats, with the exception of luck and charisma. That's an interesting multiplier. Do gods in this world believe in lucky numbers? After glancing over the increased multiplier, he started going through some of the other improvements. One of them was the divine element affinity. While Anai had been granted this affinity, it didn't mean that he was capable of producing healing spells. Roland concluded that he would most likely only be capable of enhancing his flames with this new element. This would make it easy to contend with the undead creatures down in the dungeon, and allow for a quick level up experience. Divine Element Affinity 1 Lira. Passive skill. Allows the caster to infuse their spells with the given element. Increases the probability of learning divine elemental spells, and lowers the failure rate of casting any divine spells. Passive skill. Gives the user the knowledge to cast advanced destruction spells of the given element. This trait also allows the user to learn other spells from the given element. If the spell can be learned depends on the user's intelligence stat. To confirm his theory about Anai being more built for attacking spells, he also saw the advanced destruction magic passive skill. It would allow him to produce better spells, and perhaps infuse them with divine energy to produce some unique effects. However, this didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to learn any restoration spells that were usually locked behind priest classes. Divine monsters were different from human classes, and the possibility was there, perhaps if he continued to level, he would be able to unlock that spell tree as well. Whoa, slow down there. While he was looking over the stats, Anai started jumping around the whole compound. His body had increased in size, and coupled with the increase in agility, brought some downsides. He was clearly not used to the increase in his stats, and after a few jumps collided with one of the wind turbines. Hey, stop moving! Before he could stop him from causing even more damage, he saw him rocket into the air while in his divine form. He activated a strange skill that made his paws shine brightly. A magical circle appeared right under his hind legs, which acted as a platform. He was able to actually push himself off it to jump higher, where he created another magical ledge. He can do that. This started to remind him about his crash landing, when he was trying to test out his levitation spell. Anai kept rising into the air while moving in one direction, as if fascinated by the view. It was as if he was fascinated by the moon that had shown itself behind the clouds. Yet his wolf companion forgot about the rule of the world. What went up had to eventually come down. He's not looking at his mana at all. These platforms were not a skill. They were a magical spell. They all required a chunk of his mana that was getting drained rather quickly. Soon Anai would feel a sharp pain akin to having drunk a frozen beverage too fast. It would make him fumble the next magical platform to send him spiraling down toward the ground. The wolf had no experience in controlling this spell quite yet, and found himself on a collision course with the nearby forest. "You're lucky that I'm here," Roland's voice called out to Anai as his now enlarged form started to slow down. Before he could crash into the trees below, he was caught in a levitation spell that lowered the speed of his descent. He was then able to regain some of his balance to produce some of those platforms, and finally land down on his own four legs. His owner had followed the zigzag pattern that went in the direction of the forest. "Hey, stop trying to lick me." After the danger was gone, Roland found himself getting assaulted by a canine tongue. With the increase in size, Anai didn't even need to stand up on his hind legs anymore, he could just directly assault his face instead. Luckily, Roland still had the strength advantage in this case, and was able to push his overzealous friend away. Bleh, calm down. We need to get back before anyone notices, and remember, you are forbidden from showing that flaming form to anyone, unless I tell you to. Do you understand? Woo. It didn't seem that Anai was too happy about having to hide his true form from others, but after getting glared down by his master, he lowered his head. Good, I think you've gotten too big to fit into the house now. Chapter 350. New Master Craftsman in Town. How did it go, Mary? I'm sorry, Lord Arthur. I've failed. Don't beat yourself over it. Most fail the first time around. I'm sure that you'll make it next time. Arthur smiled at Mary, who lowered her head. After reaching the maximum level that she could, her attempt at the Tier 3 class had been a failure. This was quite normal, but the maid wished to become her lord's sword for the future as fast as humanly possible. She knew that her liege also wished to level up faster and at least reach his second Tier 2 class. This would be impossible unless she and the two knights that he could trust reached a high enough level to protect him inside the dungeon. If you have some time to spare, how about you take Sir Gareth and Sir Morian into the dungeon? Their progress has also stagnated recently. Ah, I'm such a terrible lord. My lord, what do you mean? That's preposterous. Heh, thank you, but if I didn't have to rely so much on you three, then your future would have been bright. A solemn expression crept onto Arthur's handsome face. The knights that were around him had a lot of talent, but due to his circumstances, weren't able to use it. They felt obligated to stand guard over him at all times of the day, and didn't trust the other soldiers to do a good enough job. Even now, when the road was open for them to progress, his mere presence was holding them back. I have already been blessed. Without the Lord's involvement, reaching Tier 3 wouldn't have been so easy. That we all owe to our friend Wayland. But without the Lord's involvement, he would have to leave the city, and would have never had the time to unearth the secrets of the dungeon. Perhaps. Arthur wasn't that sure about his involvement counting too much. His new friend that was hiding his name seemed like someone capable of paving out his own future. Without him around, he would not have been able to progress this far. The dungeon would have been taken away, and his fate as a lackey of his older brother would have been sealed. However, now that he thought about it, the man he was working for had a past filled with many questions. Why was he running away from a reputable household like the Arden family? Perhaps just like his own Valyrian family, they had a problem with younger siblings taking the limelight. Then there was the issue with the lick that to this day remained a mystery. Arthur decided to not pry into the issue as it was resolved by the man that also discovered the new dungeon. It was too much of a coincidence for him to not be involved in the issue in some way. That the lick chose to attack his home before the city was also suspicious. The man he was working with was perhaps not as virtuous as he assumed. For the time being, they had an agreement, but in the future, he needed to become self-sufficient. Yes, the Union would not have been as lenient in speaking about them. Isn't it about time for that new chief to arrive? Do we have some information about his identity? We can't be sure, sir. There were a few people that fit the description. Was there perhaps a runesmith among them? There were a few high enchanters, but some master runesmiths were on the list. Arthur's intelligence agency, which was created by Mary, still worked in a limited capacity. The best they could do was to get a list of potential craftsmen that could be sent into this region, with the current dungeon rated at B. If it was an A-rank dungeon, then probably someone experienced would be sent, but at the lower ranking, it was less likely. Even though his partner in crime didn't like the Dwarven Union, their existence was required. They had all the connections and funds to help this city prosper. What he wished was for the two parties to squash their problems and work together. There was a lot of money to be made if they cooperated. Pushing the established group of craftsmen out of his city would set him back. He would need to fund a new guild thereafter, which would not be an easy task. While perhaps in the far future, this would bring him more funds and control over the city, there was no time. The more time was wasted, the further he got away from his goal. Regretfully, he didn't see a way for the two parties to come together, unless the Dwarven side did something. The man named Roland was quite stubborn, and he couldn't see him relenting in this situation. I wonder who it will be, Mary. Find out this individual's name. We must get him on our side, before his mind gets rotted away by the other dwarves. The Union isn't a monolith. The higher masters vary in their beliefs. Maybe if we are lucky, this one won't be as bad. Arthur felt somewhat useless lately, yet there were things that only he could do. One of them was trying to get the new magical craftsman on his side. This required some charisma and meditation skills that his friend somewhat lacked. Perhaps it wasn't too late for him to do something about it. With the allure of creating a city with many runic devices everywhere, perhaps even a dwarf could look past who it was created by. If he enticed them over to their side, the profits that they could create would be tremendous. Quickly, Mary, we must prepare. Send out someone to receive the new dwarven master. Bring them over here. Ah, of course, my lord. While Mary didn't know what happened to her lord, he looked to have been invigorated. After failing her Tier 3 Ascension trial, she had some free time until it became unlocked to her again. Thus she rushed to the exit to inform the head butler and the maids about the arrangements. They needed to prepare for an important guest that belonged to the Dwarven Union, and by the looks of it, they didn't have that much time. What do ye think they sent to us? I dunno, it's strange, they didn't mention it directly. What could this mean? Doonan nodded at Bammer, who had been previously their only magical craftsman. Usually, they just received wares from the main union headquarters just like any other branch, and did some simple crafts here by themselves. Now a new boss was about to arrive along with others. It was a higher tier along with their own disciples, and both of the dwarven men here were trying to earn that right here. Could it be Master Thornin, or perhaps Galthern? I hope it's one o' them. If we can get on their good side, then nothing will be able to stand in our way, no and that human. Aye. The two recalled suffering many defeats at the hand of Wayland the runesmith. Little did they know that he had been a high-leveled knight in disguise. They didn't even know if he was a proper runesmith, or if there was a hidden master within Arthur's estate. The city lord also made things very hard for them since he arrived. However, with a master on their side, things would change. This person had a lot more pull than any of them, and could make it hard for anyone to prosper inside this city. They could not see the nobles leaving money out on the table. There was just too much to gain. Soon all of them arrived at the meeting place where the carriage would be. The wait was boring, but they needed to be here early to not miss their new boss. Dwarven craftsmen took their job very seriously, and there was a clear status quo. A master was always the last person to arrive at the smithy, and the first one to leave. Even if they had to wait for a whole day, they needed to be there to greet him. Ah, it's there. One of the men from the back shouted out while pointing at a large carriage. The symbol of the Dwarven Union was on the side, and behind it, a few others of the same type were approaching. They were sure that it was their new leader, and the other carriages contained their entourage. Now it was up to them to make a good first impression, through which they hoped to get into his good graces. Get a move on and make way for the master craftsman. Aye, the dwarves weren't tall, but they made that up by being quite wide. They were all grizzled men with bulky arms, and when they acted together, no one could stand in their way. Every person that was near the carriage section was pushed to the sides, so that their boss could get out of his carriage. Some complained while others shouted out some profanities, but after realizing that they belonged to the Dwarven Union, all of them quieted down. Greetings. Bammer stepped forward to greet the new chief, but before he could finish the sentence the carriage door slammed open. His aim was to open it up, but instead, it collided with his face and sent him tumbling back. The other dwarves stood still as if they were frozen as the voice of the person that was coming out of the carriage sounded a bit off. Arg, why doesn't this shit-ole have a rune train? I just had to go and get on da nerves of that Alnook. Huh, what is this? What are ye bastards staring at? The group of dwarves was stunned by the look of the person that left the carriage. At first, they thought that perhaps their new leader was behind them, but no one else was there. Then their gazes landed on the emblem on their clothes, which confirmed that they were a higher-up member of the Union, and more than likely their new chief. "Oh woo!" Roland called out from the back, while ordering his recently evolved wolf companion to activate one of his skills. Anai's mouth started producing some smoke before a surge of flames erupted forward. The dummy on the other end, along with the reinforced wall, started to quickly heat up. It's melting right through it. Okay, stop. Bwerf. What was left of the iron representation of a human was nothing more than red sludge. The flames of a Tier 3 creature born inside a volcano were nothing to scoff at, and basic metals could do nothing to stop them. This was not the end of the test, as there was a similar untouched dummy on the other end. Now, transform and try doing it again. Anai responded to the command by instantly shifting into his sunlight wolf form. The ruby horn that adorned his forehead turned into something made of red energy, and so did his entire mane. In a sense, he looked like a being surrounded by flames coming from the sun. The attack was now aimed at the other dummy, but there was a significant change. First of all, there were no flames this time around. Roland could see energy particles being formed within Anai's muzzle that quickly started swirling into a larger, more condensed form. A flaming circle appeared right before a beam of heated energy escaped forward to collide with the iron target. The intense heat caused the target to almost instantly melt before his eyes. It was a more focused shot that went right through it and collided with the wall on the other side. Whoa, okay, that's enough, turn back. Good boy. Woof. It was the next day after Anai had transformed. After some tests down in the training range, he had an idea of what this special evolution was truly about. The sunlight wolf form could be accessed at any time, and allowed Anai access to some unique abilities. He could freely change between this appearance and that of an alpha ruby dire wolf. As long as he doesn't transform, no one will be able to tell that he is a sunlight wolf. For the time being, it was better to keep his true capabilities in check. Anai's abilities needed to be enhanced by a few trips down into the dungeon, where he could probably easily take care of the skeletal beings there. With his help, Roland expected to be able to level up even faster than before. Both of them were capable of destroying the undead, and when it came to attacking spells with the divine attribute, Anai's last attack hit harder than the spells that Roland could produce. It's a proper Tier 3 magical skill. The enhanced Tier 2 spells that I created pale in comparison. I should be able to use it to enhance them even further now. The only problem now is... Woof. Woo. Anai seemed to have become more attuned to his master after the recent transformation. It was obvious that Roland was getting stretched thin. He had to help show the construction team how to assemble the runic lamps, and also help them place the cables. There was a lot more work to do around the city, which was stifling his progress here. Instead of creating refrigerators and ovens for the commoners, he wished to delve into the dungeon. There he wanted to hone his skills and perhaps discover new possibilities for the future. Will Arthur be able to procure those craftsmen? Diana was also part of his smithy, but she was indisposed at the moment. There was clearly a need to expand his roster of employees, but he still had a massive distrust for others. The only way of going around it would be by establishing a secondary workshop somewhere else, so that people would not have direct access to his home and main workshop. Something like that would take time, and he would rather invest into something else. I don't really have a choice though, unless some kind of miracle happens. Expanding the city will take a while, but anyway, let's go. Anai, I need to work on a few things. After dousing out the flames, he started heading back to his workbench. Before he could go there to perform some runsmithing on a few shop items, he was interrupted by some buzzing. Not far from the bench was a small crystal ball that could receive various magical signals. With the help of some previous tinkering, he was able to configure some new uses. First was the vibrate option, and second was red words that informed him about the identity of the caller. Arthur. What does he want? BZZZ. Wayland, I'm glad that you are here. I think you might want to come to the estate. I have someone here that wants to meet you. Someone wants to meet me. That's correct. Please come. Sooner than later. I'm not sure I can keep them away from the runic creations. Keep them away. All right, I'll be there soon. But who is it exactly? Thank you, but there is no time to explain. The conversation ended and he was left pondering about the issue. Was it another knight commander seeking trouble? Should he gear up fully or use his knight uniform instead? A knight, stay here and guard the house. I'll be back later. Woof. After a moment he decided to move it. From Arthur's tone, he didn't interpret the situation as being dangerous, but mostly something annoying. His interest was piqued. Could it be someone from my family's house? No, that makes no sense. Robert should be nowhere near here, and my name shouldn't have leaked. Could it be someone from the Arden house? Maybe someone that he trusts. Roland was making his way down the street while wondering about Arthur's visitor. From the short conversation he had with him, this individual was somehow interested in his runic items. This didn't help much. Even the city lord himself was pretty fond of the magical creations, and so would other people. I guess I'll find out when I get there. He sounded more perplexed than afraid, so it should be fine. After racking his head a bit, he decided not to worry too much. From the tone, it didn't seem that it was anything that urgent. The situation was probably not that grave as Arthur never mentioned an adversary. However, just to make things less troublesome, he decided to peek at the runic cameras that he installed throughout the Valyrian villa. While the image quality was still not the best, it would answer a few questions. Are those the dwarves? Why are there so many of them? There is someone in the middle, but it's too blurry to make out the face. Roland started squinting while trying to examine the footage. The recording showed a group of dwarves arriving at the front gate. Two of the faces were easily recognizable as he had multiple run-ins with the Union. Dunan and Bammer are in the front. By the way, they are acting. The person in the middle must be the master craftsman the Union sent here. What do those dwarves want? Hope they won't try to use blackmail again. His history with the Union was long and tiresome. They had tried to price him out of the city, and also forced all the shop owners to ghost him. Only thanks to Arthur and the Thieves' Guild was it possible for him to make it through that period of his life. Now he had some semblance of power, but the Union was still a big player here. Even if he wanted nothing more than to send them packing, they had a lot of money, and were not easily replaced. Ugh! I'm already getting a headache just thinking about this. At this stage, the city wasn't there yet. There were many streets that needed to be laid out with wires to power the streetlights. Then he also needed to create various runic items that could use the supplied mana. The mining area needed to be secured as they needed a steady supply of mana crystals from it. Before they created more wind generators or went geothermal, they needed to subsidize it through the mine. Getting into another war with the Dwarven Union could waste a lot of money. Arthur could of course throw them out of the city, but it would set them back by at least half a year. The tax revenue that they were receiving from their shops was immense, and replacing them with other craftsmen would take a while. With the influx of new adventurers, they needed to supply all the demand for magical weaponry. Greetings, Knight Commander. At ease. He was greeted by the guards at the gate that saluted almost instantly when they saw him. Even now he was still getting used to how they treated him. In their eyes, he was some mysterious knight that had been hiding out in plain sight. Some even worried that he would seek vengeance for the times they gave him the stink eye. Such things didn't really bother him as he had no pride concerning his noble heritage or being a knight. Why are these people here? They arrived along with the new master craftsman, Commander. His newfound position at least made it easy for him to get information. To the side, there were about 20 dwarves that clearly belonged to the Union. They had created a little spot for themselves on the side of the road, and were probably waiting for their leader to return from the villa. Those two aren't there, so they must have gone inside along with the new guy. Roland could already see himself getting shouted out by an old dwarf with more experience than him. While he was a full-fledged runesmith, his work mostly focused on the runes. This person that arrived could be his senior and superior in the way of runes. Yet, He was no slouch either, and was also interested in some input. It wouldn't be bad to have someone to bounce my ideas off, but considering that this is the union that we are speaking about, they might demand that I hand over all of my schematics. In the past, all of his runes came from using his debugging skill. After copying and analyzing pre-existing runic structures, he was able to reverse engineer the designs. These of course originated somewhere. It was worrisome if he had some angry dwarf accusing him of plagiarizing. Yet, laws against this didn't exist, so it was unlikely that such accusations would amount to anything. Did you see this master craftsman? How did they seem to you? No sir, they were behind all the dwarves. I didn't really take a good look. Try to get a better look next time. Why yes, sir. My apologies, Commander. Miss Mary received the guest so The soldier looked a bit frightened by his response, and started bowing to the point of his helmet falling down. Roland was taken aback by this reaction, but soon realized that it wasn't so strange. This man's life could be taken away in an instant if he was deemed useless by someone of his position. It's fine if Mary was there. After scaring the poor guard at the entrance, he headed in. The dwarves that were there he remembered from within the city. His intelligence stat allowed him to remember faces quite well. These were not any normal craftsmen, they were all in higher positions, and were even allowed to have apprentices. There are even some shop owners here. They really cherish their master craftsmen, don't they? This reminded him a bit of the time he tried informing his father about his goal of becoming a runesmith. His old man didn't want to have any of it, but his attempt at teaching him a lesson backfired. Now he was there and already a Tier 3 class holder in his early 20s. The human race that he was part of didn't treat their workers as well as the dwarven race did. To them, they were just a means to an end. The people wielding the weapons were far more important than the ones making them. It was easier to replace a craftsman or buy something from the Union than to train a soldier. Roland mumbled to himself while glancing at his small display screen. Due to this being an unforeseen trip, he decided to wear his full bulky armor. Through its mapping device, he could see the layout of the whole villa and the turrets placed on the walls. One of them just went offline while he was walking. Could this person have similar skills to me, or did they use something like the anti-magical powder? Normally, no one should have been able to access his runic device, but it was shut down by an external force. When he tried to access the golemic eyes in the vicinity, there also was no signal. His steps became slightly faster as he needed to get to the bottom of this. Could this person be actually planning to cause some trouble, and would he be there in time before something happened to Arthur? If the city lord perished, his father could hold him accountable. Under this assumption, he started rushing over to the back of the villa where Arthur's and Mary's dots were still visible. When he arrived there, the dwarves that went by the names Bammer and Doonan were there. They were not alone, as a third member from their race was with them. Is that the master craftsman? To his surprise, there was something different about this person. First of all, they were tinkering with his turret while standing up on a ladder that was being held up by the enchantsmith, Bammer. The person on top of the ladder had the height of a dwarf, but they didn't look as bulky, and their figure was slightly off. Alright, wha made this? Outside looks like 'twas shat out by a donkey bit. Runes aren't half bad. It's a woman. It was quite a surprising turn of events. Roland didn't expect to see a woman be the new chief of the Union branch here. Society in this world was mostly patriarchal in nature. It wasn't forbidden, but there were some roadblocks set up for people like this woman here. Name: Brilvia 234 lira. T3 Master Runesmith 59 lira. T2 Runic Golem Craftsman 50 lira. T2 Runesmith 50 lira. T1 Mana Scribe 25 lira. T1 Blacksmith 25 lira. T1 Mage 25 lira. Without thinking, he used his analyzing skill on the person before him. This time around, the person he was trying to inspect had the usual status blocking item. He was quick to use his method to go around it, but to his surprise, this person realized what had been done. Ah, if it isn't Sir Wayland, just the man we were waiting for. Don't ignore me. I don't care if ye're a knight or something. Ye shouldn't peek at a lassie's intimates like that. Lass's intimates. Care to explain? Arthur posed the question while quickly moving in his direction. Mary was also there keeping an eye out, but she remained in the role of the maid. It didn't seem that she was that interested in this master runesmith. Considering that Mary was very pedantic about the safety of her lord, it was probable that there was no danger here. This didn't mean that he wasn't in danger, as the woman that looked to be in her mid-30s was stomping his way. The most obvious part was the lack of facial hair, which the men wouldn't be seen without. Her hair was long and braided back into a bun. While her body wasn't exposed, Roland could tell that those arms were packing some meat. Her hands had visible calluses that some women would rather hide behind some gloves. Dwarves, on the other hand, like to show them off. The rougher their hands were, the better. Her face, when going by human standards, was on the rougher side. She was certainly not someone that cared about makeup, but her face wasn't that bad either. There was a certain fire in those eyes that drew him in, and her chest was not something to scoff at either. I just went through her status screen, that's all. Is that so? My apologies if I offended you, but I am responsible for the Lord's safety. Lord's safety. It was better to shove the blame onto his responsibilities as a knight. In a way, he was required to check for her status and anything that could be deemed suspicious. Without having a good retort, the woman seemed to back away from this problem. Her status screen reminded him of his own ascension ritual, which had those same classes as potential choices. Looks like the usual runesmith path that any master runesmith takes, but she will probably be superior to me when it comes to blacksmithing, and that golem class might give her some insights that I could be lacking. If it was possible, he would rather remain on neutral grounds with this person. However, the first impression was now gone, and he was caught spying on her status screen, while going through her blocking device. Yes, if ye were able to do that, or ye maybe lat have been hearing about. I chief this wis person. He is responsible for it. Before they could continue with their conversations, Dunan rushed in from the side. It was the same dwarf that he wrestled the orichalcum anvil from. It was no secret that both of them didn't like each other, and perhaps the younger dwarf was waiting for their new leader to chew him up for it. Harsh words left the mouth of this woman, but they weren't directed at him. Wa said that ye could speak. Did yer mother not teach ye proper manners? The one getting chewed was Dunan and not Roland. He even received a smack to the back of the head from his superior, that he couldn't do anything about. Bammer, who would usually back up his fellow union member, remained in the background without even letting out a peep. She was keeping the two on a short leash, and not taking any back talking. When Dunan tried raising his voice, he was instantly smacked again. Is she his mother or something? The two look like kids that did something wrong. It brought a small smile onto his face to see the union dwarves getting some pushback, but he couldn't relax yet. What did this woman come here for? And why was she tinkering with his turrets? Was she actually trying to get to his secrets, or here to complain about his unorthodox use of anything? Just go stand there and hold yer mouth. The two nodded and quickly moved to the side. Now he was left looking at the small woman that was around 140 centimeters. Dwarves in this world were usually somewhere between 120 and up to 150 centimeters in height. She was taller than the usual female of her race, and also the reason why he at first took her for a man. Are ye one that created that monstrosity? Monstrosity? Are you talking about the runic turret? Yes. Is there something wrong with it? How does it not explode? How did ye do it? Ye must tell me. How did ye get around trace expansion problem? Trace expansion. I guess it goes around the standard route that other similar devices use. To his surprise, the woman started suddenly praising his runic turret, while the outer shell looked abysmal in her eyes. The components that made out the heart of this creation were worthwhile to look into. Roland used a lot of runes as their base, but liked to play around with the components to get as much efficiency as humanly possible. Wait, is this why I was called here? Ah yes, Master Brilvia was intrigued by the various magical contraptions around the city. Why don't you have a chat with her while Mary prepares some tea? Roland could tell that Arthur here was attempting to sweet-talk himself into another good deal. The woman before them was the new leader of the Dwarven Union that they had bad relations with. Her presence was something that they would probably need to live with for some years. Roland realized that Arthur wanted him to make a good impression. This explained why he allowed her to tinker with the runic turrets and the golem eye system around the villa. That armor, those runes marvelous. Could ye tak it af? You want me to take off my armor? It'll be hard to examine it while you're sportin' it. Yeah. For a moment he could have sworn that he saw some drool running down her mouth that she quickly whipped away. When looking in her eyes for a moment he remembered a certain noble mage that was too much into runes. This dwarven lady was similar, Master Brilvia, and it didn't
could you
seem
not?
like she would
What
take
do
no
you'll
for
want
an
me to
answer.
do?
If ye don't tak it af, then I'll have to examine it this way. Now hush, am needin' to focus on the runes. This is so fascinating yet so impractical it boggles th mind. How much mana would you need to activate such a runic component? Haha, I see that you have formed a bond between craftsmen, but perhaps we should have a small chat together about the future of this city, and perhaps the new partnership with the Union. As long as it gets me out of here. Hey, stop Marvin. Roland tried to pull his arm away as it was being examined by a rather strange dwarven woman. She was wearing some special glasses that had something that looked like a magnifying apparatus attached to it. This little gizmo, when looked through, allowed the master runesmith to magnify the traces better to get to the heart of the components. Brilvia, the new Union chief craftswoman and the new leader of the dwarves in the city, had taken a liking to his armor. He was astonished that she had no quarrels about getting closer and trying to yank his gauntlets from his arms. An attempt to go for his helmet was also made, but she was too short to lift it above his head. While he didn't want to have anyone investigate his suit, it was also interesting to see someone from his own profession. The woman was a master runesmith, something that he once aimed to become when he started out at the age of 10. She had all the textbook classes like mana scribe, mage, and blacksmith, without the runic variants being there. Not many people that were given the mage class would choose this profession without belonging to the dwarven race. There was a reason why almost no runesmiths existed that weren't part of their group. The mage class offered a lot of possibilities that didn't involve tiresome work at a stuffy smithy. Please, I'm sure Master Wayland will allow you to look through his creations later. First though, perhaps we should discuss an agreement. Ye wish to do business? Of course, as explained before, my head knight, who is also the one that created that armor, has not been on good terms with your people. I wish to remedy that, and let bygones be bygones. Ah, thought ye were trying to pull a fast one on me, but this lad seems to be genuine article. After hearing Arthur's points, the dwarven woman decided to look away from the runes on his armor. Even though she belonged to the Union, it didn't mean that her opinions and motives were the same. Instead, it looked like she was far more interested in his body of work than that he was a human runesmith. So they really did that. I will have to apologize on their behalf. I have hoped that the idiots would learn something. Why age-bit old habits die hard. But oh well, that's just how those mallet heads cannot do much about it. The woman shrugged while grinning in Roland's direction. He wasn't sure what to make of it, but at least at this moment, it didn't feel like she saw him in a negative light. The two other dwarves that previously led the branch didn't like him, and didn't change their tune to this day. While Roland was sometimes petty, this didn't mean that he couldn't see the broader picture. Is she actually willing to work with me? Wouldn't this make my work a lot easier? The current main issue was his position. He was acting as the head knight and had some troublesome duties. This didn't allow him to leave the city too hastily, and he was even forced to monitor Arthur's villa. There were even incidents with trespassers that probably belonged to some information guilds. Everyone was trying to gather information on the new Valyrian sun that was rising in fame. Watching over Arthur, instructing the construction workers with the runic wires, and also having to produce them himself, assembling home appliances and working on a way to magically innovate the city, helping Mary along with his friends to level up and finally do it himself. All of these things had to be done, and if he had an actual master runesmith to push some of the load of, it was something he had to keep in mind. A dwarven master runesmith does never wander alone. She must have a few regular runesmiths under her wing, with multiple people like that around. There were a lot of advantages if he decided to work with the Union. However, they had already wronged him once, and he could not just trust this unknown person. While she seemed more interested in his armor than anything else, perhaps that would be all that he was to her. He could see their partnership ending the moment all of his smithing secrets had been revealed. It has to be an equal trade. I at least need to get something else from this if they decide to screw me over in the end. Roland was a lot more experienced now and knew what to look out for. Arthur was also here, so it wouldn't be hard to draw up a few binding contracts. This was all going to be a business partnership where all the sides were profiting. There were a lot of things that the union could take care of for them, but a line needed to be drawn. Can't do much about it? I don't think I'll be satisfied with just that. Oh, was there more to it? Brilvia looked to Arthur, who was sitting on the other end. All of them were outside in the same location he had invited Knight Commander Emerson before. Previously he had explained some things, but even Arthur didn't know the full extent of the bullying received from the Dwarven Union. Roland somewhat glossed over a few details that also involved him having to work together with black market merchants. It was no laughing matter, and normally someone in his situation would have been forced out of the city or into an unfavorable contract. I'm not sure what your colleagues have told you, probably some nonsense to make themselves look better, but it's not something that can be forgiven with a simple apology. Plus, as you saw, they weren't very apologetic and tried to shove the blame on me. Ah, see that yer lad will not just let it be. Just like ye said, Lord. Roland was a bit out of the loop here. Before he arrived at the Villa Arthur and his guest had ample time to chat, it was possible that he mentioned the people that wronged him. The two that were the biggest troublemakers were even here, and they tried to paint him as being in the wrong. Brilvia even saw Doonan trying to make excuses when Roland arrived. Very well, can ye call them idiots or? The woman looked towards Mary, and after getting a confirming nod from Arthur she headed out. After a minute, Doonan and Bammer were before them. Both didn't look very well and were somewhat nervously sweating. Roland didn't know what she was trying to do, but it seemed that the two would be in for it. Doonan, Bammer. Why yes, apologize to Master Wayland Ear. Apologize. Do I have to repeat myself? Why do ye think ye're talking to? Be but Master Brilvia. Don't ye Master Brilvia me. Lower yer head and apologize, now. To Roland's surprise, the scene devolved to Brilvia shouting at the two dwarven craftsmen. It reminded him of a mother having to force their kids to say sorry. The two were adamantly refusing the order, but when they did, all hell broke loose. It was quite a sight to see her fists descending on their heads. Her level was quite high, and the strength increase from smithing classes was tremendous. It only took one hit per person to knock them down to the ground and out for the count. I didn't hit ye that hard, get up. I apologize, please stop hitting me. Me too, I was wrong. No one stopped the woman from giving the two dwarves a few bruises. Arthur that was watching this seemed happier than Roland, who wasn't sure what to make of it. If a few punches to the face didn't really make the years of struggles any better, he remained quiet while staring down at the two kneeling men, as if waiting for something. Ye'll be demoted back to th apprentice position. Apprentice. Ye, dat enough. Doonan's pale complexion got even worse after he heard the decision. He along with Bammer were above level 100, and just needed a few more years to reach their next ascension. Relegating them back to apprentice positions might have seemed like a slap on the wrist, but in the dwarven circles, this was serious. The people from the Union ran a business, and they kept track of a person's history. If someone wanted to rise up in the ranks of their company, they needed a clean slate. Having both of them getting demoted would stick with them for the rest of their lives. Other master craftsmen would probably shy away from taking them under their wing. Yes, I think that's enough. Great, now get out ye two. There was something refreshing in seeing people that had wronged you getting smacked around. The two had some choices, but their career would be severely impacted if they decided to leave this place. Getting monetary support wouldn't be as easy, and they were still not at tier 3 level, which allowed some wiggle room. Roland expected them not to go against that status quo, and for the time being, settle in the background until things quieted down. The potential for a future enemy was there, but he was already so far above their level that he didn't consider them to be serious enemies. They will be forced to work on lower-level equipment which will slow down their leveling. This could set them back by years. Was this what she is aiming at? Roland was a proponent of the eye for an eye dogma. They had tried to halt his progress but failed. This type of punishment would align with his values, as he did not really wish death or harm on these two. They never sent any assassins, nor tried to force him out of his home. It was perhaps time to move on with this part of his life. He had advanced past the Union's clutches, and would just slow his progress if he didn't take this offer. "Ah, hope this settles it." "It does." "Great. Now could ye show me that helmet for a moment?" "I will not." "Damn. Then, how about a trade instead?" "A trade?" It seemed that the woman wanted to offer him something in return for analyzing his suit of armor. While he was not planning to disclose the schematics to this armor, there were a few things he was fine with parting. In return, perhaps he would be allowed to peek at the work of this master runesmith and her apprentices, to see if he was deficient at something. At this point in his life, he was skilled enough to notice such things rather quickly. Even a glance at a true master's work could help him improve his craft exponentially. "Ah, may I cut in for a moment? If we are going to discuss any dealings with my head knight, I will have to involve myself." "I.e., the talk from before." "Precisely. As you may have heard, there is a mine in the dungeon. I was planning to hire a non-union run company, but if we are going to work together, then perhaps I won't need to." "If ye'll want ma men to help out down there, ye'll have to gi'm a good enough deal," she replied while sneaking some glances at Roland's runes. In response, he looked at Arthur and started shaking his head. Now, I'm sure we can come to an agreement. Maybe my head knight won't part with his intricate armor, but perhaps you could trade some secrets between each other at a more private location. I'm sure there will be enough room at your great workshop for another skilled runesmith like him." That sounds reasonable. I'm glad that you think so. How about we change locations and discuss things more thoroughly?" "That might be better, but am needin' ma assistant. Making contracts is not ma strength. An assistant of a master runesmith is always welcome." Soon Mary, with a few other maids, appeared with the said assistant. It was a rather plain-looking dwarf that was somewhat on the shorter side. His clothes were also different compared to the other craftsmen. He was more similar to a butler, and even without giving him a scan, Roland knew that he was probably closer to an accountant. Soon all of them went away to discuss the future of the city, which would hopefully ease the workload that was crushing down on his shoulders. "No, please. I did everything that you wanted me. Why are you doing this?" "Why are we doing this?" "Because it's fun." "Arg!" A high-pitched scream echoed through the dark room, as a black dagger went through a bondman's chest. As the weapon pressed in, a strange pus-like substance started oozing out instead of blood. The sounds of sizzling flesh were drawn out by the screams of the man that was being tortured. Yet before he could continue screaming, his whole head rolled to the side in an instant. "Hey, why did you have to spoil the fun, you dumb warlock?" Having fun is never wasting time. You should try it too. In one of the corners of this dungeon room, a man covered by a dark robe was standing. Something akin to a tendril with a sharp ending started slithering back into his sleeve, along with some of the blood of the prisoner that was just killed. Compared to the other person here, his frame was larger and his voice deeper. Such a shame, he was also a looker. No wonder he was able to scam all those noble ladies. The woman picked up the head that rolled to the side, only to examine the dead man's features. Then out of nowhere, she tossed it upwards while pulling out two matching black-edged daggers. The blades moved like lightning bolts toward the head and turned it into multiple slices. "Are you two done? Good. We have gotten a request from a temple. You two have been chosen. Another mission already. They are really working us down to the bone. At least this is the last one." The person with the daggers cackled while looking at a third robed figure that had entered through a prison-like door. This individual was somewhat hunched over, and their digits were extremely long and thin. The two people inside the room waited for the man to enter before leaving themselves. On the outside, They ended up in a wider area with torches producing green light. Every so often a scream entered this area and pushed the flames around. Many similar opened or closed dungeon chambers continued to appear with various other robed people inside. Marks that involved occult magics written in blood were everywhere, and the smell of death and decay filled the air. I wonder where they will send us this time. Oh, I hope it's somewhere nice. I haven't had my hair done in a while. The woman continued to babble on while the strange man followed after her without uttering a word. Both of their figures slowly faded into the darkness, while the grunts and screams continued to spread through this cold and damp place. Even after one died down, another soon took their place in a seemingly never-ending serenade of pain and anguish. Why, congratulations, it's a boy. He passed out. Why, A woman reached out for her newborn son, while trying to ignore the passed-out father next to her bed. The baby cried out almost instantly after getting smacked on the bottom by the attending cleric. This feline nun was performing the rites and quickly infusing divine energy into the tired mother. So that's how they do it in this world. Interesting. To the side was Roland, who was having to pick up the passed-out father from the ground. Diana had finally given birth to a healthy baby boy that didn't seem to have any abnormalities. It was the first time for him in this world and his old one to witness a birth. After a quick scan with his analyzing skill, he was given a mostly blank SCOTUS screen with no name or classes. Name: Strength 1, Agility 1, Dexterity 1, Vitality 1, Endurance 1, Intelligence 1, Willpower 1, Charisma 6, Luck 10. The name is blank, and all the stats are at 1 besides Charisma and Luck. Considering that he had a lot of close death experiences in his youth, perhaps he was disliked for some reason. After looking over the status, he peeked at the midwife, Sister Kasia. Thanks to his involvement, Berner's wife Diana was given one of the better clerics in the city to help her through the pain. This was considered a luxury, as most commoners could not afford a higher-level priest to attend. Physicians existed in this world, but they were seen as lesser to a priest. They lacked skills related to healing, and had to use bandages or medicine made by alchemists as a substitute. With the help of a priest, giving birth didn't seem that bad. Kasia was able to cast spells to relieve pain, and there were also potions that did the same thing. Using potions was somewhat inferior as they varied in quality. There was a possibility for them to affect the child, as they had a hidden toxicity rating. When a threshold was reached, it would produce a debuff that could last for a while. Hey, wake up! Roland moved his palm towards Berner's cheek and gave him a few smacks. His strength was quite up there, so he tried to not give the new father a concussion. Finally, after a few seconds, Berner opened his eyes widely. What? I think you should join your wife and son. My son. I have a son. Can you stop embarrassing yourself already? Get over here, you idiot. Berner had passed out around the moment the child's head was emerging. The sight even made Roland look to the side. It didn't seem like it was Kasia's first rodeo, as she didn't even flinch, and kept infusing the areas with divine spells. Thanks to them, the mother didn't have to suffer through the pain, and the baby finally emerged. He stood back while watching Berner, who was his assistant, awkwardly touch the baby. This reminded him of the reason that he was even here. The two new parents didn't really have anyone they knew in this city. They had arrived here to start a new life, and they had been successful. Yet there was a lack of certain people in their life that could take on the role of a godfather or mother. If something were to happen to both of the parents, it would be his duty to take care of their child. At first, he was apprehensive about it, but after recalling the past history, he had to agree. Berner had proven to be a good assistant and also a good friend. When his home was getting attacked, he protected it, and even went against Valyrian knights to protect it. There would probably not be that many other people that he could trust as much as Burner. I bet he wouldn't even hesitate if I asked him to do the same if I ever got a kid. A kid? Huh. Roland felt strange when looking at this family before him. He had never really thought about getting, and with so much work, there was no time for one either. Perhaps it was an excuse to postpone the decision, but he didn't feel that bringing a child into this world at this time would be the best decision. Before he could have some deeper thoughts about the issue, he was interrupted by the midwife priest. The Lady of the Sun has graced us with another life. Its life is like the rising sun that illuminates the world we walk on. Ah yes, it was quite early in the day and the sun was rising. For the worshippers of Celeria, this was a good sign when a child was born. A new dawn signified longevity, while giving birth at sunset wasn't as welcomed. Then in some other religions like the ones worshipping the moon, it was the exact reverse. Birth by day with the blessing of Celeria and birth by night with the blessing of Lunaria and Lunaris. Some people even attributed these birth cycles to indicating future classes a person could possess. Oh, look at the time. I think Diana needs to rest, so I'll see myself off now that the ceremony is finished. While Kasha started babbling on while praying in the direction of the rising sun, he approached Burner. His assistant wasn't even looking in his direction as he was too busy having his newborn son clinging to his pinky with that small hand of his. He has quite the grip. Haha, he must have gotten it from his mother. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Nothing, boss, did you want something? After seeing a large vein appearing on Diana's forehead, Burner decided to turn to Roland for some help. He didn't really want to get involved in the squabble, but instead decided to offer the two some free time. In this world, things like maternity or paternity leave didn't really exist. Usually, the mother took care of the kids while the husband never stopped working. Luckily for the two, Roland was able to offer them some more time with their newborn. Yes, I just wanted to congratulate you, and also tell you that you don't need to come to work for a while. Thank you. Oh, are you serious? But don't you need help at the workshop even more than ever? Well, I'm going to meet the new chief today. With the help of those dwarves, we won't need to worry about the city anymore. He shrugged as to be frank. He wasn't that much in a rush to create items for his own store. With the Union feud finally ending, there wouldn't be as much pushback on the market. The two sides that created magical items within the city could actually work together for once. It was now possible to increase his prices to get more money for the same items, as his opposition would not price him out anymore. There was no need to strong-arm merchants or use the auction house to get items. Roland would now spend less on everything and could earn more. When also including that Tier 3 runes went for a lot more, he wouldn't be running out of money anytime soon. After having a talk with the new Union chief again, he wanted to take an eye back into the dungeon. Armand and Lobelia had managed to reach their caps as well, which would allow him to focus on his own progress now. The dungeon held many secrets within it, and before other platinum adventurers arrived, he needed to go through all of the hidden chambers. Gaining a platinum adventurer card wasn't required for someone that was a head knight, but having it around wouldn't hurt either. If he ever decided to end his knightly career, having the card would make things easier. The Adventurer Guild was accepted in other countries, so it would be helpful if he ever was forced to run again. Is that so? Well, I won't say no to some free time. Don't regret it later, boss. I won't. And also, congratulations on your child, Diana. Thank you, Wayland, but... Yes, is there a problem? Well, I know it was thanks to you, but could you do something about that? That? He followed Diana's gaze, which landed on the kneeling nun. She was performing some type of ceremony and continuously praying. What the mother required was some peace and quiet. Thus he just nodded and decided to grab her off the floor on his way out. Sister Kasha, I think you'll miss the morning mass like this. The mass? You are right. I need to tend to the flock. I have almost forgotten my duty. Thank you, Mr. Wayland. Ah, sure, no problem. Roland closed the door behind him and left the building. Kasha disappeared into one of the nearby alleyways as she headed to the church. When looking around, he could see various people waking up, and some even opening the shops here. The place Diana gave birth in was her own smithing shop. The building had been turned into more of a house through the years, as the two could just focus on their work at his compound. I wonder if eventually, they will want to move here permanently. The shack that he offered Burner a few years ago turned into a secondary smithy. This didn't mean that it was truly his. Roland knew that every craftsman wished to have their own little place to call their own, and Diana's house was better suited for it. He could see the two settling here and creating their own brand of items. In the end, he believed that most people like to have a corner for themselves. This didn't mean that Burner would stop working right this instant, nor that he couldn't still cooperate with each other, even if they worked at different sites. With the help of the union, it might be possible to implement some quality of life changes, which involved them making all the street lamps and even runic turrets. So this is it. I've seen this place from outside many times, but it will be the first time to actually go in. Good day. You must be Master Wayland. Please come this way. The chief is expecting you. To his surprise, he was instantly greeted by someone at the entrance. The person was a dwarf of unknown origin with some runic symbols adorning their clothes. They weren't working runes and seemed to be more of an artistic choice. Is this one of the apprentices? Previously he offended Brilvia slightly by analyzing her status screen, after disabling her status scrambling item. This person on the other hand didn't seem to have one on them. Thankfully he could always use his position as a head knight as an excuse for these occasions. Name: Huful 77 lira. Classes: T2, Runesmith 2 lira, T1 Mana Scribe 25 lira, T1, Blacksmith 25 lira, T1 Mage 25 lira. It is a runesmith and one that only advanced recently. Roland felt slightly jealous of having access to so many apprentices. This man here wasn't the only runesmith around, as there were two more walking around. He was at the main smithy that contained a large group of craftsmen. When stepping in the stuffy air and heightened temperature was apparent, someone without a resistance against heat would have a tough time moving through this place without passing out. In comparison, his own workshop was a lot more friendly towards non-blacksmithing classes. To allow Elodia to go through the underground workshop, he created runic AC units that infused some ice energy, as well as cleared out the stuffy air. It was strange to follow after this man that could run their own runic shop just like he did. A runesmith could already create tier 2 items and earn a good wage by themselves. However, in the eyes of dwarves, they were still just slightly above regular apprentices. They still had years of training to go through. Also, if they abandoned the union, they would face scrutiny just like he did. They would be forced to go through the same issues as he did. Renegade dwarven craftsmen existed and usually ended up as personal smiths of nobles that, with their influence, could provide them with everything they needed. These types would be scrutinized by their peers, but sometimes earning more money was more important than furthering the craft. It's not as loud as you'd expect a huge smithy to be. The place looked more like an iron mill than a smithy. There were large cauldrons being heated up by magical flames. He could see a few dwarves dressed in thick leather, pushing some of them over to pour the mixture into some molds. In other places, he could see 4 stocky men hammering out a piece of metal with giant sledgehammers in unison. All this without much sound getting outside. The pathway that he was taking with the runesmith was safe from the sound, but sometimes when he went beyond the barrier, he could hear intense hammering or sizzling noises. The men here were producing large numbers of weapons and armor. Only thanks to the adventurers that frequently went missing or had their items broken on monsters could such a business keep functioning. The workers became aware of his presence rather quickly. While he was not wearing the bulky mithril armor today, he was still a human. Due to his height, it was easy to pick him up from the crowd. At first, Roland was concerned about his relations with these people. They showed themselves as his enemies, but was it the same now? The regular blacksmiths didn't really know him, nor did they take part in making the decision to shun him. Some of them did look somewhat annoyed with his presence, but others were also curious. Chief, brought the guest lick ye wanted. After going through the large building that made his own workshop look rather small, he arrived at a door. It was newly made and the metal was recently worked on. In the middle, it had a nicely made plaque from mithril with Brilvia's name on it. It felt like he was going into the office of a professor at a prestigious university. The only difference was that he was not a student, but also a fellow professor of the same ranking. Let him in. Both he and the man that brought him here were able to hear the chief's voice. The dwarf just nodded after hearing the words and decided to leave, while Roland saw this as the cue to open the door. When he opened it, he could see quite a mess inside. Large stacks of papers were everywhere, and after a quick glance, he could identify them as schematics. Doonan and his friends were probably responsible for assembling this room, and the things inside of it, but the new chief turned the place into a mess. I think you need a separate storage unit for these. Ah no, if they idiots made this office bigger, then it wouldn't be a problem. How do they expect a master like me to fit everything into this shithole? But anyway, have ye brought it? Yes, I have what you asked for. After closing the door behind him, he reached his hand into his spatial satchel. From it, he pulled out a metallic cylinder with some runes on it. On top there was a small latch that could be opened, but only with the correct mana signature. Inside were some of his own runic schematics that he wanted to present to this chief. One of the reasons was for some input and another as a bargaining chip. I need to play my cards right. She must have some rune-related books I could go through, maybe even some skill books. While Roland didn't see himself as an inferior craftsman to this master runesmith, there were probably things that he didn't know. She was sitting on hundreds of years of dwarven knowledge that could propel his career into a new dimension. Yet for that to happen, he probably needed to propose the right trade, without giving away too many of his own secrets in the process. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin: read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel which are daily updated. Read novels online, read light novel online, read online free, free light novel online. I sure tack them. Now gim that. Wait, you're willing to part with your books this easily? Huh. Not like am needin' them for anything. Roland was a bit confused as he had given the chief a proposition. After giving her some basic schematics to some of his creations, he would receive access to some of hers. This would include craftsmanship manuals that dwarves had access to that contained their secrets. To his surprise, this woman was willing to instantly give everything up, as if the old scripts were useless. I expected her to bargain more, but am I perhaps selling myself short here? What? Thought we had a deal. Are ye trying to go back on it? When looking down, he could see the dwarven chief yanking on the cylinder he brought. His stats greatly eclipsed hers, so she was unable to make it budge. Her grabbing onto it the moment he asked for a deal was also perplexing. Were the higher-ups of the dwarves always this strange, or was she just the oddball out? She did call Albrook a shithole a couple of times. It doesn't seem that she came here by her own decision. Could her behavior have something to do with it? On this island, this would be the main city of Isgard, which was the closest to the S-rank dungeon. Judging by her level being well past 150, she was not a new master runesmith, but someone that should have had her own group. Either she was pushed out by another more prestigious force, or she saw something here that others didn't. Am I thinking too much into this? His grip on the cylinder lessened, and when it did, the woman that was pulling on it was sent flying back. She crashed into some of the stacked-up schematics while screaming profanities in his direction. Oi, tell me when you're about to let it go. My apologies. So then, can I pick out something from here? Yee, go ahead. Knock yourself out. Brilvia stood up with the runic cylinder in her hand. Roland had not yet told her the password that was required to open the latch, but that didn't stop her. Instead of asking him for it, she started fiddling with the runic components. It was the first time he saw someone else fiddling with runes, which made him focus and even use various of his skills. It was actually interesting to see if the new chief was capable of cracking the runic code he made. She infused her mana into the runic structure to feel it out just like he did, but after a quick analysis, a few differences were seen. First of all, her control over mana was greater than his, at least when it came to fiddling with runes. This he attributed to her probably gaining various other skills to complement her craft. One thing stood out though: while her mana control was superior to his, the same could not be said for her mana capacity. It was something that he expected, as the Master Runesmith class had one glaring fault. While Renesmething required a lot of mana manipulation, it didn't offer enough skills to lower the costs. His class had a huge stat multiplier of 4.5, and also had a passive skill of lowering mana usage on all rune-related skills by a whooping 60%. The multiplier of a Master Runesmith stays at 3, and I bet the passive isn't as high either. Tier 3 runes were vastly more complicated than Tier 2 runes, as they entered the third dimension. They also required a massive amount of mana to work with, and this lock that he made was of this same tier. He could see her struggling to get through the traces of the program, but she was able to eventually get there. It started with the Runesmith Lord class, and now continued with the Overlord. He considered this class to be a mix of two classes, Runesmith and Runemage. The former was poised in creating runes, while the latter was a specialized user. Rune mages could mold the integrated operating system, but were constricted to what a runesmith created. Roland, on the other hand, was a two-in-one package, and after working together with his friend from the Magic Academy, his insights into the inside systems went over what a regular runesmith was capable of. Is this some kind o' a joke? Do ye want me to pass out or something? I see that you found the first lock. Yee, if I had ma mana support apparatus, but those idiots haven't set up ma workshop properly. The woman seemed angry and thought that he was trying to play a prank on her. The first lock would require a person to just inject a lot of mana through the runic components. It would be an easy task for him, as he possessed the skills that lowered mana usage to get around this problem. The new chief, on the other hand, required some outside help. While he wanted to see this apparatus she spoke of, he could imagine that it was something that just provided mana from outside. Just like he used runic batteries to run various runic tools, the dwarven craftsmen had ways of going around using up all their energy in one go. If I may. Brilvia grumbled and gave the cylinder back, which Roland was able to open without any outside help. Showing off some of his skills was intentional, as he wished to not be underestimated by his fellow runesmith. This would tell her that he was somewhat special, and perhaps give him something to barter with in the future. Ye're not a regular all runesmith, are ye? I never said that I was. See, maybe this will not be as ill as I thought. The old bastards might have actually given me a boon in disguise. He was interested in what she meant by the old bastards, but it kind of aligned with the story that was in his head. After the cylinder was opened, she snatched it back and started going through the various schematics that he brought over. Today it was mostly work-related. What was inside was related to the magic lanterns and other devices for the future. We'll have to look through these. Just tack what you need and come back to me tomorrow. Brilvia skimmed through the papers and mostly ignored the basic lamp design. It wasn't anything special, but after flicking through the pages she stopped. There she saw something that looked like a windmill, and the runic components that it was composed of didn't quite make sense. To this day no one was aware of his runic batteries or creating electricity that could be transformed into mana. It was something that could revolutionize this world that relied on mana fluid. What he brought over was incomplete, and after Brilvia analyzed the papers she would figure it out too. To keep it a secret, he decided that it would be better if he made the finishing touches himself. What the people from the Union were creating would be the framework, while the heart of the generator was his to make. The possibility of the chief figuring out everything herself after performing some tests was a possibility. However, this didn't matter that much, as he was not really that interested in becoming a mogul. It was probably impossible for him to monopolize this technology, as it was rather easy to construct. It was achievable when he wasn't even a proper runesmith, so a master runesmith would probably not have that much trouble. Luckily she was now working with them and bound by a contract, so for the foreseeable future, she needed to keep her mouth shut. Interesting. While Brilvia was busy looking at the runic mana generator, he took his time in going through the books here. There wasn't that much that caught his eye, as the basics were given to him inside the Ascension trial, and a lot of runes he discovered, thanks to using his debugging skill. Nevertheless, he grabbed a few of the books off the shelf, so that he could compare his knowledge against the dwarves. This one looks interesting, efficient rune placement. Huh. On one side of the room, he discovered some material that looked promising. These books were not about runes, but instead described ways of pushing up the efficiency of placement. Another one described the synergies between runic types and metals. Some parts pointed to the best alloys when working with specific runes. It seemed that there were ways of including some rare metals to make some spells more efficient. This could come in handy. Maybe I won't need to make the next version of the armor so thick. There were a lot of helpful tips when it concerned smithing, but not that much when it came to runes. After a few glances, Roland realized that when it came to the magic symbols he was somewhat ahead of this literature. He could not discover any hidden truths or wrong assumptions when it came to plain runesmithing. Instead, he even found some faults in the diagrams. In a way, the dwarves were doing the reverse of what he was. He focused on amplifying the efficiency of his runic structures and pushing them to their limits, but this left the outer shell looking plain. The dwarven smiths, on the other hand, focused a lot of time on the presentability of their wares. Their runes almost felt like an afterthought when compared to some of the sleek designs. Perhaps if he managed to work on this one weakness of his, then becoming a complete craftsman was possible. Well, I never expected to get any high-rank runes to play with. They are probably keeping the good ones in some kind of vault. After greater runes came grand ones, which were usually the end-all be-all of runesmithing. The secrets of these runes and how they connected was a highly protected secret of the dwarves. His only case involving ones involved the monolith he encountered during his gold rank adventurer test. It was made up of multiple greater runes which made out a larger magical structure. With it as a basis, he might be able to reverse engineer the correct pathways to produce a Tier 4 grand rune. If he was able to get his hands on other Tier 4 runes, this process could be pushed forward just like with Tier 2 runes in the past. The only downside that arose was the size of these things. He could not see himself being able to fit a gigantic runic structure into his armor. It would take up too much space and probably require him to upgrade his rune compressing skills first. I wonder if they worked with rune mages more, if their rune technology would be more advanced. There was a way to go around the lack of mana of a rune smithing class. With the help of a rune mage and cooperation, a runesmith would probably be able to increase the potency of their creations. The mages were better at working with the operating core of the runes, which demanded more mana to play with. In the current world, there weren't that many people that went against the grain. They all stuck to the old designs that just worked. They focus on creating the highest rank runes without really looking if they perform the function correctly. With no need for innovation in the runic side of the equation, they overfocused on the designs. The weapons that were made in this workshop were superior to anything he could make himself. Yet when it came to the implementation of runic components, they were trailing behind, and the gap was only increasing. With this in mind, he was convinced that with time he could outshine his competition in both aspects. I'll take these. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll see myself out then. After going through the books and schematics, he picked up all the reading material he wanted. His new business partner didn't answer as she was too busy looking through his handmade plans. This was an unexpected turn of events, as he expected her to give him an earful for changing the runes so much. Perhaps she was not like the other craftsmen that just stuck to the old designs, if she was this involved. Soon he left her office and arrived outside the large smithy. I guess this is the end of an era. When turning around and looking at the large building that was as big as a factory, he recalled all the old problems in the past. Due to the union, his first contract with the Adventurer Guild had been cancelled, and then he needed to involve himself with the Thieves Guild. Following that, a plethora of roadblocks were put in his way that he had to annoyingly shove to the side. Even with all that blocking his path, he somehow made it out and was still going. Without anything left for him to do here, he decided to head home. Burner and his wife would be inaccessible for a while, and he wanted to head into the dungeon with Anai. Mary had finished leveling, but had failed her ascension quest just like Armand and Lobelia. They were probably not pushing for super prestigious classes, so he expected them to have them within a month or two at most. Then the two loyal knights could progress with the help of the upgraded killer maid without his involvement. Should I close the shop for the time being? Roland passed through the entrance gate while getting saluted. There the sight of guards reminded him of the recent home invasion. If he were to head into the dungeon, then Elodia would be left by herself at the shop. With the infusion of Tier 3 adventurers, the area had become more hazardous. When it came to money, he was quickly recovering the losses he suffered after creating Rune Mark I. He was able to stock up on Tier 3 monster materials down in the dungeon, which went for a good amount of money. Even if he gave up his profession and decided to become a full-time adventurer, he would not go hungry. Things are going well, so I don't really need to rush it anymore, but why am I getting this bad feeling? His quest to become a successful craftsman had already become a reality. Nothing really stood in his way, and the Valyrian brothers from other parts of the island didn't appear. By his calculations, nothing too eventful would be happening for quite some time, which would allow them to build up this city. After it was all done, they would have the stage set, and could begin to fight back. Things do tend to go bad when you least expect it. After leaving the city, he increased his pace. Time was supposed to not be an issue, and he was supposed to guide some of the dwarves back into the dungeon in a few days. Getting the mine to operate at full capacity and also creating a good enough travel route was the next step. With his mapping device and the dwarven proclivity of digging tunnels, it could be possible to find a better solution. I guess not having to sleep much is still my best skill from all that I have. Soon he returned home to inform Elodia of the recent events. So it's a boy. Have they thought of a name? Such a shame that I missed it. I'm not sure. I think Diana was supposed to choose a name if it was a girl. With it coming out to be a boy, Burner will probably give it a more dwarven one. Oh, that's nice. Elodia was home along with an enlarged Anai that was in front of the store. His size had become a bit too large to leave him on the inside, but there was a plan to remodel the inside. With the increase in his skills, he wanted to create a separate section just for platinum adventurers, where they would find better gear. Hiring more people and creating some golems to act as a deterrent was also part of the plan. If you want to go see the baby, go ahead. I was thinking of closing the shop for a while. Are you even listening? Oh, sorry. My mind wandered a bit. Maybe that would be the best for today. He wasn't sure what it was about, but Elodia seemed a bit out of it today. She had been acting like this for a few days now, and he was starting to think that it was due to the recent birth. Elodia's age was a few years above his, and she was not getting any younger. People in this world usually started families rather early. Even Burner's case could be considered late. Children. Would it really be that bad? Roland looked at the woman before him, and then was quickly distracted by the large ruby wolf peeking at them through the window. His sight brought his mind back to the current problem. Before thinking about his private life, he needed to progress further. Getting up his levels and grabbing all the possible treasures from within the dungeon was his main priority. Due to personal reasons, I'll be taking a short break. Next chapter will be delayed by a few days. Oh, for the last time, don't change until we reach the deeper dungeon. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Worf. Roland frowned while looking at Anai jumping around all over the place. Even though his size had increased, he was more agile than ever. It wasn't that long since he achieved his Sunlight Wolf evolution, and it was clear that he wanted to have some fun with it. Having two forms that differed from each other was not something Roland could relate to, but it seemed that Anai wasn't taking it that well. Has he gotten more rebellious after the recent evolution? He looked at Anai, who was jumping around and exterminating every salamander monster the moment it came into view. While he was a bit too excited for his own good, the wolf was still following all orders. There was no growling or animosity that he could detect from his mannerisms. Armand and Lobelia had managed to reach level 150 with relative ease. Now they were up top trying to prepare to retake their ascension rituals. Even Roland wasn't able to get through his trial the first time, so it wouldn't be strange if the two took a few weeks. He assumed that their classes wouldn't be as prestigious as his was, which would allow them to retake the test more frequently. Mary is the same. I wonder what the three will change into. There were a couple of paths that all of them could take. Mary would probably choose something to aid her in gathering data and protecting her lord from the shadows. Armand would take something that enhanced his strength even further, and perhaps also made him stupider. Lobelia had a few choices of ranged and rogue classes, A good combination would make her a lot deadlier than she was now. The biggest downside of this shortcut is the skills. It would have probably been better if all of them maxed everything out with the last skill included. He was a bit worried about the push in leveling being somewhat detrimental to the choice of the next class. However, his own Overlord class variation didn't require him to have everything maxed. It seemed that maxing out on all the skills of the first Tier 2 class was enough to get him through, and perhaps it would be enough for his friends. Woof. Watch out, it's some type of evolved creature. Could it be a rare spawn? Should we retreat? It looks strong. I think it's a dire ruby wolf, but it looks bigger. Could it be? Wait, calm down. Isn't it walking next to that armored man? Is that a man? Could it be some type of metal golem? That thing looks heavy. Oh shit. It spotted us, let's run. Roland stood in shock as he appeared at the lava lake. A lot of new adventurers arrived and were itching to get down to the new secret area. Some of them did their research on the area and what monsters to expect. Volcanic wolves could be discovered in limited areas, and Anai's enlarged form could be mistaken for a rare variant of those types. Stop scaring the adventurers, Anai. You're using that skill too much. Woof. Anai's tongue flopped out after he performed his howl. He had gained a passive skill that would cause enemies to panic if they didn't have high enough willpower. Every chance he got now he would use this howling attack, as it didn't really use up any mana or stamina points. While it did allow them to move through the dungeon faster, Roland was starting to feel bad about the newbies, just trying to make a living here. They won't go to the guild and tell them that a rare ruby wolf variant is terrorizing the dungeon, right? While looking at Anai's stupid expression, he realized that he might have to go and report the increase in tiers of his tamed monster. Even though Anai was wearing armor that he made to look tamed, his size was still comparable to a horse. His presence among the lesser monsters was eye-catching. If they bumped into an unreasonable platinum party that was informed of a rare variant running loose, then it could get bloody. He tried ignoring this issue for the time being, but heading to the guild was now a must. Thankfully he was the head knight, so even bringing a horse-sized wolf into the city could be excused. Perhaps placing a saddle on Anai and riding him into the city would give more validity to the whole situation. Woof. For a moment, Anai backed away from Roland, who was taking measurements of his back. He had never created a saddle before, but making one from some fire-resistant leather would probably not be that hard. Perhaps his companion wasn't too keen on getting ridden by a man that was wearing armor above 100 kilos. What? You're a big wolf, you'll be able to handle it. Anyway, the lake is clearing up. Let's go. The two traversed this stretch in a record amount of speed, with Roland losing the race in a substantial manner. At least when it came to running speed he could not go against his derpy-looking wolf. The two soon disappeared through the secret door and squeezed through the corridors that in some places were a tight fit for Anai's increased size. Oh, they are already here. Ah, Sir Wayland, good day. When he arrived at the mining area he was greeted by an acquaintance. Myrtle was there along with the whole party of adventurers that had been hired by Arthur. After a quick glance, it was clear that they were here to act as bodyguards for the Dwarven Union. Arthur had already signed a contract for the mining rights. Luckily he was able to shove the responsibility of taking care of the miners into the hands of this platinum party. With a situation like this, the other adventurers had to give up on getting any of the rare materials without in some way getting themselves in hot water. Even if they were able to get through the hired muscle, they would be going up against the Valyrian household. As he nodded at the woman he took a glance at his mapping device, and could see some movement at the end of the corridor, through which he discovered this location years ago. They seemed to be working on that lift too. I see they took my advice to heart. Thanks to spatial magic, moving the heavy ores wouldn't be a problem. The real issue was the long walk back up, and constant waits for the lava lake to clear up. To alleviate this problem he proposed to create a pulley system going up that didn't necessarily have to carry the dwarves up. If it was able to house a cart with a spatial bag inside, it would be enough. Oh my, that magnificent creature is that an alpha dire ruby wolf. But the man is even larger, and that horn radiates strange mana. His thoughts were interrupted after Myrtle spotted Anai. Compared to the weaker adventurers in the dungeon, these five didn't seem to care that much about Anai. Perhaps their extensive experience allowed them to distinguish feral beasts from tamed ones. All the other people, including the miners, began inching back, but soon went on with their work after they realized that Anai was a tamed monster. Yes, something like that. Now if you'll excuse me. Oh, are you going into the dungeon, Sir Wayland? Yes, I'll leave things in your care here. If something happens you can contact me through the usual channel. Of course, I'll use this as you've instructed. Myrtle smiled while moving her hand to the side. There she had a runic device that had the shape of a larger smartphone. Instead of a screen, it was covered in various runes with a crystal orb closer to the top side. Hello, is it working? Yes, I can hear you just fine. Splendid. It was a two-way connection that transmitted sound. Roland just implemented some of the crystal ball magical technology into this runic device. It could not send through any images, which conserved a lot of mana. Thanks to all the runic mapping devices that could transfer signals, it was possible to connect sound too. It was similar to a wireless phone network, but was still quite limited. One of the biggest limitations was the route that was required. It would be impossible for more than 2 people to converse while going through the same mapping devices that were shoved into the dungeon walls. It would also affect the map on his armor and produce errors if he used all of them at once. The new audio enhancers that didn't interfere with the map still needed to be placed, and his current trip here involved this issue as well. Please be careful and good luck. I will. Come Anai, let's go. Besides Myrtle, the party leader, the other 4 didn't really react to his arrival. He wasn't sure if he was disliked by the 4 others, but at least Auburn looked displeased for a moment when he appeared. Perhaps in their minds, he had put them in a disadvantaged position by pretending to be weak. Okay, which route is empty? Without anyone holding him back anymore, he ventured forth. The need for traveling with a lumbering mule golem was also a big perk. With the runic dimensional pocket that was on his back, his traveling speed had increased. Anai's armor had been enhanced with the same storage feature which made the old golem obsolete. Okay, this should be far enough. Oh woo. Yes, go ahead Anai. With the help of his mapping system and the lack of Tier 3 class holders venturing into this dungeon, he was able to safeguard Anai's secret. The shape of the ruby wolf started to shift as the ruby mane turned to one covered by red and orange flames. The main reason to come here was to level up, but also to see how Anai fared against the undead creatures here. $153 lira. Go for it Anai. GRRRR. His floating cubes moved upwards to offer some ranged support if necessary. With the power of mapping, he was able to pick out the perfect location for Anai's first duel. His opponent had a slightly higher level, but was still at a large disadvantage. The moment it charged, the effect took shape, and the speed drastically decreased. So even without using a proper spell, a debuffing effect is in place. Could it be the flaming mane made from divine mana? This skeletal berserker suffered a stat-lowering debuff without getting even hit once. Once he got in range of the heat that was generated by Anai, his stats started to decrease. The monster was an undead, so it didn't feel any fear or pain, so it continued forth. Both of its hands were raised up for a combined attack against the flaming opponent. Before he could initiate his hovering cubes, Anai reacted. The first swipe came at him, but he just jumped to the side. The attack was quickly followed by another which didn't even graze the flaming mane. It became apparent that the difference in agility was tremendous and further enhanced by the monster's constantly lowered stats. The debuff effect isn't as strong, but the longer the fight lasts, the stronger it becomes. To get an immediate effect, a divine spell needed to be utilized, but a slow build-up over time was also possible. It was somewhat similar to the hallowed ground spell that he was able to create. From his calculations, the area affected was about 10 meters around his wolf companion. This is the perfect grinding spot for him. Hey Anai, stop messing around, just kill it, more monsters are coming. It wasn't much of a fight as the skeletal monster couldn't even land one single hit. Anai for some reason was playing around with his first kill, as if he wanted to show off to his master. While everything looked fine, even a weaker monster could become a problem if not handled well. After hearing the order, Anai finally got his butt moving. The ruby mana and tail had been replaced by sunlight flames, but they still could be used for attacking. His bulky form moved up into the air as he jumped. He performed a mid-air spin and used the momentum to enhance his tail attack. Instead of it flying forward like the previous Ruby version, it created a sharp arc of flames. This half-moon connected with the monster's body and took out its legs, causing it to fall down to the ground. It was quite the sight to behold. Instead of falling down after the somersault, Anai created a platform to catch himself. While jumping up even higher, he raised his muzzle to the side of which some flames were already gathering. The monster down on the ground could only watch as the inferno descended from above. He decided on the flames instead of the beam. I see that he managed to see the bigger picture. His breath attack was somewhat weaker than the beam that he could produce, but there was one advantage. It used up a lot less mana and stamina. The solar beam was better suited as a last hard-hitting attack to end the whole fight, and not when more monsters were on their way. Just as the skeletal fiend croaked, another one arrived through one of the corridors. This time around, Roland was there to intercept it with the help of his floating turrets. The monsters were composed of the usual skeletal berserkers, guardians, and champions. With Anai's help, they went down rather quickly. Roland took the job of the tank that forced the attention on his shiny armor. This left Anai open to strolling around the large chamber and using his divine flame spells to inflict massive damage. The weakness of the undead was far too advanced for them to last more than a few minutes against their combined attacks. "Oh, you leveled up already. Woof." Anai jumped down next to one of the defeated skeletons and gave it a sniff. With a lack of mana stones to eat, he decided to grab one of the large femur bones to munch on instead. After gathering up the dropped undead cores, they moved on. The bones that they dropped could be sold for some change, so he decided to insert them into Anai's spatial rune. In the future, he hoped to increase the size of it, as he wanted to be able to fit in various weapons and even golems. He had to work with the 4 floating cubes to act as support golems. The two soon left and continued with their journey toward the dungeon staircase. Previously he had explored this level and discovered all of its secrets, so now it was time to head somewhere else. After finally arriving there and taking care of a few skeletons along the way, a choice needed to be made. Should I go up or down? There were only a couple more levels when going up, and then the dungeon ended. Monsters became weaker, and even tier 2 ones started appearing if he decided to go up. By his calculations, the upper levels became smaller by around 5% until the last one that seemed unfinished. Well, I'm not purely here to level. A greater item is a greater item. When looking at his weapons, he was still using the sword that he had obtained from his duel. It had been enhanced with several runes, and so was the skull shield that he retained from this dungeon level. The room that it appeared in had not replenished itself, so his search for more loot would continue upwards. Oh well, yeah, I made up my mind. Let's go up first. I'd like to look through the highest level, or in this case, it would be the lower levels. The theory that this was still an expanding dungeon looked the most plausible. He wanted to check for himself how a dungeon in this stage looked, as not much information about this phenomenon was accessible to him. Perhaps when he arrived there he would be able to discover some other secrets, like where this dungeon was heading. If for some reason it popped out outside the Albrook region, it could become a problematic event. Wait, before we go I should probably give her a call. Roland stood straight in place while activating several runes. His armor released a torrent of blue light that started shining in front of him. It created a region of blue light that soon started to pulsate. The pulsing continued for a minute before it changed into the form of an orb, and within this orb a human face could be seen. Wayland, is something wrong? No, just wanted to give you an update on the situation. I'm about to go up into the dungeon, and don't worry, the monsters here are rather weak, so it won't be a problem. Please just be careful in there. When will you be back? I don't want to spend more than a few days here. On the other end, Elodia's brows furrowed. He had promised to keep her informed about his whereabouts within the dungeon, and this was not the first time he had contacted her. Both had ways of signaling if something went wrong, and he had a direct line to some allies like Arthur, if something did happen to her, his home, or the orphanage. After a little back and forth he ended the magical call and turned to Anai. Let's go. You can take point this time around. Worf. Anai was ecstatic at the order of moving forward. Both soon ascended the stairs to a level with weaker monsters. With both of them now being in possession of rare tier 3 evolutions and classes, there was nothing to fear. The dungeon would soon open
Just
up
like
all
they
its
said,
secrets. There are other undead monsters than skeletons in here. Ghoul. 140 lira. Ooh. There wasn't much time for him to look over this pale creature, as its demise was rather swift. Before the monster could even react, it was turned into a walking fire. The thin skin that it was covered by quickly evaporated along with the rest of it. This feels like a walk in the park, Roland commented while moving closer to the defeated creature. Anai was already looking for the prey inside the corpse, and he had to be fast before he decided to swallow it. You'll get a stomach ache if you continue to eat those corrupted mana stones. Anai whimpered a bit while looking in the direction of the burned ghoul. A black mana stone was left behind by this creature that was different from the undead skeletons. Instead of having a core, it was more in line with the other regular monsters that dropped mana stones. Undead like this ghoul were considered to be evil, and their mana stones cursed. The black stone was grabbed by him and placed into the storage place. Anai had eaten a previous one, and thankfully not succumbed to the cursed energies inside. Normally the stone would be considered poison. Only thanks to the unique evolution of a divine beast was it possible for the wolf to not receive a backlash. The holy energies inside of his body were somehow able to counter the cursed ones inside the stones. It's fine with these tier 2 stones, but if he tried to eat a tier 3 mana stone, I wonder if I can do something with those stones. There was potentially a new line of research that these stones could help him with. While the regular stones allowed him to buff his main stats, these dark ones could do the reverse. Lowering the main stats of an enemy would come in handy. Making cursed wares would be problematic, but this didn't mean that he wouldn't go through it. After seeing the undead monsters succumb to divine spells, he now knew the potential of debuffing. Stop sulking. What kind of divine beasts eats mana stones from undead creatures? Woof. Yeah, anyway, I think we reached the end of the road. This tunnel doesn't seem to lead anywhere. Roland had climbed up all the possible dungeon levels and reached the end. It confirmed that the group of platinum adventurers had done their job. When looking at the map, he couldn't find any open paths, nor were there any secret ones. This whole level only had a few ghouls running around, and lacked the complexity of the corridors that the other levels consisted of. Myrtle and her party arrived here a while ago. They had placed several sensors in the walls just like he instructed them to. Thanks to this, he was now able to calculate the changes, as he had saved the previous map. When he overlaid the one from a few weeks ago, he could tell that some of the corridors had become enlarged. The number of undead monsters had also increased by 1. This room is starting to form into something, but at this pace, it will take many years until it reaches the top. Thanks to some of the mathematical skills and his rather high intelligence, he could perform some simple calculations. When taking the expansion rate of the corridors and his current location, even if the dungeon went straight up, it would take more than 40 years to reach the top. If he took into account that the dungeon spread out horizontally first, it would probably take even more. I guess I don't need to worry about this thing reaching one of the other brothers. While Arthur would still have some rights here, it was better to not give their opponents any legal validity to pursue. With that issue somewhat resolved, he could now focus on exploration. When going around the upper levels, there wasn't that much to discover besides the change in the monster types. Ghouls like this one became more prevalent, but they did not appear as their tier 3 counterparts just yet. The air in the dungeon became a lot more stale, and the smell of rotten flesh is everywhere. When the dungeon continued to evolve, he expected to encounter zombies that could evolve into ghouls. It was as if the skeletal crypt was a whole new region, and it kind of reminded him of some information he read before. Some dungeons that had a stricter level divide sometimes changed themes every 10 levels or so. If it's working in this direction, then perhaps it's going to be the same when I go up. He was banking on maintaining the advantage of divine spells, so encountering monsters that were resistant to it wouldn't be great. Luckily, at the moment it was just a switch from skeletons to zombies, so perhaps instead of them, he would just encounter other undead creatures. As long as the main biome was kept, all would be fine. Let's see what I have. Name: Spiked Black Mithril Spear. Durability: 55/55. Attack rating: B. Name: Curved Black Mithril Dagger. Classification: Rare. Durability: 45/45. Attack rating: B. These were two weapons of note that he managed to unearth on the upper levels. The dungeon went for a skeletal theme where he discovered those. The spear tip looked like another skull with a long blade coming out of its open mouth. There were additional spikes around the black skull which contributed to the name. When it came to the dagger, the hilt had some smaller skulls here and there to complement the pitch-dark blade. The black mithril these weapons were composed of made them a lot heavier than usual. They would not be usable by lower classes, and probably give others some trouble too. A spear and a dagger required some finesse, and having them become heavy could hinder the execution of some skills. If he found something like a battle axe or halberd, it would have been much better. With these two here, he wasn't sure if it wouldn't be better to just melt it down and use the black mithril on new armor pieces. If people don't find the hidden chambers, I could potentially use it to gather black mithril and make some things where weight won't be a problem. A stationary turret wouldn't really be affected by the weight as it just needed to remain in place. The metal would make it a lot more resistant to spells and physical attacks. Making a heavy golem was also an option. There was no need for evading if the attacks caused no or limited damage. The rest is just some gold and gems. Like with the other locations, it isn't that great. While the rewards that he found would make most adventurers happy, he was long past the point of caring about money. What he wanted to find are things that complemented his armor and fighting style, or something like a nice rare egg. Having a tamed beast of his caliber at his side was more precious than any of the other treasures he discovered during the years of dungeon diving. I guess the good things can only be found fighting bosses. The thought did cross his mind. After defeating Emerson and causing the other head knight to back away, Roland was feeling good about his newfound power. The first boss clear could potentially allow him to gain a special reward, just like the time he fought the Ruby Golem. From the information he had gathered, the first clear would usually allow a person to get rare rewards, without the need for a unique boss spawning. What he defeated when he received a nice egg was a stronger boss that had a low probability of appearing. Thus, if he discovered the boss chamber, the enemy inside shouldn't be as troublesome, but get him a special reward. The Platinum adventurers didn't go down that far, as the monsters had started to equal their levels. Well, I'll decide later. I should go back. After packing up, he glanced at his map once more. While his associates did place sensors around the levels, he had to fill in some holes. Now all the levels going up were showing up and ready to give him all the information he needed. Only after securing these devices in place could one of his new money-making schemes come to fruition. I could shove off some of the manufacturing onto the dwarven runesmiths. I bet the chief will like the idea. There was a little pet project that involved the dungeon that he had been working on. Now that he had free access to the Dwarven Union resources, it had become feasible. If it all worked out, then they would create a secondary revenue stream, and also make this whole place a lot safer to traverse. Would be nice if this place had some hidden staircases. Going back will take me a few hours. While the levels became smaller and smaller as a person traveled up, the corridor placement made them harder to get through. However, he did have one ace in the hole. With the help of his map, it was possible to calculate the shortest route back to the stairs. It was one option, but there were also better solutions that he already tested out in the original dungeon. Come on, we are going to be taking a shortcut. Woof. Soon the two made their way to the corner of this unfinished chamber. Roland didn't even need to go far to get to the shortcut that he just needed to create for himself. Each of the new levels had a different staircase placement, but when it came to their location, all of them were on top of each other. The ground is the thinnest here. After squatting down and placing his hand on the floor, he was able to determine the thickness, thanks to various magical sensors. Now it was just a matter of punching a big enough hole for him and an eye to fit through. Previously he would have gone with a forceful approach, but with his current level and knowledge of spells, there were other options. Instead of forcing an opening by injecting a massive amount of mana, Roland decided to use an enhanced earth spell. It started turning the ground into soft sand, and the effect continued to spread downward. Within a few minutes, he could see the result as the softened earth started sliding down, until only a large hole remained in its place. It worked. This is a lot better than drilling through, but also takes a lot more mana. After standing up, he could still see some of the soil dripping down, as if it was water. This spell was a variation of a quicksand trap spell. The original would turn a designated area into quicksand, but it couldn't be focused in one spot as much. With his runic knowledge now reaching a higher point, manipulating such a spell to do his bidding was quite easy. Common, you should be able to fit through. Should I put you on a diet? Anai was the first one to go through the hole, but for a moment his now bigger woven body had become stuck. Only after receiving a few pushes from Roland was he able to squeeze down into the lower dungeon level. Following his descent, Roland also jumped down, and the two headed over to the next location to repeat the same process. The trip back that would have normally taken them a good few hours was hastened to 20 minutes. The way to the upper levels was now open for him, and the feeling of sleepiness was not affecting him at all. His skills allowed him to almost not rest for an entire week, and made it perfect for visiting this place, while also maintaining his other work. His aim was to spend a few good days exploring here, and then sleep it off when he returned. He had stopped looking at his body with the same logic of his old world. Sleeping a few hours every couple of days was more than enough to keep him going. With his body going through all the Tier 3 enhancements, his sleeping habits had become even worse. Even when he promised himself to take it easy, his responsibilities just grew. His proclivity for worrying about everything and everyone around him just wouldn't let him sleep at night. The intrusive thoughts always won out, and sleep continued to evade him. Should I go back, or go down for more? Anai sniffed at the air where the stairs down were heading. The monsters at his old training area didn't go over level 160. When he went down a level, they would be enhanced further and become more dangerous. His aim was to explore everything, and to at least get within level 200 in a short amount of time. I should be fine as long as I just retrace the steps of that party. Perhaps if it was him from the past, then he would have decided to leave it at this and return home. With how things stood, the monsters below wouldn't pose much of a threat. They were no match for Anai and his own divine spells. Going down lower would not be a problem, and there was much to explore. With confidence, he took the first step forward and descended down the circular staircase to arrive at the next area. Well, look at that. Either my luck is really low or high. Infernal Lick. 165 lira. To his surprise, the first monster that he encountered was something familiar. The lick looked similar to the one he encountered previously, but there were some subtle differences. The most eye-catching one was the color of the flames, which was pure red and not green, as in the Purgatory Lick variant. It was also not alone. Next to it stood two skeletal champions. One was armed with a broadsword and a kite shield, while the other was holding a large glaive, a quite uncommon weapon. It didn't spot me yet. What should I do? He looked at Anai, who was standing at attention. His canine companion remembered his blunder during the lick's attack, so perhaps he wanted to regain some lost trust. Previously he had to be saved from the much stronger monster, and even though this one was of a higher level, with the help of the holy energies their victory was likely. Its level is slightly lower, and it's a different variant, but it should have a similar array of spells. Anai, I'll make them focus their attention on me. Do you think you can get behind the lick? Woof. Roland nodded while maintaining the sound-canceling spell. A runic version of it was inscribed into Anai's armor, which would allow him to quietly move into the battlefield. After the plan was made, the duo got into gear. His large armor made a lot of noise, as he ordered his flying cubes to start lighting up the place. The two champions instantly focused on the noise and started charging forward. Their lick friend, on the other hand, didn't move from the spot, but instead started casting some type of defensive spell. It didn't take long to cast, and a strange dark shield appeared around the two monstrous skeletons that were coming his way. It was a mana shield combined with dark mana. This type of shield would decrease people's stamina the moment it was touched, and even cause a sickness debuff. However, This only happened if it was directly touched or destroyed at close range. With his armor and barrage of spells that the floating cubes produced, it was shredded to nothingness by the enhanced Divine Mana Bolt spell. Roland's plan was working, the three were focusing on him, and the Lick continued to cast various supportive spells at the skeletal champions that were suffering from divine poisoning. It even started using the same skill that the Purgatory Lick used to summon more skeletal minions. However, they lacked dark coloring and were more similar to regular infernal skeletons. Use it now. Oh. Just as an elite skeleton was formed, a beam of light exploded. A large flaming wolf appeared and doused the whole area in rays of sunlight. The monster that was more than 10 levels above him could not withstand the torrent of energy. His mana veil was quickly destroyed, and a hole appeared inside the skeletal chest. The skull followed soon after as a critical hit landed on the monster's core that could not shift it away in the same fashion as the Purgatory Lick did. Congratulations, you have leveled up. The leader was dead, and taking out the two remaining champions proved to not be a problem. All the work that he put into gaining this newfound strength
did they decide
had
on a
not
name?
been in vain.
Yes,
and he could
after
not
some
wait
back
to
and
descend
forth,
even further
Werner
down.
wanted a more
Gaining
traditional
levels
name,
fast was
but
quite an
Diana didn't
intoxicating
like the
feeling,
idea,
and he
you
was
know
just
how
getting
those
into
people
it.
are.
Even poor Burner was shunned by them when he was younger. So what did they end up with? His name will be Thordrin. Apparently, there was some kind of legendary hero with a similar name, who was closely related to Diana's tribe. Interesting. Roland nodded while thinking that the name was strangely familiar sounding to something from his own world. Before he could ask about the origins of the name more closely, he was shoved to the side by a flaming wolf head. Woof. Oh, hey, and does he look different than usual? Is that some kind of flaming spell? Something like that. I'll explain it when I'm back. Well, don't take too long. If we don't open the shop, we will lose all of our clients to the Union. I know, but I don't think the Union will be much of a problem anymore. I was thinking of hiring some more people to go with the expansion. Did you look over the plans? Yes, there are some things I'm not sure about. That won't be a problem. We can still change it. Just let me know what you need. The size of the levels began to increase, and sometimes traps or roadblocks got in the way. He decided to stick to the already explored pathways the previous Platinum Party ventured forth, as they were the ones that were mapped out. Being able to predict which monsters he would be facing was maybe his second biggest advantage, with the divine spells being the first. With time, he wound up close to the stairs leading down to an area with monsters close to his current level. The real grind was beginning. Yeah, I know. I'll be careful and I'll be back soon, but if there is a problem, let me know. Alright, not much has been happening here while you were gone besides the Union dwarves running around a lot. More, I saw those two fixing some fences. Do you know what's that about? I guess she kept the side of the deal. Roland laughed after being informed by Elodia that the two dwarves that caused him some misery in the past were now being relegated to grunt work. There was one thing that those types couldn't stand, and that was to be demoted. The two soon ended the call as he got ready to cross into the next level. It shouldn't take much longer until I level up. I should at least remain here until then. After venturing to the upper levels and back, he was now level 179. The monsters that he was facing were slowly reaching his current level, and with the help of the divine debuff, he hoped to hasten the leveling process even more. So this is what they decided to evade, but behind it should be a room filled with treasure. At the moment, he was at the level that Myrtle's party had ended their adventure. What he was looking at was a wide open space with seemingly not much in it. The only thing of note was the ground tiles, which were all square and about 1 meter long. This whole place had hundreds of them, and at the end, there was one large sliding door made of thick rock. It's a trap, but also a puzzle. Those darkened tiles are the break-off points, from what those adventurers reported. A person must make it through, while lighting up all the square tiles. This reminded him of puzzles from video games that he used to play. The logic behind it was quite simple. When he stepped on one of the squares, it would start to glow and activate. He needed to activate all of those squares, while only using one path. The black tiles were spots that needed to be walked around and were neutral. They created areas that couldn't be crossed, which made the puzzle slightly harder. They didn't go through it and took another path, but I wonder what's on the other side. He had decided to not endanger himself too much, but he was interested in where this trap led. There were a few possibilities, so he decided to go along with a small test. First, both he and I walked out of the room and waited in the corridor that led them here. Instead of stepping on one of the tiles himself, he decided to use one of his cube turrets. The tiles were simple pressure plates that even this floating cube could activate. Just as he expected, a glow took over the tile onto which he landed the cube on. After it hovered back up into the air, the glow on the tile remained. Slowly he started moving the cube around faster to light up a path forward. The first plan was simple: use the shortest path forward without stepping on every tile. Will it trigger something? His first test was unfruitful, as it was apparently possible to just go to the other side without completing the puzzle. The only thing that wasn't possible was opening the large sliding door at the end. It was clear that without the correct path being laid out, the door would not open. Now for the second test, he tried to backtrack, which proved to be quite deadly. The moment his floating turret descended on one of the already lit up squares, everything started glowing red. Woof. Calm down, we are safe here. After a flash of red light and a lot of noise, all the squares started crumbling. The cube that was able to freely float around did not collapse down along with the floor. Anyone that was attempting to solve this riddle would find themselves falling down. What's that sound? The moment the entire room became devoid of a floor, some strange sounds filled his ears. Not everything had collapsed, as there was still a ledge before the tunnel leading up to this place. Thus, to figure out this conundrum, he decided to take a peek down without actually going into this place. It was possible that a secondary collapse was triggered if he stepped forth, so for the time being, a golemic eye was used to send him some pictures. What are those things? Worms. At first, he expected sharp spikes or something like lava to be down there. Instead, there was a vast quantity of monsters. They were not skeletal in nature, but instead resembled the squiggly monsters that caused him to find the mine a few years ago. After examining the situation, he realized that it was possible for him to take a step forward. The hole down below had no light source, but with the help of his helmet, seeing in the dark was as easy as breathing. Undead plague leech. 145 lira. They are all plague worms down there. This was quite the discovery and sight to behold. The hole was around 50 meters deep, and led to a limited space filled with these creepy leeches. They were an undead variant of a leech monster found in other dungeons. A plague leech was able to spread diseases that were quite nasty. If bitten, a person would find themselves vomiting constantly while receiving various debuffs. Even if they were all just tier 2 monsters, there were hundreds of them down there. Anyone that falls down there will be eaten alive in a matter of moments. There is just not enough space to defend yourself. This reminded him of the chamber with the troglodytes, and also gave him an idea. Even though these worms were just tier 2 monsters, they were close to level 150. With the sheer amount of them down there, and thanks to the confined space, he could use it to gain some easy experience. His backplate started glowing for a moment, while a single metallic orb that was the size of a tennis ball emerged. It was covered in various runes, and could perhaps offer him a safe way of getting all of the experience down there. After examining the situation, he took a few steps back, and then tossed the now glowing orb forward. The runes were quickly activated to prime the spell that this sphere came equipped with. It didn't take long to reach the end of the 50-meter deep hole. When the runic device connected with the first monster down there, it instantly produced a large holy explosion. These leeches could not crawl out, nor react to the attack coming their way, and quickly evaporated into nothingness. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have gained Overlord's aura skill. Nice. Roland cheered while hearing strange splattering sounds down below. There was a certain special trait that the regular plague leeches had. If they were critically injured but still alive, they would explode in a burst of poisonous goop. These explosions carried within them some force and could also damage their own allies. After the runic grenade delivered the initial burst of damage, it created a chain effect. The initial experience is nice, but it won't last for long. While he had reached level 180, this spot wouldn't help him gain that many levels. The further a person leveled, the less amount of experience they received from monsters below their level. He would need to find a similar trap with tier 3 versions of these monsters if he wanted to abuse this method. Maybe I can't use it that much, but Anai still can. Anai's level was below his, and only now was the wolf slowly catching up. It was possible for him to use ranged spells and also skills, so killing these stationary targets wouldn't be a problem. While keeping that in mind, he also brought up his status screen to look at the first new skill he received since attaining his Runesmith Overlord class. Overlord's Aura 1 Lira. I think Paladin classes have similar aura skills. This one seems to be more vague. Does it rise all attributes equally? After a quick test and scan of Anai's status screen, he had his answer. At level 1, the skill increased his canine companions' numbers by 2 points each. While this didn't seem as that much, if he was surrounded by tens of men, he would be providing quite the boost. It's also just at level 1. If it gives 10 points at level 9, then it will be rather overpowered. The only downside is that it uses a set amount of mana and doesn't give me any benefits. When looking at his own status screen, he didn't see any increase in stats. This was clearly one of the leadership primed skills that this Overlord class offered. It was quite useless without anyone around him, and would just waste his mana if he activated it like that. Then there was also a big minus to the way that it looked, as it made him out to be a target. This circle of light makes me very conspicuous. One thing that he disliked about this skill was the strange glowing donut that it was creating under his feet. It started from directly under his feet and pulsated a few meters away from his location. It persisted even when trying to walk, run, or even jump. It was glued to the area directly under him, and would guide everyone to his location from a distance. It was as if he was showing his enemies that he was the leader of the group, and they should quickly dispose of him. But it's possible to use this to my advantage. If I need to lure someone away, I bet even the monsters will be attracted to the glow to some capacity. He could see a few good uses of this skill. There was something similar like a hidden animosity when it came to fighting monsters. Some skills and classes were more prone to pulling monsters their way. Clerics with their healing magic were prime examples, as they were usually the first to get targeted even by mindless beasts. Roland was used to attracting the beasts in the dungeon as he was heavily armored, and getting through his now enhanced mana shields was not that simple. Having a skill that let anyone that was with him have a power boost was quite nice, but would only shine with more people. Maybe if Armand and Lobelia finally reached their threshold, he could bring them here. With this trap being here, it would allow them to rise in the levels rather quickly. I should leave a sensor in the walls below. The trap had been sprung, and almost all of the monsters down below had been killed. Now he had to wait for it to reset to actually go forward into the unexplored pathway. How long this would take wasn't known to him, so leaving a sensor to detect when the floor reformed itself was the only thing could do. It was possible for Anai to use his magical platforms to get to the other side, and he also had his levitation spell. Getting to the other side wouldn't be impossible, but drilling through the chamber door was somewhat problematic. Thanks to the sensors that were already here, he could measure the thickness of the walls to some extent. It wouldn't be that easy to blow his way through the closed door, as it was made of exceptionally sturdy material. The walls on the sides were also quite thick, and would not break from his earth-softening spell. The density of mana in the dungeon walls is interfering with earth elemental spells. I won't be able to get through without proper drilling equipment. The further down he went, the stronger the mana density became around this place. There was only one reason for this to occur, and that was the dungeon core. It was possible for someone with a mage class to predict the strength of the monsters just by the ambient mana in the air. The more he explored this dungeon, the better at it he became. Not only the monsters were strengthened with the rise of mana, better items could appear, and things like rare minerals and mines would become accessible. Even the dungeon walls were enhanced the closer one got to the center of the dungeon, where a dungeon core would be found. It's forbidden to damage or remove a dungeon core from within a dungeon. While wrapping things up, he recalled some information about dungeon core removals. There wasn't that much information, as it was forbidden to touch them. Their capabilities in producing monsters, mines, and treasures gave the countries they were located a free source of income. Removing them would also spark quite the catastrophic event of untold proportions, depending on the size of the dungeon. Each dungeon required mana to exist, and the dungeon core was considered to be the device that provided it with everything. Some people believed that cores just formed in areas rich in mana, and just were somehow able to manage those resources. Others believed that they were monsters in themselves that created everything as they evolved. The truth was probably out there, but to get it, he would probably need to gain access to one of the libraries of a magical academy. Without anything left within this chamber, he decided to take the other route to the exit. It could take several days for this magical contraption to reform, and even longer, after he blew up many of the monsters down below. The journey had to continue and new skills needed to be discovered. After clearing up some of the other passages, they arrived at another set of stairs. The thickness of the mana below had spiked yet again, and he was sure to encounter monsters that were above level 180. This would probably be the last floor he explored before returning. The area he arrived in was lacking in mapping sensors, which he quickly fixed by inserting one into the walls. Oh, what's this? While he was alone here, it didn't mean that other adventurer parties weren't wandering around. After planting one of his sensors, he became aware of dots belonging to people of the races. There were 6 of them, but they were not alone. Many red circles that represented unidentified monsters were gathering around them. It doesn't look good for them. Should I get involved? Roland looked at the map and then over to Anai in his sunwolf form. The only reason that he was able to get this far was thanks to using his divine spells. Usually, he used his map to evade the few adventurers that were wandering these tunnels, as he did not want anyone to see this little secret of his. A decision had to be made. Should he help this small group up, the one in
or
the
just
middle looks
move
different
along
than
as
the
he had
others?
planned
Is that person
beforehand?
not an adventurer or something? Roland was moving through some corridors that were luckily monster-free. All the dots representing them had probably moved into the chamber containing the party of adventurers. Inside his HUD, he could see a group of 5 larger green dots surrounding a smaller one in the middle. This device detected mana patterns, and could also somewhat measure a person's level. Depending on a few factors, it would change the size of the dot on the screen. When comparing the other ones to the one in the middle, there was a clear difference. It was as if the person in the middle was not part of the group, and maybe didn't even possess a combat class. Could it be their porter? That was a possibility. Some people still used the services of porters. However, when it came to B and above-ranked dungeons, this role was given to actual adventurers. Someone above level 100 that could carry a large spatial backpack and maneuver was needed. It wasn't strange to have to retreat. Having a regular person come along was a recipe for disaster. Anai, stay behind me for now, and don't show yourself unless I say so. Woof. Anai was smart enough to know what Roland was afraid of. Even without mentioning it, he returned to his regular ruby wolf form. Even if he wasn't capable of using his divine attacking spells, it was possible for Roland to utilize his. It wouldn't be that hard to explain the usage of divine spells if he was performing them. He could go with the use of crystals bought from the church, or say that he just had his armor charged by a priest beforehand. Before showing himself, he needed to observe the situation. Perhaps his help would not be needed. They should be just around this corner. While moving his hand up to make a nice stop, he inserted another map sensor into the nearby wall. After its activation, he got a better idea of what he was working with, and the full number of potential enemies that could be lurking down there. His armor display was capable of presenting him with the monster count almost instantly. If the mana patterns belonged to previously encountered beings, it could also categorize them. These could be customized, but he usually liked to put ranged and magical monsters into a separate group. Focusing on them was usually more important than on the melee ones. There is one infernal lick in the group. His level is higher than the one that I faced. He wasn't sure how the group of adventurers let themselves be surrounded by a high-level lick, but it wasn't looking good. The monster had 2 guardians next to himself, along with a backline of archers. Most of the group consisted of berserker skeletons with 2 or 3 champions mixed into the group. These close-ranged monsters were charging at a group of 5 adventurers and 1 extra person. Roland wasn't sure how these people got themselves in this predicament, but the cave that they found themselves in gave him an idea. The tunnel he arrived here through left him up on high ground. The way forward was cut short as he arrived at a ledge. When glancing down, he could see some holes in the rocks that could be used for going down. They must have climbed down to get to that altar. This explains a lot. His mapping device wasn't perfect as he could only see everything as a flat surface. Inside this huge cavern, there was something that looked like a ritualistic altar. It looked like a pyramid with the top flattened. On this flattened space a rectangular slab of rock with strange occult-looking symbols resided. On top of it, he could see some rocks that had probably been used to go around a weighting mechanism. These were quite common in dungeons, and triggered the moment something was removed from on top of them. They must have misjudged the weight, or a secondary trap was triggered. There were a few possibilities here. Either the monsters appeared after the item was taken, or some type of alarm was triggered. Roland assumed that it was the latter that took place, as before he arrived here, he could see various monsters from within the dungeon, swarming to this location. This trap probably had a command that forced monsters from this level to swarm from all sides. All things weren't bad, as thanks to this strange-looking temple altar in the middle, the group of adventurers had the high ground advantage. All the monsters were trying to climb up the stairs while getting hit by ranged attacks. This group of 6 had 2 people that had bows that were emptying their arrows on the berserkers. They were using some special arrows covered in some strange alchemical concoction. At first glance, it looked like alchemical oil that when lit would burn monsters quite well. However, the color was different, as it was blue instead of the usual red. Using fire against infernal skeletons was also not the greatest strategy, as they were immune to the flames. These blue ones, on the other hand, were somehow corroding their bones and successfully slowing them down. Besides these 2 archers, there was one large man with a shield and mace. He somewhat resembled the guild master with how bald his head was, but he was not as tall. Another man was equipped with a long spear that he used in combination with the tanker of the group. While the man stopped the skeletal berserker's advance with his strength, the other would shoot forth some type of spear skill. This skill would make the long weapon move at quite an astonishing speed. When connecting with the monster's body, it would create a large circular hole. It was as if an explosion was triggered the moment the tip of his long spear connected with the monster. Perhaps if they were up against fleshier enemies, this skill would have been of more use. Against monsters that could move with parts of their bodies missing, it was ineffective and forced the man with the shield to take more hits while trying to stall. Then there was the third person that was holding onto 2 swords. In his right hand, he had a long sword, and in the left a short sword. His position was more in the middle, where the 6th and most unique person from this group was standing. All of the other 5 were just humans, with maybe the person holding the shield having an unusual frame. The middle person, on the other hand, was much shorter than everyone. Is that a gnome? What is someone like that doing down in a dungeon? There were various humanoid races in this world with many of their own quirks. Dwarves, for instance, loved crafting and usually focused on it, but not as much as gnomes. This race didn't possess robust bodies that were capable of exerting a lot of force. Instead, they were blessed with brilliant minds and dexterous fingers. When it came to their professions, they rarely became adventurers due to the lack of combat classes they could receive. Instead, they made potent potion makers or mages that didn't require much physical strength. Just like dwarves, this smaller race had one profession in particular that they were proud of. Judging by those small flasks, he is probably an alchemist or some type of potion maker. There were multiple classes that specialized in making potions and concoctions. It was somewhat similar when compared to enchantsmiths and runesmiths. In their case, an alchemist went above other potion-making and material-producing classes. They weren't as limited as the others, and could combine separate professions into one. Why did I hire a bunch of idiots like you? How did you get the weight wrong on a simple trap like this, even after I used all those expensive ingredients? While he was examining the situation and using his helmet as a set of binoculars, he heard the gnome talk. He seemed to be mad about something, and judging by what he was seeing, these 5 were just hired mercenaries. His voice didn't sound that old by human standards. He could have been someone in his early 30s. It was somewhat hard to measure an age of a gnome, as their faces were usually covered by a lot of facial hair. Shut up and use those holy potions. Do you want us all to die? Damn, crooks. I'll remember this. You'll pay me for every single one of these. Roland still didn't decide to move, as for the time being the group was holding out. The moment holy potions were mentioned, the gnome started rummaging through one of his many spatial bags. From one he pulled out a potion that had a somewhat orange coloring to it. The subtle glow that it was radiating and the previous name made it obvious what it was. The gnome looked angry, but he started handing out those potions that made their way into the hands of the adventurers. There were two ways of these being used. The archers started coating some of their arrows with the concoctions, while the others just threw them onto the close-by skeletal berserkers. The effect was quite similar to his own divine spells, as the monsters were instantly affected by a debuff. Roland was actually glad at the pushback, as this meant that he would probably not need to involve himself in this fight. However, there was one big problem that this group forgot about, and it was the lick. Even though the skeletal champions and berserkers were down on the ground, their bones started to move. When glancing over to the high-level lick, it was obvious that it was the perpetrator. It can resurrect them. His experience was limited to the monster he defeated inside his workshop. That one created its minions from the corpses of people, or with the help of a unique skill. This one, on the other hand, seemed to be able to empower and also conserve the regular dungeon skeletons. It was probably due to them being inside of a dungeon that spawned these same creatures constantly. The man with the dual blades pointed at the casting monster in the distance. One of the archers took aim and empowered his arrow with a skill. It looked similar to the one the Sun Elf used from the Platinum party he knew. The arrow was shot upwards and made a nice arc in the direction of the creature's head. It started shifting around in midair as the monster noticed. It was obviously keeping track of the monster's location as per the skill. Shit, can't you do something about those guardians? Even though the arrow was coated in the holy potion, it didn't connect with the right monster. Instead, it collided with a large tower shield that was being held by one of the skeletons near the lick. These two guardian skeletons that were specialized in defending started intercepting all the arrows. The divine energy that was imbued into the arrows didn't fare well against cold metal that their bulky armors were made of. They won't be able to get to the lick like that. As the group failed to kill the spellcaster, it was able to finish its spell to restore the defeated monsters. With their vigor regained, they all tossed themselves into battle once more. Even when they were destroyed again, it didn't take long for their bones to start wiggling around. We need to kill that licker, will die here. Then kill it already. We are trying to. The ledge. The gnome asked the man with the swords, while he was forced to help out his party members with some of the charging skeletons. The area that was pointed to was in the opposite direction of where Roland was sitting. It had the lowest concentration of monsters, but had a problem. We'll never make it. Do you think the monsters will just let us climb the wall? Can't we distract them with something? I know. Give me a moment and I'll make something. You'll make something. Leader, we can't hold them. What should we do? At this point, the tide was shifting and Roland was ready to intervene. While he didn't want to get involved, letting people die if he could do something about it was not his style. However, before he could even start, something unexpected occurred. As the gnome was trying to prepare some mixture, the leader of the adventurers grabbed him. What are you doing? We do need someone to distract the monsters. I'm sorry, but I have to prioritize my men. Are they betraying that gnome? It was probably a move of desperation, but the leader decided to toss the smallest person in the opposite direction of where the others were running. The plan was simple and had some merit to it. Before the throw happened, the leader doused the gnome in some leftover divine potions. Undead monsters were drawn to these energies and would prioritize the gnome that was drenched in the potions. For a moment he hesitated, as now even the adventurers that he was going to help out might want him dead. He had witnessed a murder attempt play out in front of his eyes. If those five saw him rescue the alchemist, it would complicate things. They would probably not want a witness to their crime to be left alive. Luckily, with all these monsters around, they couldn't really chase after him or the gnome he was going for. Anai, I need you to grab that gnome and retreat here. I'll keep those monsters and that lick busy. Can you do that? Oh woo! Anai moved forward as the two left from behind the rocks they were hiding behind. The gnome he wanted to rescue had just landed on the ground while being drenched in golden-like liquids. While things didn't look good, helping out just one person was easier than saving a whole group of 6. Defeating all of the monsters in this large cavern wasn't his goal. Just like the leader of the Platinum Party expected, the monsters were drawn to the divine mana wavelength that the gnome was covered in. With the path becoming mostly clear, they just needed to push a few undead skeletons out of the way to get to the wall. Climbing it wouldn't take that long, and then they would be safe. What's that? To their surprise, while they were running away, a hail of strange golden bolts entered the cavern. This light show lit up the dark cavern that was previously only illuminated by a few torches and the flames of the undead monsters' eyes. They started connecting with the multiple skeletons in the area, and even caused some to collapse from direct hits to their undead cores. Leader, there is someone there. One of the archers pointed into the distance where they could see a large armored man emerging from the shadows. There were strange 4 floating cubes around his body, and they were lighting up the whole place. These seemed to be the source of the light show happening now, but before they could focus, a loud howl filled the entire chamber. For a moment they felt their body freezing up, a telltale sign of a stunning skill taking effect. What's a ruby dire wolf doing here, and why is it carrying off that damn gnome? The 5 were shocked as they witnessed the monster appear out of nowhere. It blasted some of the skeletons with its flame breath to make some space before grabbing the gnome between its fangs. At first, it looked like it was trying to eat him, but soon it became clear that it was just holding onto his backpack. It vanished soon after, jumping all over the place at an intense pace. The monster defended against it with the help of its thick tower shield that was augmented by the Lick's spell. Yet, even with the help of magic, it couldn't last for more than a few seconds before it pierced through it. The monster that gave them so much trouble was hit by the ray of light, and various ricochets of energy were blasted everywhere. This strange occurrence continued as the man clad in bulky armor quickly retreated without even saying a word. Did he just? Leader, what now? The skeletons, they are coming our way. Shit, start climbing, you moron. Watch out. The group was stunned by the appearance of the third-party head and shattered it, forgot to climb the monster lost its balance. Now they had the remnants of the skeletal fiends on the way after them. It took as there were no other targets in their field of vision, as there were multiple of them right behind it. All of these could be seen climbing up a side wall of a large chamber, chasing what looked to be an adventurer party. Use the potion, but it's the last one. Just use it. Do you want them to get up here? A man holding 2 blades shouted at one of the archers that were shooting. 2 men were still climbing the wall. One of them was wearing quite heavy-looking armor, along with a shield on his back. The other one was close to the ledge, as he was not as encumbered as his heavier party member. If nothing was done about it, the skeletons would surely reach the slow-moving man. It was a group of infernal skeleton berserkers that was after them. Their large hands that had sharp claws made it easy for them to climb hard rock walls like this one. They could casually stick those pointy digits into the rocks without needing to find a good spot for their footing. They were climbing at twice the speed of the armored man that was barely keeping himself from falling. This concoction produced a sizzling sound as it burned the unholy creature, and caused it to fall and drench some of the other pursuing monsters. Now, kill them all. The archers listened to their leader that was in the process of helping the spear user up to the ledge they were standing on. With many arrows still remaining and skills to guide them to the undead cores, it was possible to cause enough damage. With the help of all this support, the heavily armored man managed to make it up to the top, where he was pulled up by 2 of his party members. We need to get out of here. We'll run to that tunnel. But what about the skeletons? I'll collapse the path, just get into the tunnel first. Following the group would not be as easy anymore, and by the time they got to the tunnel the adventurers escaped into, their presence would be lost. Even though the animosity rating would persist for a while, the monsters had no way of tracking their enemies. The adventurers knew this and would use it to their advantage. It would only take them a few forks to probably lose the monsters and cancel out the aggro. Who was that guy? I don't know, but do you think that gnome is still alive? Shit, what if that fucker reports us to the guild? The party leader cursed out his luck while thinking about the biggest problem they were facing. They had tried to sacrifice the temporary party member that had actually hired them to perform a task. For adventurers like them who lived from taking missions, trying to sacrifice the person that hired them was unforgivable. It would be enough for them to lose their adventurer cards, and being platinum rank would not save them. Considering that they were Tier 3 adventurers, there would be only one thing left for them, becoming battle slaves. Tier 3 class holders had a lot of worth, and this worth could be brought out in various ways. Usually, people like them would be wined and dined. They brought in too much money for the guild that would rather protect them as the money makers that they were. There was always a limit to this generosity, and they could still be profited off by being sold as slaves. They would be sent to either work for the army as cannon fodder, or work in dungeons until they died. With a slave collar around their neck, they would have all their rights stripped and used for all they were worth. Hey Jack, didn't you notice something strange about that guy? Yeah, that armor. I've seen it somewhere. Oh shit, could it have been? Who is it? The two archers started talking as their eyes were the only ones good enough to see through the dark caverns. It was a badly lit place, but for them with various skills to help, seeing in the dark was rather easy. I think it was the new knight commander from the city. I've seen him parading through the city in the same thing. He was missing the cape, but the noble crest was still on his breastplate. The fucking knight commander from those shitty nobles. What the fuck is he doing down here? How should I know? It was him for sure. That thing that grabbed the gnome was a wolf monster. I heard he had one of those. The other archer nodded as the two came to an agreement. They had not been long in this city, but long enough to gather all the important information. It was good to know who the powerhouses of each city were, and the Valyrian noble house could not be denied. All of them knew about the duel, but were not really aware of the levels the knights had. This looks bad. Weren't those people at the entrance also part of those noble bastards? If it was only the gnome, then we might have had a chance of explaining ourselves. Now it was the spearman that voiced his opinion. If it was the word of one alchemist against a party of adventurers, then they could have perhaps gotten away with it. However, if someone like a knight from a noble household backed up those claims, it would be over for them. Leader, what should we do? What can we do? The leader stopped in his tracks as the group left the skeletal chamber in the dust. There was no danger of them catching up to them, and a decision needed to be made. All of them were in it together. Putting the blame on the leader was an option, but would probably not work. No one lifted a finger as they just abandoned the gnome that had all the right to blame everyone for it. If that knight makes it to the exit, then I see only two options. Either we leave the city before they can report it, or what do you seriously want us? He is part of the nobles and the Valyrians. You know how those bastards are. Everyone here knew what the leader insinuated. People died in the dungeon constantly, and if a knight vanished in these unexplored depths, then it wouldn't be that suspicious. If they played their cards right, it would be possible to get away with murder. Then what do you want us to do instead? Turn ourselves in, Jack? Do you want to be a slave? I'd rather join the Thieves Guild. But do we have to? It's only one night. He might have won one duel, but there are 5 of us and 2 of them. He is right. If the knight bastard vanishes here, no one will blame us, nor will they know how he died. The lord of this city isn't even a real noble. He doesn't have enough leverage to launch a full investigation, and even if he does, we'll be long gone. Yeah, I'm in. What about you? Jack, who was the only one that voiced another opinion, was shocked by his party members. Yet, he knew what all of them were getting at. If they allowed them to escape, then their lives would be over. The only option would be to give themselves up to the nobles or escape somewhere. Their future would then involve becoming bandits or attempting to leave the kingdom itself. I'm in too. Yeah, it's all that midget's fault. Soon the group started pointing their blades in the direction of the gnome. It was easy to make him the reason for their current situation. If he never came along, then they would probably be enjoying themselves in the city's pleasure district instead. As platinum adventurers, they had already reached a point that most people could only dream about. A lot of hard work had gone into attaining this position, and this would not be the first time that they had to get their hands bloody. I thought my luck should have gotten better. Is there even a point in increasing this stat? Will they just let me leave like this? There were a few scenarios running through his head. When taking into consideration his previous experiences, the situation looked grim. He witnessed an attempted murder by the Platinum Adventurer Party on this alchemist here. Both parties were at Tier 3, and would be considered equals if they ever made it to court. It was probable for the group to account for this and come to a conclusion that was to their benefit. I have to assume that they'll try to finish the job while we are still in the dungeon. He knew quite well how easy bodies disappeared in these dungeons. Even his position wouldn't save him from getting hunted here. What went on in the dungeons usually stayed in them. Even if Arthur died here, his father, that was the Duke, would have trouble unearthing the mysteries of his death. Getting an oracle down here to look for some evidence would also be problematic. The magical nature of a dungeon usually interfered with their magic, and required an exceptional individual to work. I should contact those 5 at the entrance, but can I really trust them? Roland had his own party of platinum adventurers waiting at the mine area. They could act as reinforcements and perhaps arrive here before anything dire happened. However, there was a minor problem, as trust was not something he gave out that easily. There was a tiny possibility of another betrayal, but it was somewhat unlikely. After signing several contracts, that team of adventurers was fully invested in the development of the city. If something happened to him during that time, they would not be able to receive some of the promised bonuses. The clauses were added to give the group incentive to work hard. If the city prospered, so would they. You unhand me, you beast. While Roland was using his runic armor to connect to Myrtle, the gnome had finally awoken. The small man had passed out somewhere around the time he was grabbed by an eye. Perhaps he thought the giant wolf was there to eat him and just couldn't take it. Now, on the other hand, he looked quite energetic. His legs and feet were moving around, but he couldn't do anything about his current predicament. Anai, let him go. Anai snorted with his nose, and then quickly opened up his muzzle. The gnome was around 110 centimeters in height. He was wearing a backpack with a lot of ripped side pockets. Around his waist, he had many smaller satchels that looked to have been emptied in the fight against the undead monsters earlier. His face was covered by a somewhat shorter beard when compared to other gnomes. Arg, what are you doing, you damn beast? Oh, whoa. It didn't seem that the gnome had noticed the armored man that was standing directly behind him. His eyes were focused on the huge dire ruby wolf that was as big as a horse. Roland could only imagine how someone almost half his height felt when looking at a big creature like this. However, there was no time for this, as all of them needed to start their tactical retreat sooner than later. Anai, stop playing around and you, get up, we need to go. What are you? Just a man. Your legs don't look injured, so can you stand up already? A man. Yes, as you can see, I'm not your enemy. To make things go a bit faster, Roland decided to produce a bit of light to illuminate the area. His finger then pointed to the Valyrian household crest that was engraved on his breastplate. This crest gave him an added layer of protection, as even hardened criminals would think twice about attacking a Valyrian knight. In this case, it could be used to calm down this person. Roland knew that after getting himself almost murdered by a group of adventurers, trusting would be hard to come by. Luckily, he was not an adventurer, but a knight who was sworn to protect the citizens of this kingdom. To this gnome, it was a true blessing, and his eyes changed as he realized this. The Valyrian crest. So you are. Seek us out, for what purpose? Woof. Hey, what are you? There is no time to explain, get a good grip, and try not to fall off. Roland didn't really know who this person was, nor did he care at the moment. What the two needed to do was to make a run for it. He had already achieved everything that he needed to do here. Perhaps the group of platinum adventurers would make a different decision and just run from the city. Perhaps they would attempt to bribe him instead, but he felt that they wouldn't. They clearly saw him in that cavern, and it was possible for them to be aware of his true identity. Whoa, hey, excuse me. Roland grabbed the confused gnome off the ground with one hand. His weight was non-existent to someone with his stats. It was probably embarrassing for the adult male to be treated like a child, as he was yanked up, and then deposited onto an ice back. There was no working saddle, but the wolf armor had a few places that the small man could cling onto. Hold tight. Hey, now listen here. I'm thankful to you, Sir Knight, but who are? Ag. Before the gnome could finish the sentence, Anai started running. His agility stat was quite high, and he could easily outrun a regular horse. Roland wasn't slow either, as with the help of some spells to lower the weight of his armor Chapter
and haste,
360.
he could keep up
You
with Anai's
activated
pace.
my trap
His
card.
map wasn't
I'm not
finished,
sure if
but
we
he
will
knew
be
where
able
he
to
came
make it to your
from.
location
With some
in
luck,
time.
the adventurer
You've descended
party would
into
be
the
busy with the
unexplored
skeletons
levels
for long enough
I know,
for him to reach
but
the
this is
higher
what
levels.
the situation
I'll
is.
be taking a
I'm
break
not
for a
sure
week.
what those people will. Is something wrong? I'm not hearing. I need to go. They are here. Roland stopped while raising his hand up. Anai, after seeing it, stopped in his tracks as well. The sudden stop sent the third person who was here flying forward. The gnome made a nice spin through the air before getting grabbed by a translucent blue hand. See, can we take a bee break? I think I'm going to erp. How did they get here before me? Is there some kind of shortcut that I'm not aware of? It was his first time in this section of the dungeon. After wandering in, he had left behind a sensor at the entrance, and then a few further in. During the exploration, the sensor managed to pick up the location of the chamber with the gnome. It was around the edge of the sensor's limit, and placing more at the entrance to the large cavern didn't expand the area that much. Without placing sensors in almost every major cavern and even into some longer tunnels, he would not have a clear map of the entire area. The mana of the dungeon liked to interfere with the visuals from time to time, and the only way around it was to place more sensors. His new enemies had to have some prior knowledge about this dungeon, as they were just arriving at the exit. I was counting on them arriving here after me. This doesn't look good. What should I do? Roland looked at Anai, who had not yet picked up on the presence of the adventurer party. The group of 5 had arrived before the stairs leading up. It was probable that the archers would discover their tracks leading to the passage he was currently hiding in. This way only led towards the larger chamber where the adventurer party was fighting undead monsters. A Tier 3 tracker will probably know that I have not gone up the stairs yet. They will either remain by the entrance and wait for me or go after the tracks. That is if they actually want to get to me and this gnome. The motives of this party of adventurers were at this moment unknown to him. If they just left up the stairs, then it was probable that they decided to flee. However, they weren't budging from the spot, which meant that they went with their other option. His murder of the man that worked for his father's estate already proved that leaving bodies behind in dungeons made it hard to discover the cause of death. There were many stories of knights and even nobles going missing inside dungeons. They didn't know that he already informed the other platinum adventurer party about the incident. Even if they managed to kill him along with the gnome, their actions were already known. They will never believe that, even if it's the truth. If I retreat, I'll just wind back up at that altar with the undead. But is running and hiding my only option? Realistically speaking, survival wouldn't be that hard. Even though the monsters on this level were about level 180, they weren't that problematic. The dungeon was not explored yet, but the possibility of finding a hidden room that could be opened by runes was high. If he retreated and continued to explore, it was possible for him to hide. There were some supplies in the spatial satchels he brought along, and also in Anai's armor. He had prepared for the possibility of getting trapped down here for a prolonged time, so retreating would have been the safest option. The group of adventurers would probably not expect him to return to the large chamber, nor would they want to go back to a place filled with monsters. Then he could just wait for Myrtle and the others to come to pick him up. Do I really have to retreat? Their levels weren't all that high. They don't even compare to someone like Emerson. A thought crept into his mind. Roland had spent most of his life running away, and even after receiving his new class and going through the difficult ascension ritual, this was still his default setting. It was a bad habit of his that served him well in the past, that was not that easy to discard. How long will I have to remain in this damp dungeon if I retreat? It was possible for Myrtle to even lose her life when they encountered this group, and he was not there to give them some support. I still have the element of surprise on my side, and Anai is also here. I'm not alone. Worf. After glancing at his companion, he nodded. The time to act was now. This group of adventurers was probably still in a state of confusion. They would not expect a direct attack from one man. In reality, they weren't too smart either, as for some reason they didn't account for his strength. He was alone here, but they didn't consider why he could be. A person who could casually survive encounters with powerful undead would naturally also have to be strong. Perhaps in their rage and desperation, their minds decided to ignore this fact and focus on his escape. If he was stronger than them, then why didn't he stay there but run instead? The logic was sound, but they could not foresee that their opponent was skittish by nature. Hey you, stay here. Stay here. What are you trying to do? Isn't the entrance to this floor? It is, but your friends decided to block it. If you want to, you can go ahead and have a chat with them. I'd rather not, but what are you going to do, Sir Knight? I'm not sure. That depends on how far those guys are willing to take it before I go. Roland started checking his equipment and running a few tests to see if everything was in working order. While he was rescuing the gnome, there was no time to analyze his opponents, so before venturing forth, he needed to get some precious info. I'm not too sure myself, but their levels are between 180 and 190. That bastard with the two swords is their leader, but you probably realized that by now. Yes. The gnome started rubbing his beard, while giving him all the info that he was aware of. He knew some things about their classes, but nothing specific. The group was apparently using some magical accessories that didn't allow his identification skill to work. Usually, no one looked into the classes of platinum adventurers, as their achievement of the high rank already said enough. So you only know this much, but it should be enough. I've already seen them fighting. Roland nodded as he just wanted to confirm a few things before leaving. While the group was fighting the undead, he had gathered some data already. His armor had already locked onto their mana patterns, which would make taking them out a lot easier. The group had a rudimentary setup. The tank would take all the blows, and the two archers remained in the back. The spearman was the main damage dealer, and the swordsman leader gave out orders. His eyesight was probably good if he could take care of the situation and keep giving them orders. The sacrifice of the gnome was the right solution that would allow him and his men to get to safety. If he wanted to disrupt their teamwork, going for the dual swordsman was probably the safest bet. The group relied on him issuing orders while they just focused on the battle. Wait, that's it. You're just going to face them alone. I'm not alone though. Oh. Angry howled at the small gnome in anger after that statement. Roland had covered the place in a barrier of sound already, so their conversation would not be heard, even if someone was close by. My allies. What allies? Are there no other soldiers here with you? Soldiers? No, it's just me and him here. You and him. The gnome looked at Anai, who held his head up high, as if he wanted to show off his magnificent ruby mane. It seemed the person he saved had attached too much worldly logic to Roland's appearance. Valyrian knights weren't known for wandering alone into dungeons. Usually, they were accompanied by a larger group of soldiers, but he was not really part of that group. I guess. Then shouldn't other soldiers be here? No, let's say that things are complicated, but I really need to go, so just stay here and stick to the shadows. Roland gave the gnome a round object with some runes on it. The item in question was just a standard explosive that also had some divine properties to it. It was strong enough to take out a berserker, and should give this person some time to escape. After receiving the magical bomb, the gnome seemed astonished by the runic patterns over it. His class was closely related to magic, so he could probably tell the worth of this item. Shit, give me a moment. If you are really going to confront those shitheads, then take this with you. To Roland's surprise, after his new friend received the holy grenade, he quickly dove into his backpack. From within he pulled a strange-looking bottle that was longer than wider. It wasn't a standard health or mana potion bottle. Those two were usually rounded on the bottom, and also placed into the clear glass to show off their color. This one was made from stained glass that didn't allow him to see the pure coloring of what was inside. This is Greater Elixir of Empowerment. Hi. Elixirs and potions were different as they had varied beneficial effects depending on the type. If what the gnome was telling him was true, then this elixir here was quite useful. Regular empowerment elixirs increased all the base fighting stats by a set percentage. An elixir, and it's a greater one. Greater Elixir of Empowerment. High. Of course, who do you think I am? Just a regular gnome. Now that I think about it, we haven't properly introduced ourselves to each other. I am Rastik Silbebanin, Master Alchemist Extraordinaire. Extraordinaire. The gnome straightened out, but he had so much dirt in his beard and clothes that it was hard to see him as a master alchemist. Roland didn't really want to waste any more time as the dots on his screen started moving, so he just nodded and quickly replied, "You can call me Wayland. I'm Lord Arthur's head knight, the head knight of the Valyrian Lord. You have my thanks for the elixir. I'll use it if the need arises." If the need arises, what do you? Rastix was stunned for a moment, but didn't really have time to ask more questions, as Roland just started leaving. A greater elixir of empowerment would probably boost all of his stats by around 10 to 15%. It was quite a large boost, which was better used in a pinch. The time it worked was limited, and as it stood now, he didn't really see the need for it. I hope this newfound confidence doesn't end up killing me. Before leaving for the entrance clearing, he called his partner over. After a few adjustments to the armor Anai was wearing, his body started blending in with the shadows. His enemies would probably be searching for his canine companion, but before they noticed it would be too late. Remember, move slowly just like we practiced in the workshop. Unless you make any sudden movements, the spell will remain. If there was a small chance of this ending without people dying, then he was willing to give it a try, but if they answered in avarice, then he was ready. I heard something. Someone is there. It's that knight. Watch out. Something doesn't feel right. Roland emerged from the shadows before the group of adventurers. They were standing in the same formation as before. Two archers in the back, tanker in the front, and the other two just waiting there for him to approach. They were clearly suspicious of his appearance there, but it was clear that they recognized his shiny armor that was producing a menacing runic glow. That knight has a name and is part of the Valyrian household. Care to explain yourself? Where is the gnome? Is he hiding behind you? Leader, I don't like this. That beast isn't here either. He decided to keep moving. In his right hand, he was holding a large tower shield while his blade floated to the side. It gave him a menacing and mystical appearance that could perhaps convince this group of backing away. Yet as he got closer, they continued to block the way forward, and also unsheathed their weapons. "Stay where you are," the leader pointed out with his longsword, while the two archers knocked their arrows and pointed them directly at his head. While normally a heavily armored man would have nothing to fear from arrows, in the hands of Tier 3 archers, they became deadly weapons. The silvery coloring of the tip clearly belonged to Mithril, and would even leave a mark on his own red one. Cut the bullshit, you know what this is about, either tell us where that gnome is, or we'll beat it out of you. Is that so? Roland was a bit stunned by the forcefulness of their leader. He didn't even make an attempt at bartering, and his eyes were resolute. It was probable that this was not the first time he was doing something like this, and it was the same for the other four. It made the moral quandary of his decision non-existent. They just wanted to get rid of him along with the alchemist, and were already preparing to run him through. So, if I understand correctly, you are unwilling to return to the surface and have yourself judged for your transgressions. What is this fucker on about? Are you stupid or something? I see. Tell us where the gnome is. The angry leader shouted while his group started inching forward. They probably realized that they were at a disadvantage if they remained in that spot. They had seen him use spells, so they were right to assume that he was a mage or used enchanted items. It seemed that the plan was for the archers to keep him from casting, while the tank rushed him. I refuse. Lay down your weapons and surrender. This is your last warn. Before he could finish the sentence, one of the archer's arrows left their bow. Almost instantly the man that was wearing comparable heavy armor to his started running forward. Even with all that weight on his shoulders, he was sprinting like an Olympic-level athlete. His body was submerged in an aura similar to Emerson's skill, and right behind him was the spear wielder. The man used his party member's larger body to keep himself hidden, and would probably attempt to use that explosive thrust that was used on the skeletons previously. It was a plan with some merit. The first arrow collided with his mana mantle, the same type of spell the lick he defeated had used. He spread it over his shield, which allowed him to resist the archer's skill. The weight behind the ranged attack was surprising, as it actually forced him to exert some physical force to not have his shield blown away from his hand. You should watch where you are going. Roland just stood there without using much to resist the charge. The leader of the group probably found this suspicious, as he approached at a slower pace than the two others. One thing that he didn't expect was that his opponent already expected this behavior and was aiming for it. To the man's surprise, when he started stepping forward, he heard something. It was directly below his feet, some type of trap. None of them could have known that their opponent had placed mapping sensors here. One of them was directly under the dual swordsman's foot. While the device was used for making maps, it was possible for its creator to alter the runes, even from a great distance.